Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Hey, how's it going? What is up? Hello, hello, konnichiwa, ni hao, annyeong, bonjour, aloha, howdy, hi, much, ciao, assalamu alaikum, shalom, hola. Hello, howdy, hi. Hello, howdy, hi. Let's see, who do we got here? Hello, hello, I see there's like 50 million tailgater messages and I haven't even started yet. I gotta count these actually, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Damn. 21 messages and hadn't started yet. Anyway, hello. How's everyone doing? We got, let's see. First, we have Austin and Slayer. Welcome. Congrats on being first. Austin Wessler says, let's go. Let's fucking go. And then says, yay. Which, at the time, probably under the illusion that I was going to be on time. Because I started the lobby around like 8:03, I think, sometime early. Early for me. But now here we are like 20 minutes later. Anyway. Telezak shows up with the Neko arrive. Welcome, Telezak. We got Tailgater saying, hello, how a beautiful streamer doing? I'm doing well. We got Theron Keen. Hello, Theron Keen. Neko late. If only you knew. If only you knew the level to which I would be late. Hello, welcome. Good to see you again. I remember you followed around the Noida stream not too long. Well, I say not too long ago. That might have been like Monday or Tuesday. But welcome. Welcome, Bloots in the Kick Chat saying GM chats. Tailgater says, I still feel like the room is spinning. I'm sorry to hear that. Balls, says Tailgater. You hit the like button. Thank you for hitting the like button. You're a good example. I wish more people would hit that like button. Thank you very much for being a good example. Thank you, thank you. You posted 2 pictures. I'll take a look in a moment. What up, Florida Backwoods? Hello. Albino. Tail and Gator. Okay. You don't have to hit the like button if you want to. Okay. Well, I'm aware I don't have to. I'm aware, but thank you for telling me. Love you so much. Thank you. Platonic love to you, Tailgater. Welcome, Diamond. Says, tiny balls, bro. Not even regular balls. Welcome, Diamond. You saying I mean a lot to you, thank you. How's my blood pressure? I have no idea, haven't checked, but it's probably okay. Probably. My cat's doing well though. You want a hug? Here you go. There's your hug. You found out your grandma's in the emergency room. Sorry to hear that. That's pretty bad. Hopefully she's okay, I don't know. Can't catch a break? That certainly sounds like it. Yeah, I hope your grandma's good too. I hope so. Might ask for more than 2. No, come on, Tailgater, come on. Thank you, Kyra, for the raid. Thank you for the 5 viewer raid on Twitch. And then I assume, I'm not sure. Is there also a kick raid? I don't think. Do I have the? I don't think I have the. Oh, there is. Okay, there's also a kick raid of 65. What? Oh my God, it's a Kyra raid. What? See hello, Clergy. Hello, Linux Mint. Hello. Hello, Anani Moose. Hello, Israel Chan. How you guys doing? Hello. Hello, OKKK. K Classic. Yeah, it is Classic. How you guys doing? Welcome. How is, alright, now that you're not at Kyra's stream, you can tell me for real though on the down low, how bad was the stream? or how good was it? Thank you for the love, Tailgater. Thank you. I try to make you smile. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. You'll try to come back check on me later. Alright, sounds good. You'll leave a comment. Alright, I look forward to it. Diamond says, big, gay, and late balls. Bro, not late, gay, and big balls. I just need someone to talk to. That's okay. Well, I'm here. I'm here if you need to talk. Balls says Taint. My 3 cats said hello. Hello, Bella, Sophia, and Princess. Good to see you. Hello. Wow. Sorry I didn't realize I left that many messages. That's okay. Yeah, what up there, Ron? Good to see you. Hello. Dink Donko, what up, Banda Man? Good to see you. Alert. Alright, quick update that I'm gonna go eat cereal, then I'm gonna finish the edit I'm updating you on. Is your update that you're just gonna eat cereal? You're like, quick update. Quick breaking news update. I'm gonna eat cereal. Whoa. Alright, thanks. Hello, Israel Chan. Enwa. Imagine I sent you my 5 and sent my 65 somewhere else. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering. I was like, let me make sure. Let me make sure before I, before I'm too thankful. Let me make sure before I'm too thankful. So much racism. Good, good. It was a good stream. Glad to hear it. You survived. Glad. I'm glad you survived. Israel Chan. Wait, never mind. Take it back. No. Glad to hear it was a good stream. Never again, right? Never again. This is a safe space. You're safe here, all right? That Kairu cannot get you over here. You're safe. You're coming up on 900 followers. Damn. I guess pro white. Yeah, pro white X posts are the meta. Do I gotta get on this? Do I gotta get in on this? But the problem is I hate white people. The problem is I hate white. No, it's not true. Don't listen. I'm joking. Level 1 racist, bro. I gotta level up my racism. Don't note that down. Don't write it down. No. But yeah, we'll check. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna verify. Check. I trust but verify. Trust but verify. Kaeru Kanojo. 882. Damn. Wait, what were you when you checked during the stream? You're gonna be at 888 soon. Earlier when the stream started, what were you at, like 850? Where were you at? Like, insane. Israel Chan sweating. Alright, so after 2 days of working on this, I finally got it trimmed down to where I like it. Now I'm getting to the fun part of editing process. I moved it over to CapCut. Clipchamp. What? From Capcom to Clipchamp. Alright. If you have CapCut, you're aware you can do all of the cutting in that program. You're aware CapCut can let you capture and cut? Are you aware of this? I'm just stressed out right now because of why I said I might ask for 2. But can we chill? Can we chill with the messages and the hugs? I'll give you 2, but like, you gotta chillax. Stop drinking so much soda if you're so like energetic. And it's currently buffering, but I shouldn't. Okay, Iofan, I think I said, hey, show me what you're cutting before you edit, and you keep not doing that. Because I don't want you to go. Look, I don't want you to waste your time going through a heavy editing process just for me to be like, I don't like the clip. Like, I don't like the source. I don't like the source material of what you're editing. You know, so you got to show me. I said, give me a timestamps. I'll take a look. If I think it's a good clip, then I'll say, all right, go ahead. But like, you might be putting a lot of work into something, and I'm like, I don't like the fundamental clip underneath all the editing. Just get fair warning. Oh, no. Shouldn't be a problem when I go eat breakfast. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast, though? How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast dinner? Binner? How would you feel if you didn't eat binner? Or bupper? Or, deckfist? Or suckfist? I have a 15.8% like impression ratio on the last post, too. Nice. Clay Classic? K Classic. Why can't I say that? K Classic is angry. Cut, of course. Can I cut it? Cut what? Cairo gained 60 followers in a day? That's what it sounds like. It's insane, right? Sorry for bothering you all the time. That's okay. Source material, it's kind of sucks, yeah. Bruh, shut up, Cairo. You can't say that. Only I can say that. Like, I can say it. If it's talking about me, I can say it. Keep that in mind for next time, and for real. Dinek Fest? Yeah, exactly. Dinek Fest. Yeah. It happens. Anyway. How was, well, Jimbo, I saw Jimbo rated you, so that's cool. It's very nice of Jimbo. Truly do love you so much. Thank you. So let's look at a couple things. We've got, let's see. We got a couple trains. Trains is hard job, I've been told. Very cool. Thank you, Tailgater. You finally got some trains. That's cool. Pretty cool. Big fish. And then we got Kyra's profile here with the 882 followers. Oh my god. If I refresh it, is it gonna go up or down? Stayed the same. But that's pretty crazy. I gained 23 follows yesterday and 70 today. What the fuck? I also gained 2 follows tomorrow somehow. Wait, what? How does that make any sense? What? Tomorrow? Future follows? Well, it heard me. It heard me say Jimbo Zoomer. Look, what the fuck? The fuck? You might like Jimbo Zoomer. It's crazy though. It's like my post. Like, all right, let's look at your post real quick. I warned y'all. Oh my god, the green line. It's all true. Bro, he lets his girlfriend walk outside with a short skirt that short. Oh my god. Magic. I looked into the Ghost in the Shell stuff. Your opinion on the new one was more accurate than maybe you realize. Really? I honestly, if I'm just admitting it, I have not watched the new one. So I'm judging it purely off clips. I'm judging it purely off the... Literally, here's the thing though. I'm judging it based on the glamour shots. The glamour, like the clips that people are showing to say it's cool. The clips that people are showing to say this is the best thing ever. I'm judging it based on those things. So like, if the best clips are not winning me over, you know, that should say something. Check dims. Alright, I'll check dims. I'm sad that you didn't hit the like button. I'm sorry, just messing with you. Bruh, you got me. It's alright, yeah, I understand. What? Oh, yeah, I was like, I wonder what, I do wonder what you mean by that. It sounds interesting, though. Pyru Cord. New follows. What the fuck? There are follows for the next day. Does that, are they from Japan? Are they from like a time zone in the future? Thank you for the Awuga Tain. I missed it, but thank you for the BK Crown and the Peepo plushie. Thank you, thank you. Queeness / hose. Asmani the Chad is the Asmani is the Chad. Now he's not worried about what? Competition? Well, he's got money, you know. He's got money, he's got fame. Granted, you know, here's the thing though. If she were to break up with him, right? She would still be popular. She would just go back to doing her Fansly or whatever the fuck. Because she's an attractive, like, I don't know what, some sort of Asian, right? She'll be fine. She already gained some fame from like being with him. But obviously, some people, depending on how the breakup happens, might hate her. You might have a contingent of people who are hating on her because they're like, you've left the king, you've left King Asmon, right? Something like that. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I fully don't expect them to last, but we'll see. That's what you're guessing? Yeah, it's like a time zone thing, I bet. Keep your dick pics to yourself. Damn. Censor wants me all to himself. Censor's like, no, only my dick pics can be sent. Sorry, Neko, just like to mess with people. That's okay, no worries. No worries, you don't need to apologize for that. Gooners often get off on their GFs being sluts in public. True. Who wants ass mongoloid sloppy seconds? Sadly, a large part of the internet does. Those would be cucks more so. But nice. Nice to the future follows, I mean. I'm not saying nice to the cucks. Anyway. What else? Morph is doing peak with Vapor Shiro and Taco. Wow. Didn't even invite us. Rude. Cat Despair. Asmon is always nice to people that break away from him unless they do something bad to him, and she seems smart enough to know not to kick the nest. I hope so, but I don't know what she's done that demonstrates that she's smart, but maybe. One would hope. Gooning and cucking are closely related. Is this true? Homicide. Oh, yeah. You stole my post and probably got more likes than me. Let's see. Oh, wait. 15 versus 26. Yeah. Stole my post and got more likes. Rude. And way less impressions, too. You got 433. And I got 1.4K. Interesting. Interesting. Where's my, where the hell's the big post? No. Oh, that one did pretty well. I didn't even see that. That one did pretty well. The Ghost of Shell one. So where is that like stopped at? Because it's slowing down. It's slowed down. It's probably stopped. It's probably been like 48 hours, right? Not even, but still. So we finally have 1.3 million views. Stopped at 11K. All right. But like it's crazy because I saw like Kyra did the math, and like the number of follows I got off this post was like what? Let's see. How do you check that? Do I gotta go to analytics or something? View post analytics. So how do you find out how many like follows came from a post? I think Kirsha would go after her if she did something. Maybe. How did she get to his house when she can't drive? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe Asmon like sent a limousine out to get her. Saw some of your posts were removed weirdly with the Git stuff. Wait, some of my posts? Really? Were they actually? Like, what do you mean? Because I didn't see this. I saw there was someone commenting on my shit saying, "You gonna delete this too?" I'm like, I've deleted nothing. Are people reporting my replies? No, I haven't noticed. No. Weird. Maybe it could be that my reach, like, because Kyra sent like the exact same post as me and got like way more like likes and stuff. Maybe my reach is being hurt because I don't know. People are reporting shit. It's hard to say. But I didn't notice this. I do want to check. Am I like... Did I get like... Reply debooster or something? Let's see. Shadow ban, check. Can you go? That's running. Ghost ban. Uh-oh. It says I've been ghost banned. We found a tweet with at least one reply on a user's profile. A reply tweet is detached. This is what is referred to as a conventional shadow ban or thread banning as well. It comprises a search ban where threads are completely ripped apart by hiding reply tweets of the affected user to others. Everything will look perfectly normal to the affected user, but many others will not be able to see reply tweets of the affected user at all. Reasons for this ban include behavior like excessive tweeting or following. Again, this type of ban is temporary, or seems to be temporarily limited for active users or active accounts. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just stop tweeting. I don't know. I'll just chill on tweeting. That's fine. I feel like it had to come from reports, though. I've never gotten that. I've never gotten that before. I'm just happy that you hit the like button on one of my vids at once. All right. No problem. Did you even watch one of the new? No, I did not. I don't think the new files is accurate. No. Summerfly is not sure if you noticed. Oh wait, yeah, I read that already. Maybe some people report it. Yeah, maybe. Your main post is unavailable? Really? Like, okay, I want to do a test. I'm going to grab this post. I'm going to open it in like a different browser. Hold on. Let's open it in a different browser. Not logged in, just different browser. Let's see. Well, I can see it. If I go, I guess if I directly link to it, I can see it. And what's funny is when I look at it publicly, it says 1.4 million. Like when I look at it unsigned in, that's weird. Like for me, the stats have frozen, but when I look at it unsigned in, it says there's actually 3.6 bookmarks and 1.4 million views. Weird. Why would the public stats be different from the logged in stats? Huh. Either way. What did you send? What do you mean, what did I send? Yeah, that Zealous Seraphim guy, I was like, he's probably one of the bigger people who was like attacking me. You don't like whimsy. Alright. You don't like whimsy. Okay, so... Whimsy? Like, I keep seeing people say whimsy. Where did this fucking whimsy shit come from? Like that... Okay, whimsy? You think it's cool to be whimsical? Gay. Gay stuff. Banished to the Shadow Realm. Wajaja Shadowban. Has to be Shadowband. How are you? Welcome to Annual. I'm not level 107 estrogen. Okay. It's not a real emote. My goal is to make the Jews look bad, and they reported me, and now I'm Shadowbanned. I don't think... No, I think it was anime freaks. It had nothing to do with Jews. It was anime freaks. You didn't even watch one episode, and you're offering critique? I'm just saying it's not my thing. People like... It's like opinion. I preface it saying, hey... Warning, if you're a sensitive little fucking... And I want to say the F-slur so bad. This is an opinion you might not like. It's an potentially unpopular opinion. You can stop reading now. This is a trigger warning. Stop reading now if you're a sensitive little snowflake who can't handle an unpopular opinion. But I think thing is not as good as other thing. And then they all freak the fuck out. Sun's unavailable for you too? Damn. Are you following me? If you're following me, I wonder, does it still happen if you're following the account? Or is it like, I don't know. Also, one of these days, Neko, I swear to God, one of these days I'm going to tally what is going to be a condition of how many times you mentioned Cairo name in stream. Why are you jelly? Are you jelly? Did I say condition? I meant compilation. I see. I will simply not offer my opinion on subjects I do not know about or have less info. Well, I've seen plenty of the original series and I've seen stuff of the new series. That's all I need. I don't like the style. Neko, prove you're a real man? No. I kind of think Ghostban isn't real. It is real. Kairo's like, let me look into the algorithm and then study everything. Oh no, deboosting's not real. Ghost bands aren't real. What the fuck? Like, that's idiotic to say. Whimsy is gay. It's also gay word. True. Fair enough. I will, though. The new one has been criticized for its childishness. The original manga did have elements of it, but nowhere nearly as much as the new adaptation. That's how I think, yeah. She placed a word for a cigarette with sissy. Yeah. That could work. I get Kara posts on my timeline. I did not see any Neko posts. Like, also... Did you say the thing we both posted? That was a separate thing. I'm talking about... We're talking about the Ghost in the Shell one right now. That was earlier. Sissy. What was that, though? What do you mean? What's your question? Did you say the thing we both posted I spaced out? What was that, though? What was what? Like the like count? Doesn't want to prove he's a man, woman confirmed. No, I'm just confident. What we both posted, did you say what it was? Oh yeah, it was the, I posted about the sudden infant death syndrome, and then you kind of copied the sentiment. You're like, oh, I'm going to steal Neko post, and then you post. I watched you do it on stream. You even said that basically, like, let me steal this idea. The postpartum depression, yeah, that one. Logic checks out. Anyway, that's unfortunate. I'll just have to take a break from tweeting. Oh, look at that. Frag follows me. Nice. Very cool. What up, Moincon? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for using emotes. Okay, because you wrote a paragraph and I wrote a sentence, you know long posts do worse. That's not true, necessarily. My fucking Ghost in the Shell one was a long post. Awooga, look at that empty screen. So cool. Doesn't want to prove... Oh, I read that already. There's some sort... It's hard to explain because there's sometimes where it's short is obviously better, and there's other times where long is better. In the sense that, like, long posts... Occasionally people will just be like, yeah, that sounds smart, like... Or someone will read it and like it, and, you know... People will think longer post means more serious. Longer post means more important. More like, this is a good thread. You know, let me like it. Lots of good information in here. Other times, people just skip it because it's too long, didn't read. So you have varying times where one does better than the other. Maybe more generally speaking, obviously short might be easier to digest, but... No, I don't think it's that. It's anime is like, it's a huge thing. I don't know. There's multiple, you can't pretend to know every reason something took off. It could have been primarily the funny GIF. The funny GIF provides a juxtaposition of like old and new. And people like new, but I'm saying new bad. Could have been purely an imagery thing. Long posts are for when you're the Don. You're not the Don. Keep it short for the ADHD Zoomers populating X like Cairo. Yeah. I guess. Nothing wrong with your opinion on the Gits thing. I have seen people talk about it. There are people that view, but it doesn't mean you're anything to do with them. Just jump to... Yeah, I know. I'm aware. It's okay. I know my opinion's right. It's okay. I'm not like afraid I'm wrong. I'm not like afraid that maybe I need to learn. No, I'm fully confident in everything I've said. I'm more so like, how do I get the ghost band gone? I don't care about your expo. Show me video games. No, I don't want to play video games today. I played video games yesterday. That boss yesterday pissed me off. The Citadel boss. The Citadel boss, where I'm like, let me buy a bunch of let me fully buy out all the rocket launcher ammo. Let me dump rocket launcher ammo in it. Let me dump flamethrower and laser beam into it. Then let me spray it with the fucking super machine gun. What? It's still not dead? What the fuck? How do I kill it? And then I just shoot some fucking pistol grenades at it the next attempt and it's dead. Didn't even need the rockets. Playing Echo learns to read chat? What do you mean? I'm better at reading chat than like everyone here. Literally, I think I am the best person. Like, I am the best at reading chat of every single person here. There's not a single person here who's better than me. I'm the best. No one does it like I do it. I'm the best. Could have made a sense or two. Probably still would have seethed, though. I don't know. Maybe the hate. Well, the image again would still be there though. I don't know. We would need, you know, you of all people know like controls and like how do you do a proper experiment, and you're over here trying to say, I know everything about this, let me remove one element. That's going to prove it, right? Like, no. There's multiple factors involved. Video was yesterday. Sleep slop tent today? Maybe. Slept. Neko loves not BBC. True. Like a swarm of pissed off bees stinging Neko extra because they had to chase him. Maybe. I mean, maybe the length... I don't know. I don't know if the length of the message caused further seething or not. Because if I could have simply said... What if I just said, like, it's easy to tell which one's better? That one, then it's left to interpretation. If I had this image and I just said, like, easy to know which one's better, that could be funny bait, because, like, okay, which one, though? I bet you if I did that, I would have a bunch of these, like, a bunch of these new anime tourists all saying, yeah, 2026 is so good, and all liking it. I do not like any C's, whether they be BW or BB. Certainly not the British Broadcasting Network. Or is it, wait, British Broadcasting Channel? Kyra, I'm not asking, look, I don't need you trying to, like, school me on how to go viral. You didn't go viral for, like, several weeks. And then you decided, you gave up and said, all right, I'm going to type a single sentence. White is good, or white power, you know, you're going to... And then you accidentally stumbled in something that worked, and you're like, oh, now I know everything. I'm not trying... I don't need you to try and, like, teach me how to go viral right. I shared a video I hoped you would react to on the matter, but if you don't care to today, no worries. Well, I gotta do something. Because I said I don't want a game, right? So I gotta watch something, right? Karu Sensei. Well, it'd be... Well... Yeah, that's right. Not to derail your stream, but I would send you the clip to seemingly while you're streaming, content warning ahead, usage of disavow. What? Karu-sama? No. See now, Karu got a couple, like, viral posts, and now it's full of herself. Like, Sama, you think you think you're a Sama? Not even a Karu-san. King Karu. Simp armies, yeah. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, let me check out the Discord here. You know what I mean by disavow? Hopefully you're not that dumb. IFN, you're dumber than I am, okay? Look, I don't have a I'm not chill today. You're clearly dumber than I am, alright? So I know what you mean. I don't know what you mean when you're saying I sent you a thing that says disavow. So okay, so there's an N-word in it. I still don't know what you sent me. Like, you could give me more detail on what you actually sent. It could be a tweet. It could be an Instagram post. It could be a Twitch clip. It could be a YouTube clip. It could be a lot of things. I don't know. All I know, apparently, is that there's a word I probably don't want to show on screen. And, well, you said clip, but I don't know of what. Like, is it a Twitch clip? Is it a YouTube clip? Is it a short? Is it a TikTok? Clip is so generic. It can mean a lot of things. Thank you for the traffic cone hat, Taint. Thank you. Ass licking. What? Fuck. Because I said the word so much, now it decided to make a automatic CLIP. I didn't tell it to do that, but it did it, so. Bro, now you gotta watch what you say about the word, because it's gonna decide to automatically make one. I found the funny button. I can press it as much as I want now. The funny button? Or do you mean the viral button? What's the funny button? For more content, I realized that you probably I realized that I probably worded it wrong. The clip that I'm working on that I shall send to you when I'm done. Hopefully you're still streaming. I see. Okay. Why is there? Couldn't you just censor the word? Like, you're making an edit, and you're like, there's a word in here that you say you disavow. Could you not just, like, censor it? I don't know. Maybe that's asking too much. But, anyway. Thank you for the gingerbread man hair clip. Oh, fuck. You're gonna make me say the fucking word? God damn it. Thank you, clergy. Bro, let me look at the recommended stuffs. You got me. Alert, react time, people sad. Yeah. Vid reacts. Wait, which one did you send? Let me check. Oh, okay. The problem is, it's 15 minutes. The problem is, I wonder, is it going to start spoiling Ghost in the Shell stuff? Because I don't really want spoilers. You'll see, okay. You'll see, but obviously I can, and would do more to it when I'm done, you'll see. Okay. Funny Button refers to making the same joke over and over because it appeals to the lowest common denominator audience. I'm reapplying it with more general usage. What? Well, I got the idea. I'm not, like, confused on the concept. Not really as far as I remember, just goes over compare like what okay, when you say you know the funny, but you got the funny when you press as many times as you want, are you referring to the white people post or are you referring to something else? Because the white people post, I guess I'm nitpicking by saying I don't think those are funny. But if that's what you're referring to, I get what you're saying. You got the you found the win button. You found the win button, you're pressing it. Unless you're saying the funny button is irritate Neko button and you just keep pressing it because you not really as far as I remember, just goes over the comparison of the new series and the old series. I see. I suspect it's more of a case of Neko being raised by a single mother and his mother had a closer relationship and loved his sister more than him, so his whole political view is a rationalization of his need to compete with his sister for his mother's love. Bro, what? What? Alright. The guy's Irish as well. And also might be psychotic, but I liked his attitude. I see. The white post, you could call it the based button. I think that's probably a better name for it. I get you. Based. Based. Well, now even if I did a white post, I don't have like I'm ghost banned, right? I have to wait for the ghost ban to go away before I can start, like, attempting again. I mean, I don't have to, but I feel like I should. White as a ghost, true. Has been gold unbanned on Twitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. You have Sneeko tells his fans to interact more on Twitter after seeing his Clippers get brutally ratioed lately. Whoa. Not that, not ratios. Make a post praising BLM and you will be allowed to post again? No, that's not true. Then I'm just gonna give him more hate again. Anyway, alright. I guess I'll watch it. Sure, let's watch the clip. You know what? I give up. I give up on streaming. I give up on being popular. I give up on viral posting. You know what? That's for peasants. You know what? Kairu, you do the work. You drag me to the top, alright? You do the work. I'll just ride your coattails. It's easy. Easy enough. You do the work and you pull me up. Alright? You cannot pull the ladder up after yourself. It's not allowed. I've heard people saying that liking advertisement posts is good for your account. Really? I don't know if I believe that, but... Maybe. I mean, it could be like if they're like, oh shit, we need to favor advertisers. How do we do that? Well, maybe we make it so that all the accounts that we boost accounts that are liking our advertisements, so that our advertisers like us more or something. I don't know. Maybe. Could be. We don't have proof of that. I guarantee you, because if you ask Grok, it's going to say, well, according to the algorithm, there's nothing in there about it. Obviously, keeping in mind that, yeah, what they publicly released may not be the end-all, be-all of how the algorithm works. That's just what they're willing to publicly admit to. When he thinks I won't switch up, lol, what? Start a Blue Sky account. Why don't? Before I go, can I ask real quick? It better not be a hug. What are you asking? Go ahead. No switching up. Switching up is not allowed. In fact, Nick famously says do not switch up on your day ones. Well, actually, I'm like a day two, ain't I'm like more like a day two. You wouldn't call me a day one, would you? I'm like a day two. I wasn't there at the beginning. Never mind the algorithm. Get on the algorithm. Damn, true. Real. I think the logic was that it can help remove negative tags from your account. Interesting. It's an interesting concept. I'll go around liking a bunch of fucking ads. Help me, Jewish people. Help me. I need your help. I'm gonna like all the merchant posts. Help me. Ah, I need help. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab a link. Let's grab a link and start looking at stuff. I wanted to see if you would be my editor when I start streaming. I don't even have time to edit my stuff. I can't be an editor for you because I can't even edit my stuff. You know, in a perfect world, sure, but like, I don't even have time to edit my own things. Thank you for the Peepo plushie, Moin Khan. Thank you. You were one of my first stream friends. I collabed with Rex and you, and Rex first, you second. I think you might count as a day one. I don't know how I'd define it. I see. Well, fuck. Well, I guess I'm doomed to be switched up on then. Well, fuck. Look at that. Look at that face. My bad. Sorry, Neko. It was just a question. No, it's you don't need to apologize for a question unless you're a fan. Unless you're a fan, then good. He has to apologize. No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. But yeah, you don't need to apologize for a question. It's okay. It's okay. Rumble's broken today for some reason. I don't know why Rumble's broken today, but it just is. It says the stream's going. Oh no, it doesn't. It says reconnect. What the fuck? All right, no Rumble stream today, I guess. Platonic love you, Tailgater. No worries. Okay. Boop boop boop. Playback speed. We'll go like 1.25. I was streaming for a while before I branched down, so I guess the Jugheads are my day ones. Probably. I would think so, because like obviously there's a lot. There's a lot of clips of your stream where you're using like stuff that I've never seen before. Like, you had a little bit of stream history before I showed up. Just a little bit. Certainly I had a bunch of stream history, I guess, before you showed up. Because, like, I started back in, like, technically 2020. Literally, I started streaming. I streamed for, like, about a year, like, 3/4 of a year. Took 3 years off streaming, then came back, and then, you know, collabed with you. Yeah. Then I put you on? What does that mean? You're trying to say then you helped me start streaming? bro. Yo, thank you very much for the kick follow on Nani Moose. Thank you. Appreciate it. For a second, I thought that was a scary bad number, a 14 something something. But it was a 1458, so it was okay. Thank you. Maybe we can add 30 to that. Is it Rexworth she's referring to? She collabed with? Yes. Kairu collabed with Rexworth first. Then I saw that stream where they collabed, and then I collabed with Kairu after that. Nek's career really got started after the Kairu Connect. Totally. You're totally safe for work. All right, cool. Good to know. I still gotta do I gotta do a collab with Rexworth that's just like one-on-one. I intend to do one. What the fuck? How does it feel that Rex hit it first, bro? That is certainly a thing to say. That is certainly a sentence you could say. 14 words, but 88 reasons. True. Brutal. Brutal. Bro. Kairu is a slut. Confirmed. Kairu is an e-whore. Confirmed. GF really twisted a knife. Neck. True. She a gold digger. I ain't saying she a gold digger. But she ain't messing with no broke Neko. Anyway. I'll try my best to come back later, check up on you. Alright, sounds good. Okay. Kill the music. I don't even know if this is gonna be worth like reacting to, but whatever. Like, I don't know if this is even gonna be worth making a video for, I mean. We'll see. We'll see. So I Nek gets jealous when I'm in other chats. Insecure little Nek thinks a woman shouldn't have any history. Ideally. Who is this he, she? Who? Hershey? Hershey's chocolate would be so good right now. Oh, this person? I don't know who this is. History of STDs. Damn. Anyway. Okay. Alright, we got a video today called The New Ghost in the Shell Gets Everything Wrong. Period. End of sentence. Not even a question mark. It's by an account called Ranting for Vengeance. I've never seen this account before. Let's see how they cover the topic. Let's see.
So the first episode of the new Ghost in the Shell anime is out, and it has the entirety of the internet saying how awesome it is and how accurate it is to the original manga. This anime is accurate to the manga in some parts, but in other parts adds in a modern style of humor attempting to appeal to internet handicaps. It may adapt more from the manga than the 1995 movie, but it's nowhere near as good. And in some ways, the 1995 movie is more accurate. Stop talking about the Ghost in the Shell anime or manga if you haven't read it before last week, if you don't know anything about cyberpunk, if you don't know anything about the gritty noir hard-boiled style story that the Ghost in the Shell always was, and especially if you're a deluded retard on the internet that needs to go fuck themselves. But before I get into it, if you like these type of videos and if you agree with any of the stuff I say, maybe consider supporting me over on Patreon or buy me a coffee. So this video is gonna have to be quick, and I can't really pull any punches here, to be honest, because we're kind of at a stage here where Ghost in the Shell is about to be taken over by a brand new group of tourists who found out about it last week. Just as a declaration of intent, the Ghost in the Shell is not Stranger Things or the Amazing Digital Circus. It's not woke, it's not about being gay, it's not about being trans. If you think any of that, go fuck yourself. You're not a real fan of Ghost in the Shell. Also, if you haven't read the manga, do not be lecturing people about what's taken from the manga and what's accurate. Just admit it. You found out what it was last week and now are pretending to be a super fan. After one 25-minute mediocre episode of brand new anime with a theme song that literally sounds like it's out of Chainsaw Man and not Ghost in the Shell.
You know, I didn't even realize I don't know what the intro song sounds like. But that sounds pretty bad.
You people treating it like it's an absolute masterpiece. Let's not kid ourselves here. The world in the 2026 Ghost in the Shell anime is not the same from the original movie or the original manga. It's missing the dark, gritty cyberpunk city, and it's replaced it with a bright, vibrant, saturated version, which is not at all accurate. If you don't know what Blade Runner is, if you don't know what Bubblegum Crisis is, if you don't know what The Long Tomorrow from Metal Hurlant is, then do not talk about Ghost in the Shell. Simple. Now that we have that out of the way, now we can actually start having discourse on the subject. Memes like this are flooding the internet.
Oh, well, am I going to be in the video? Was this video made before or after I made my post? This was made on a month ago. Okay, so I'm definitely not in this, but maybe there was a whole thing talking about it before and I just hit the discourse like a month late. It's okay. Support moi over on Patreon. Nothing like the original, apparently. You tried reading the manga years ago and you found it tiresome? Interesting.
From these brand new leech tourists. That moment when you suddenly see tourists already complaining about the new anime ruining Motoko. So let's just keep that in mind, this meme going around that's owning all of these so-called tourists, which don't actually exist. The real tourists are these type of people who are treating this new version as the accurate holy grail of Ghost in the Shell. Another person saying that the anime is faithful to the original manga and that these tourists have not read the original manga. Because that's how Motoko has always been. Go cry about it, apparently. Funniest part is that the image you're using is not accurate to the manga at all, and you'd know that if you read it. In fact, this is a massive example of the problem with the brand new Ghost in the Shell. All of these faces that she's pulling in the anime are all added in. In the original manga, she only does this like 3 times in the entire thing. The brand new anime is adding in these faces made to appeal to internet fucktards, and it's taking out all of the sci-fi world building, the great visuals, and the excellent dialogue and lore. Don't talk about Shiro's original manga when you're saying that something is from it when it clearly isn't. A lot of these people are complaining that the 1995 movie took a more hard-boiled approach, similar to an American police procedural like Miami Vice, which first of all, can I say, is just absolutely fucking awesome, and I could do a full video talking about it. Oshi took Ghost in the Shell in a different direction that was a lot more serious.
This guy's talking so fast, I'm like stun-locked. I don't know what to say. He's right though. Here's the problem, is like, everything he's saying I agree with, so I don't know, like I can't, just like, yeah, you tell them, yep, agreed. So he's right. I guess the thing I wasn't fully aware, because I have not read the original manga, but I've seen clips of it. It's also at 1.25 speed. Yeah, that's true. But he's also talking fast. I bet even if I slow it down, he's still talking fast. But like it's very much like one of those no cut edits where it's like there's no downtime, there's no like breathing. It's just like sentence cut, sentence cut, sentence cut, and then I exacerbated the issue by speeding it up. But either way, like the original, I've never read the original manga, but I guess had I read it, like it's probably similar to like Full Metal Alchemist, which has a lot of serious moments, but then like obviously the manga will have random tiny bits of silly humor, which I've said before, like when put into animation, kind of kills certain scenes, certain moods, where like if you're reading it on a page, you can kind of ignore that or mostly keep it aside, where it doesn't really ruin the scene in your head. But like if it's animated in front of you, it literally cuts into the music, it cuts into the scene. It's literally like an intrusion into a serious scene. But yeah, so like no one would say like Full Metal Alchemist is a silly anime, in the sense of like it's all silly jokes. No one would say that. But it like the Brotherhood specifically follows the manga closely, and it because of that has these silly jokes in it that I also didn't like in that as well.
But still staying true to the cyberpunk world of the original manga. And not just the cyberpunk world, but also the tone of a gritty, hard-boiled detective story, which is just objective in the original manga. Why else do you think that there's this detective squad in the police force investigating these
But yeah, you look at like the style of these images, this doesn't look anything like the new cartoon. So like, I guess I never knew I didn't look at it from the angle of actually what people don't seem to realize is that Oshi's version was actually more accurate to the manga than the new one is. I haven't really seen that angle argued before. They can fuck up, gets all they want, leave my Appleseed alone. I don't know if anyone's fucking with Appleseed, are they? The characters are just kind of stand out. They don't blend in with the environment and lighting. Nothing funny going on in the Gits manga. It was a pure sci-fi. They had random like scenes of silly humor, but like those were probably like the exception and not the rule.
Political conspiracies, all the while smoking, saying one-liners, wearing trench coats. Where the fuck do you think any of this stuff comes from?
Literally says, I feel like I'm in some grade B cop movie. Togusa, where's backup? There's a Fuchikoma, running along the building walls 100 yards behind. Weapons systems locked on the car tailing us. Oh. Why did it cut out the music?
And speaking of...
I love every single version of 2026 Motoko. Shot of her smirking perfectly captures a more vivacious and playful manga character. Wow.
Which we have a real doozy here. We have Kate Bush's husband, which is the biggest larper of them all. Pretending to be a super fan of Gundam when he's really not. But oh boy, trust me, it gets a lot worse. It can't be debunked. This guy is scum, straight up. He says, I
feel like a lot of younger generations know or have no concept of noir in some media. True. Fuchikomas are the robot things. Yeah, I know. Aren't they? I thought they were called Tachikomas, but are they Fuchikomas? I don't know. Let's see. The OG manga had some MCU style comedy quips. Yeah, those are small sections though, right? Like those weren't the whole thing. Even the anime that everyone's touting as broody and like, oh my god, it's so dark and broody, and you know, that had fucking scenes of pure fucking like haha jokes and comedy with the fucking the Tachikoma, Fuchikoma, whatever the fuck they're called. Like they were clearly the comedic what do you call it? Whatever the term is for like a character meant for the comedic relief, whatever, you know what I'm saying.
Imagining in his gay voice. I love how every single version but the 2026 shot shows her smirking, perfectly capturing the more playful manga character.
Except for every single one of the shots. What?
So this is gonna piss off some people, but it's the truth, and I'm just gonna have to say it flat out. The opening scene of her camouflaging and taking out the Prime Minister guy is not at all accurate to the manga and is complete shit. And your exact sentence that her smirking captures the playfulness of her character is complete bullshit. Go back to Murder Drones, Minecraft, or wherever the fuck you got this playful shit, because none of it is in the manga. Here it is, side by side, the smirking that apparently is from the manga, according to Kate Bush's pedo husband here.
Damn, got him. I mean, yeah, if you look at it, if you really look, it's kind of just it's not really a smile. Maybe like the lips that curl at the very ends, but it's kind of just a flat line. Based, you love this guy? He seems pretty cool.
Oh, wait a second. It turns out she's not smirking in the original manga, and that all of the goofy music and playfulness was added in and is not at all accurate. It's a downgrade from the 90s movie, and it's especially a downgrade from the original manga. Where is the cyberpunk city and technology? Where is that 80s aesthetic? No, instead this looks like an episode of Chainsaw Man with the oversaturated colors. I watched this garbage, and it's not like the entire anime sucked, but at the same time the people hyping it up are lying to you. The soundtrack is terrible, and the aesthetics and visuals and tone are off, and they're nothing like the original manga. Now, with that out of the way, let's get back to Kate Bush's husband here.
What was that goofy face? Which one? The playfulness of the character that literally about has not having an identity? You're saying Motoko is about not having an identity, and playfulness of a character that is about that? Interesting.
It's a very peculiar case, because he's trying to lecture people on Gundam, anime, and Ghost in the Shell, when the guy doesn't know shit about any of it.
Well, you have a lot of people who are, like, positioning themselves as, like, the expert, the Twitter expert on anime, and all they're like, I'm right about everything on anime. It's like, alright, you're probably some sort of fucking sissy-ass slur word No one should be listening to. No one should be listening to Kate's husband. No one should be listening to any of these people.
In fact, the guy needs to shut his gay mustache bedecked mouth because he's a fucking retarded nonce cunt.
Yeah.
Here it is, the guy spouting this bullshit, larping as a fan of anime. If the mustache wasn't indicator enough.
So Dave Rivera was infamously discovered to be a lolcow in December 2024. He was first infamously known as the domestic Antifa terrorist with criminal records. He was arrested in Charleston, South Carolina area on July 10th, 2020 for rioting, vandalism, and physical assault. A day later, he was bailed out for $2,125 from leeching his rich white family. His name and mugshot is on the internet on full display. He later tells the adventure he had publicly on social media for everyone to see without any reflection or intelligence to think twice before posting. I see. He is unintelligently a retarded dumbass. True. Candy ass retard. Yeah.
There's the real evidence behind it, exposing the type of people who are trying to hype up the new Ghost in the Shell and call you a tourist. So basically, this guy right here is a deluded cock nutjob who likes to project on the internet. Not only that, he's also a pedophile. Oh yeah, and just to know what you're up against.
Why is there a picture? Okay. Why is he taking a picture of someone else's kid? This is his Instagram, I assume, and he's taking a picture of someone's kid saying, I promise I'm not lying when I tell you that this little black girl was windmilling and skanking in this mirror and gave no fucks. What a weirdo. That's him in the mirror right here? Taking a picture of presumably these parents' kid? What a fucking weirdo.
Against here, he's not only that, he's also a pink-haired Antifa terrorist. So I'm not saying that every single person talking about how the major is trans and bi, and about how Ghost in the Shell has always been woke and now it fits.
Honestly, I feel like the right wing, all the right wing people who are like super into liking this show, I feel like are being psyoped. Or they're trying to psyop the audience. I don't know. See, I don't know where this fucking shit's coming from, but I feel like the people on the right, like anime right wing, are being psyoped into liking it. They're being told it has lesbians. Look, it's like they're no longer censoring. They're not censoring. Look, it has a lesbian orgy scene. You gotta like it. Like all the big right-wing anime accounts are like psyoping that you have to like this. If you don't like this, you're a Redditor. But then you have these people on the left who are like, I like it because it makes the major all gay and stuff, and it has the funny bisexual colors. And so I'm like, is this a marketing thing? Is this like what's going on here? The answer is not, the answer is always that the masses are retarded and thus easily swayed. And then, so it's like, okay, so there could be someone swaying them intentionally. Yes, the masses are retarded. We're talking about, though, why is there concerted effort from these masses of, like, there's a concerted effort from these accounts at the top, which is not the masses. They're the ones influencing the masses. So why is that? Why are these concerted, why are these, like, small concentration of right-wing anime accounts all pushing this like psyop that you have to like this, otherwise you read it? When it's clearly like the left seems to love this. It's not really a right-wing thing to like it. I don't see anything right-wing about liking it. It's weird.
It's their weird humor and mentality.
Ironically, it's the gooners that like the Yuri hentai, maybe. The angle they're using to make it right-wing does certainly seem to be gooner, like it's a gooner argument. They're basically saying it's the anime argument that's uncensored, therefore it's cool, it's right-wing somehow. I don't know.
I'm not saying that every single person like that is some sort of weird fucking retarded pedophile, but a lot of them are. The Ghost in the Shell manga was made by the famous pervert but also legendary mangaka Masamune Shirow. And in the original manga, Shirow included a scene that was basically major partaking in some lesbian stuff, which I don't really have a problem with. In fact, it's kind of entertaining. But these pink-haired
in fact, it's kind of hot. I don't have a problem with, in fact, it's kind of hot.
who are in and out of jail cells for taking pictures of kids are trying to say that she's a full-blown lesbian, when in reality Shiro explained in the original manga it was actually a prolific prediction of the future out of him, where in the world of Ghost in the Shell, where you can create and sell these virtual experiences from your brain on the black market as a side gig. If you've ever played Cyberpunk as well, you can tell that this idea was basically ripped off, where long story short, the Major is basically doing OnlyFans, but it's not actually real, it's virtual, and the Major actually has a boyfriend. So all these people acting like she's some lesbian or trans icon are all idiots who don't know anything about the manga because they haven't read it. The original manga is just so base. It has the dialogue.
She has a boyfriend and she's doing virtual OnlyFans. She's a VTuber. She's a VTuber. Oh my god.
Of a hard-boiled detective story with swearing and badass one-liners all over it. It has the world building of Blade Runner or Metal Gear Solid. It has one of the most badass squads of people in a manga or anime or anything fictional for that matter. You have the Major, which is the least racist lead hard-boiled detective who always goes off the book. But she also has a feminine side, which is shown in the manga that was completely ignored in favor of a big load of added-in stupid faces that appeal to internet people who are into web series and Undertale. Then you have the just as kick-ass Bateau, which in the original manga and in the 1995 movie, which takes inspiration from characters like Rick Deckard or Sonny Crockett or Mike Hammer. A guy who smokes in a trench coat, wears sunglasses, will punch your face in for being a scumbag. He also has a funnier side, but when the time comes to it, he's always ready to back the Major up. Then you have the rookie Togusa, which always uses a revolver no matter what. And although he's green and a rookie, kind of proves himself to be just as badass, especially in the manga and the 1995 version where he's one of the coolest characters out there. The 1995 version, as I said, I could do a full video on the rain, the atmosphere. It's legitimately one of my favorite things.
I gotta watch
one of the best things ever made. Then you've Ishikawa, the tech expert of the crew, who does a great job in unraveling the political mystery and conspiracy of the story. Which can I just say in the
do we have to like this because just because it's anime now? Which thing? This seems to be the role. You mean the new one or the old one or what? You don't have to like anything. You can hate all of it. You can hate Ghost in the Shell if you want.
2026 anime was kind of taken out, and just like many other things in the manga and the original movies of Ghost in the Shell, to smash this point home is the fact that you have the Sector 9 chief of police who's always screaming at them and telling them what to do. You know, one of the biggest tropes ever in detective or cop movies. If you've ever watched Lethal Weapon, if you've read the original detective novels from America, if you've watched Miami Vice, it's basically the exact same archetype. The grumpy police chief who's always arguing, reluctantly allowing the main detective to go off the book and get justice and revenge. This is basically what happens in the story of Ghost in the Shell. In every single...
I feel like that's rage bait, Kyrie, saying the live action is clearly the best one. Rage bait. Absolute rage bait.
Iteration. It's why Ghost in the Shell is so badass, because it's not just any cop story. It's one set in a deep cyberpunk world on the level of Blade Runner. And the Major is basically Dirty Harry if he was some hot chick who was actually a cyborg. Which is a massive thing which is gonna piss a lot of these people off as soon as they open up the original manga. Shiro has always been misogynistic when it comes to manga. Just read the original Ghost in the Shell or Appleseed. Which, hey, I'm not complaining, but it does need to be said that Ghost in the Shell, Appleseed, the original manga, the original anime, the target audience is men, not Antifa nonces on the internet who need to go back to being mentally ill watching Minecraft streams and gay web series made by people just as freaky as them. And just to end off this,
that's the thing, he's like, it's like the you have people who are watching Ghost in the Shell for like the last 30 years. They're like, the people who have been fucking watching Ghost in the Shell for the last 30 fucking years, they watched it when it was like when the 1995 movie came out. They watched the Standalone Complex second gig. Maybe they watched Arise. Maybe they watched, you know, other versions of it as well. You have these people who've been fans of it for 30 years, and then you have these new fucking Zoomers, these Zoomer or Gen Alpha retards calling them like, you guys are tourists because you don't like new thing. Like, this makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense. Like, just, it's blatantly retarded. You don't like new thing? That's like saying you don't like Rings of Power, therefore you are not a Lord of the Rings fan. You don't like Rings of Power, you are not a Lord of the Rings fan. You don't like the fucking, I don't know, the Witcher series that they made, then you're not a Witcher fan. It's retarded. It's just on its face. It's pants on head retarded.
Video, I really do need to hit the point home here. It's kind of irrefutable. You can't debunk it no matter how much you'd like to. This guy here just said something stupid, saying that the real goofy side of Ghost in the Shell is like burdened Batman fans discovering the Silver Age. It's kind of like that, but also not at all, because the original Ghost in the Shell has none of this. All of these faces are not in the manga. I'm sorry to break it to you. They were added in. This is not the real Ghost in the Shell. The world and the setting and the character expressions and the dialogue of the original manga were all taken out and replaced with a kind of altered version which is nothing like it, and we're all supposed to sit here and pretend that it's identical. And I don't know about you, but that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna call it out for what it is. It's a shitty brand new version, which isn't horrible by any means, but at the same time isn't anywhere near being good. The music just makes no sense, and they draw half of the locations entirely wrong and get the atmosphere totally incorrect.
I wonder, not that I would watch this on stream, but there's got to be someone out there who's doing like a scene by scene, where they're literally like watching the anime and then they have the manga open and they're matching it up to see like how accurate it is, because that would be kind of interesting. Not interesting enough to watch the whole thing, but like I do wonder like how much do they actually stick to it, you know? Everything Woke touches turns to shit. True. Rangs, gimme all of them rangs. True. All the rings of power. Yeah. A true American patriot would love America even if there were no white people in America. True. Totally. Stop being anti-American.
Do you have another gay flag insect parasite tourist who doesn't know anything about the franchise admitting it that the faces that she's making are not from the manga? The original Major Modoko Kusanagi never had bright oversaturated hair and eyes. She never made these faces over and over. Half of them are added in. She was never a full-blown lesbian. In fact, she actually kind of had a relationship with Beto in the original movie and in Standalone Complex. And if you want to go really far, it's kind of there in the original manga as well. And just as a side note, Beto is an absolute badass character. He's one of my favorite of all time, and he kind of serves as this tough guy protector for the Major, who doesn't really care what it takes to fight alongside his partner.
You know how you feel about the neo-90s art style?
He's not some moron. And
when you say neo-90s, do you mean this comic, like this kind of 90s comic that well, I guess this comic's probably older than the 90s, I don't know, but do you mean the comic style or do you mean the 2026 anime? Or do you mean, like, I don't know which one's the neo-90s.
The Major isn't some lesbian, but then again, you kind of have to be a real fan to notice these things and not somebody who found out about it last week. There's so many comparisons here which not a lot of people are pointing out, but the people who are, I applaud you, because it takes a bit of backbone to stand up and say that no, it's not identical to the original manga. In fact, it's...
Oh no, this guy is like referencing a lot of tweets, right? So guaranteed I missed out on some sort of like conversation that was happening on Twitter not too long ago when this anime first came out, and since my tweet got like 3.5k bookmarks, I have a feeling that my tweet's gonna end up in some video talking about how I'm wrong. Probably. The manga's from the 80s. That's what I thought. Studio Ghibli Kiki's Delivery Service being turned into a live action TV series, and they casted Black Pack. Really? It's kind of fucked up. Why? The new anime looks like the 90s style, but you can see that it's also modern. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. I see what you mean. Yeah. Kind of annoying. I knew it was Kick is a Merle. What? I as well, Chan, I can't tell what you're even saying anymore.
Adding in stuff which is inferior. Which, can I just say, Shiro's art is some of the best of all time. The way he draws hot anime chicks, badass dudes, and mechs is some of the best to ever be done. Here's another comparison panel, which she's pulling a completely normal face that's been around in anime and manga for years, and it's nothing like the new one. Which,
well, okay, look at this. All right. In this original panel...
is more akin...
Stop. Shut up. In the original panel... she's angry. She got angry face and she got pouty face, right? She's pouting. She's still her eyebrows are furrowed. She angry, but she pouting. She got the tiny mouth, right? Angry here. This is fucking bean mouthed. Do you notice? It's bean mouthed. It's kind of, you know that meme with the the Inglourious Bastard where they hold up the three fingers and they're outed themselves as American. The California art, the Cal Arts, they're outing themselves. Bean it up. They're beaning it up. It's the Bean Mouse. They can't help themselves. I wonder what this says. Izu ga oi na omae no... Is that Mune? What is that? Fuku? I don't know what that one is. Nani desu kono... Whoa! Oh my god! It says... Oh, okay. Kono ni ga ii. Kono ni ga ii. Interesting. I was afraid of saying that ni ga. It does say it right there. This ni ga. It says it right there. Don't know. You think I'm wrong? Translate that. Boo. No, I know what you're saying there. The rest of the sentence didn't make any sense. You're censoring. Just throw asterisks. It's not hard. Just throw asterisks. You don't need to have the word. Just throw asterisks and have a sentence that's not broken apart. Omae wa mo futa. What? So it's no wonder people find the new one a bit silly. True. In Paris. Yeah. Anyway.
To a more modernized American style. But I'm done talking about this bullshit. The real fans know what's up. And this new anime is by no means atrocious or anything, but with the really over the top added in goofiness, the atrocious music, the subpar aesthetic and tone, and the deviations from the original work and movies. It's more like a twisted new version appealing to these fake fans. The real fans already have the original manga and the movies. We don't need a new version with added in shit which makes no sense. It's a downgrade in every way. Oshi's movie is a masterpiece, and the PS1 game from the 90s got the characters identical and got the aesthetic and the character designs perfect.
I gotta play that game.
Why argue? See you later.
You don't think I'll be there? Get going now.
If the anime looked anyway like that, I'd be giving it a break. But it doesn't, and people are treating it like it's the second coming of Christ. When to be honest, it's just a mediocre downgrade, and all of these people are retarded LARPers. So if you're a fan of Ghost in the Shell out there, and you don't have any time for these people twisting it to fit their own ideologies, do let me know and maybe consider subscribing. And if you are one of these goddamn assholes LARPing when you're actually a deranged freak, and if you got a problem, go complain to your boyfriend and go fuck yourself.
Damn. Get flipped off. Oh my god, he got you. He got you. He flipped you off. You've been gotten. Damn. Anyway, no, he's right though. I'll give him a like. That's yeah. It's pretty fucked up. They're clearly LARPers. It's so bizarre. It's one of the it's I don't know if it's the only time I've seen this, but it's certainly notable that you have people who have been following the series for over 30 years. And then you have people who are just talking about liking it like in the last like year, calling the others tourists. You have the old fans who've been watching it for like 30 years of their lives, and they're calling the others tourists. Whereas you have the people who are just like, I like the one that just released now, and they're calling the old fans tourists. Like it's like, if you had to judge based on the surrounding information, who sounds like the tourist LARPer? Is it the one that likes the new one better than everything else? Or is it the one that's liked everything that's come out in the last 30 years? I don't know. I don't know. Which one seems more LARPy? The person who likes anime since like the 90s? Or the person who just jumped into a fad now? Right? People are so fucking annoying. It's odd they came out with of the cracks to defend something they aren't even familiar with. True. Yeah, it is odd. Don't you guys know that Wolverine is gay? Why don't you tourists know that, right? I'm gonna eat your dick? What the fuck? Why are you watching AI? What do you mean AI? Which part's AI? Knee guards? Yeah, knee guards kind of suck. I hate them. Why? Like, I don't play sports, so I don't need them. Let's see. But yeah, true. Anyway, Zach Kreger's Resident Evil is mentally retarded. Spider-Man Brand New Day, the death of criticism. Video essays are completely retarded. True. Wolverine. Oh, he has one about Wolverine. I'll give this guy a sub, you know. He seems like he makes good stuff. He hasn't... Wait. Hang on, let me go to his videos here. Okay, he's been making stuff for a while. I was like, does he only have that many videos? No, he's got stuff for a while. Okay. Wow, Kyra likes blowjobs from knee guards. Wow. Oh my god. Alright. Topology is overrated. I studied Japan's 3D modeling philosophy for 30 days. Let's see. The underappreciated Ghost in the Shell games. Yeah, I want to play the PS1 game. Like, I have it, and I played it on stream like a long-ass time ago, but I never really got very far into it. Why are Ghost in the Shell fans like this? This guy Black? Hammond Beats? Who's Hammond Beats? Is he going to show himself at all? Doesn't look like it. Ew. Ew. No. He's got, what is this? Fuck, I'm blanking on a name here. JoJo's Bizarre, whatever. JoJo. It's JoJo. JoJo, honestly, like, became one of those things that was, like, tied to, like, new people. I don't know. I feel like the people who, like, heavily push JoJo are, like, kind of part of the problem with anime, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? There's a lot of JoJo in here. The JoJo lands 15, 16, 17. The JoJo hot takes. I don't know. JoJo's homoerotic adventure, basically. I think the people obsessed with JoJo are part of the problem. Not all of them. Like, you can like JoJo and be okay. I just mean, like, the people who jumped into it on JoJo, like the people who became fans of anime because of JoJo, it's like, all right, you're the tourist. Anyway. Let's see what we got here. Only JoJo I know is Mojo JoJo. Based. Never really watched it. Don't see the appeal. Don't even know what it's about. It's kind of like, I mean, it's about a fighter and he fights people, and it is very homoerotic. Yeah. All right. What else we got? Your first anime was SAO. Really? Was it actually? You need to watch good anime like Detroit Metal City. That's okay. Well, we watched that, didn't we? We did watch that. A little bit of it. Back when I was doing the back when I was doing like a semi-weekly watch-along in the Discord, we did watch some Detroit Metal City, right? At least like several episodes. You think it was? I'm trying to remember what was my like first introduction to anime. Well, oh no, I've already said it. It's obvious. Like Pokemon. That was my first introduction to anime. I was like 5 years old or 6, 7 maybe. I don't know. How old was I? Let's see. When did Pokemon come to the US? Pokemon Red release. When did Pokemon Red release? So Pokemon Red released in 1999? Wait. In America, it was released in 1998. Okay. Damn. So I was like, how old was I? Yeah, like 6 or 7. I was like 6 or 7. And I was like heavily into Pokemon. I was one shot by Pokemon. But I also watched Digimon, I watched Yu-Gi-Oh, I watched, like, all the other stuff. But Pokemon's what got me into it. Pokemon's, like, my introduction to anime. I think my mind knew it seemed subversive subconsciously. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you watched Wolf Rain? I watched a little bit of it, yeah. A little bit. I did not finish Wolf Rain, though. JoJo Adventure that is shown in about... JoJo Adventure that is shown in about not just one person, but a family bloodline of people under the Joestar name with unique powers facing bizarre paranormal entities. True. Thought you were going to say porn? No. Yours was OG Dragon Ball? Yeah, I remember. I've seen a couple. Like, I haven't not... Basically, it's... The number of animes I have finished, I can count in probably one hand. But I have seen a bunch of episodes of... Like, I haven't finished Pokemon, I haven't finished Digimon, I haven't finished Naruto, I haven't finished... Like, there's so many ones that I've seen a lot of episodes of and just never finished. But... Dragon Ball Z, you know, I've seen some of those, I have not finished them. I would go back and watch SAO Season 1 again to see if it was really has aged poorly as people say now that I've seen a lot more anime. I did see, I think, the Season 1 of SAO. I think so. I feel like I've seen that. And I think it was just kind of like, SAO is like, okay. Like, it's not bad, but it's also not like crazy good. It just kind of like, it kind of sets the standard for like, it sets the standard for average. It's like, this is what you need to, like, if you want to be average, this is what you need to be. Above this is like above average, obviously. Below this is below average. But like SAO kind of set like an average standard. In my book, at least. In my eyes. It's like, it's not bad. It's not amazing, but I liked it. You know, it's alright. At least I watched like one season of it. I haven't watched anime in a long time and would want to watch something else. Yeah, I get you. Neko, what up, One Only Stormy? I discovered something about black people. What? What'd they do? We all played Yu-Gi-Oh, I think. I had the dragons, and my brother had all of Exodia. Uh-oh. Well, I guess you're a fuck then. He made Exodia? Fuck. They can't help to display any form of worth... Wait, they can't help but to display any form of worth. Like my brother-in-law has a lot of black friends, and the guy whose house we were at left a tape on his TV just to show it's new. That's pretty... Yeah, that's kind of... That's like... a lot of times they have... What do you call it? It's like... It's new wealth. It's new wealth. Or at least they kind of... Like... They have to demonstrate wealth at every... Like, because they're not wealthy. Usually they're not wealthy. They have to... Like, they're desperate to show off as if they are wealthy. Because, like, if you truly were wealthy, you wouldn't care. You'd take the sticker off. You'd be like, whatever, I'll buy a new one if this one's, you know, gets broken. It's status and flaunting, yeah. And superficial. It's very much superficial. Like, you might think status symbols, flaunting is superficial. But this is even more superficial than that, because it's like, it's not real. Like, you can be wealthy and flaunt wealth. And it's like, you are wealthy, though. Like, you're flaunting wealth, but you are also wealthy. But this is like trying to flaunt something they don't even have. New Money NY is never going to make it. True. Start watching One Piece and finish it? No. I don't like... I watched a little bit of One Piece. I don't like it. Like, I've seen maybe 1-2 episodes. It is horrifically not my... Like, it's ridiculously not my style. If I tell you the animes that I find interesting, you can instantly see how One Piece differs. Like, I want to watch Ghost in the Shell. Like, I want to finish it. Ghost in the Shell. I like and want to finish Cowboy Bebop. I liked Freren. I gotta watch season 2. What else was there? I liked Gungrave. I liked Trigun. I liked Full Metal Alchemist. I gotta watch and finish Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And so, like, compare One Piece to that, and you can instantly see this, like, divergence here, like, this difference. I'm a little bit iffy on the cuts. There goes another clip done, and thank you again, even though I haven't really been considering what you've been saying. No problem. SAO is about C tier, yeah, I see. SAO is fine until Alfhime. then it turns shit. Gun Gale is the only SAO still worth watching. Which one's season 1? People hate SAO, and while some seasons def sucked, some of it I remember being good. Gotcha. Stormy, it's a status thing? What? Oh, the flaunting. Stormy has reached a 3-stream streak. Oh my gosh. They leave the sticker on hats, yeah. They leave the label on a lot of things. He used to be poor, now he has an okay job. That sounds about right, yeah. So it's not only that he's black, but it's also that he's newly not even wealthy. He's newly into having a moderate income. It's all about status, flaunting status symbols. The first anime I ever saw was Ninja Scroll, and I still think it's one of the better ones. I do feel like I don't know Ninja Scroll, so I'm not trying to knock you. I'm just saying I do feel like everyone kind of has this thing where it's like if it's the first one that got them into anime, it holds a special place in their heart. So like, if your first anime was SAO, if that's what got you into anime, it's probably going to always be somewhere, like, even if it's bad, even if other people think it's bad, you're always going to have, like, this fondness for it. Even if Ninja Scroll, let's say, is bad, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but even if other people think it's bad, you're going to have a fondness for it, because it's, like, it's kind of nostalgic. It's, like, a nostalgia thing. But it's also, like, I don't know. Like, Pokemon, like, the Pokemon anime wasn't, like, crazy amazing. It didn't have, like, super deep storylines or anything. But, like, I like it, and if I go back, I'm like, I can still see the charm. If you're, like, a person who's born, like, recently, and you go back and watch, like, Pokemon, you'd probably be like, wow, this sucks. Actually, I wonder if I watched High School DxD before I was into anime. For the porn. 2000 Pokemon movie was good, to be honest. Damn. Well, I don't remember what happened in the movie, but I remember really enjoying it as a kid. It was really hype as a kid. Let's see. Okay, what else we got? Concord devs have returned. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is a longer one. This is a longer one from Hero Hey. Crazy.
Sorry about the lag.
Shut up, Hero Hey. I didn't tell you to talk yet. Let's see. Elfenlied was like my first off Toonami anime. Nice. Yeah, that's the other thing. For the first time in my life, literally for the first time in my life, I'm seeing people on Twitter, thanks to the post and thanks to all the reaction to that post, I'm seeing people say, ugh, they're probably one of those fucking, like, one of those Toonami anime, like, weird old people, tourists. And I'm like, what in the fuck? What? Like, what in the hell is happening? That is, like, a first for me. I'm like, seriously? How is that? How does that make someone a tourist? It's pronounced Elfin Lead. Is it though? Is it though? Is it really? Calling Toonami person a tourist is like Bish. We were there first, right? Exactly. It's like, how do you think anime got popular? How do you think like they kept showing it? Why do you think they kept showing it? First, it was like Pokemon. Then it was like Pokemon Digimon, and Pokemon Digimon Yu-Gi-Oh! Then you had like Toonami started showing American audiences things like Inuyasha, Sailor Moon, and other stuff. Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo. Like, how do you think the introduction of anime into the West happened? And you think the people who were there first are the tourists? You fucking retard. Too bad High School of the Dead's creator died? Real? I know the story was pretty good for a horror show. I didn't know that. 4 kids in Toonami before Crunchyroll? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh yeah, 4 kids showed a lot of stuff too. Yeah, because like 4 kids had a they had a One Piece translation and localization. Elfin Lady is Catholic, by the way. For real though? Is it though? A long time ago, I was shown like Robotech, Like, I watched Robotech as, like, a kid. Like, I'm talking, like, the 80s, like... What was it? Which one was it? There's a lot of different Robotechs, but it's like... It was, like, an 80s version. I've got to find which one it was. It was, like, the Super Fortress Macross or some shit. The Super Dimension Fortress Macross. That shit is good. That was the OG road. That's the one that I was shown as a kid, and I was like, this shit's awesome. Yeah. The Macross Wiki. So that's like, that released in 1982. That's a good anime. I think I finished it. I don't remember, because I watched it as a kid. I don't remember. I did see a lot of it, though. At the very least. I wish... Wait, Elfenlied is a German name? Is it really? I wish all the anime was nearly as good as the top 25, but I think a lot of it is cheap junk. There is, like, a ridiculously large amount of, like, cheap junk, yes. A lot of anime is cheap, kind of passable junk, yes. Can y'all imagine if New Humans became a thing and tried to kill us all? Damn, that'd be scary. Legend of the Galactic Heroes is a good space opera. That's what I've heard. I've heard that recommendation a lot. And I have not watched it yet, but I've seen the clips, you know. Or at least I've seen the memes. I've seen the memes and I've seen some clips that get shared around on, like, 4chan. And it looks like a show I'd like. I don't know, like, it seems like there's a lot of episodes or something. I don't know. Let me look it up again. Like, I don't have time to watch it, though. But it seems like it's good. 1988 to 1997. How many episodes does it have? Honestly, I should start reading the original Japanese mangas, because I should, like, start practicing my Japanese better by actually trying to read, like, some sort of Japanese media. Where's the anime adaptation? How do I get to the anime adaptation? Here we go. So it had 6 seasons, each season having roughly like 28 episodes-ish. So it's a lot of episodes. It's a long series. But then there was a newer version released in 2019. No, I wouldn't watch. No, you have to go original. You can't watch the new version. You have to go original, I'd say. I haven't even seen it, but I know for a fact you have to go original. It's too long. Go read Vagabond, bro. OG Run seems to be about 110 episodes. Really? That's a lot. The anime is named after the German poem Elfenlied, the Song of the Fairies, and the song Lilium from it is the Catholic Marian hymn they wrote for the anime? Huh. Didn't know that. I remember seeing, look, I remember a lot of people talking about Elfenlied when it was like early 2000s. Was it early 2000s? Or maybe it was late 2000s. I forget. It was sometime in the 2000s on the internet where it's like, it was the same time where you had like Naruto anime music videos where they had the Linkin Park songs and they were like doing the anime fucking Naruto fight clips in the middle. It was that same era. And then you had I felt like at the time when I saw it, it seemed like a lot of girls who were into it. It seemed like a lot of the girls who were into anime were into Elfenlied. It felt like, to the point where it felt like it was a girl anime. This opening song is pretty iconic. I see. Elfenlied is also a good example of tasteful nudity, bro. That would have been 05 to roughly 10. Sounds about right. School Days and Elfen Lied were about the same era, huh? Yo, Neko, tell me if you recognize this anime by the sound of the intro theme song. Okay, I look forward to figuring out how you're gonna play a sound through text. Pretty violent for a girly anime. Girls love that shit. This was also the time of like emo girls. So, yeah, the emo and the scene girls, they were being edgy. They liked the Elfen Lied with all the blood and stuff. The edgy girls loved it. Do da boo dee wop. True. Boo die wop. Damn. Opening scene had someone getting their head ripped off, so yeah. Spoilers, I haven't even watched it yet. Girls love horror and gore. Why you think they like true crime so much? True. Women love violence and grape. Look at 50 Shades of Gay. True. No lies detected. Anyway. Cool story, bro. Alright, we'll watch the Hero Hey video. Which this is kind of just about Concord, of all things. Concord, that's old news. VTuber drama. What's the VTuber drama? She's done. The shoe on head situation is genuinely insane. This VTuber just ended her career with one word. What was the word? Soyverine. No games today. The girl is not like the other girls, genetic lab creature, who is misunderstood and downtrodden and violently lashes out with a special power she has due to her innate uniqueness. Yeah, sounds about right. Nee. Reanimated corpse of Concord should be a mortal sin. Yeah, agreed. They should honestly, I think Concord should go it should become open source. Here's how they can like save it. Make it open source and release the open source like just to the internet. Just let the internet make something of it. Because you're not making any money off it. Literally, yeah, just throw it up on GitHub and let people just have at it. Someone will make it good. Unironically, I bet someone would make it good. Pass a law making all media public domain. That'd be nice. Hollywood would never allow it, but that would be nice. Yeah. Oh, I saw a few episodes of Yu Yu Hakusho. That's a good one. It's a classic. Also, the guy it shows is exactly who you expect to be talking about anime. Why is he like circling? He's like circling around. Why is he circling? Anyway. Is this like a small channel? It is a small channel. Oh, I'm making fun of some random nobody. Whoops. My bad. Oh yeah, this Naitsuse ni. He's one of those wind-up toys. True. Unironically, there is really no reason you should be able to say, "Oh, this character, yeah, only we can use it." You would think. Let's see. Let's hear this guy's voice, just cuz.
Hello everybody, welcome to episode 249 of Show Durrs-Day. We'll be going over the Yusuke's Ordeal arc of Yu Yu Hakusho. So I might just obliterate that name, but I started watching Yu Yu Hakusho because I knew it was by Togashi, and I really enjoy Hunter x Hunter. I love Hunter x Hunter, and one of my friends who's watched it was like, "Yo, bro, this is better than even Hunter x Hunter." So I was like, "I gotta check this out." And also, I know that one of the characters in
this is not sped up, by the way.
For Sasuke, so I really want to see this character as well because Sasuke is one of my favorite characters.
Stop moving! Stop!
Yo, my next one is gonna be Yu Yu Hakusho. So I am loving it.
This guy is 100% autistic. Like, he is the embodiment of autism. You can see the Dune books back here. Dune, 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 Dune. Dune, 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 Dune. He's stimming. No, well, like, they say if, like, autistic people like to, like, do this, like, kind of rocking motion. Like, the rocking motion is, like, self-soothing. So if they're, like, a little anxious or something, they might start to rock back and forth. I feel like he's just doing that, but to a very exaggerated level.
The Yusuke's ordeal arc is very enjoyable. So we started off with us getting introduced to our main character, Yusuke Urameshi, and we see as he ends up saving a little kid from...
How old is this kid? Oh well. I'll stop making fun of the kid, it's fine. Damn, he was born in the year 1539. Like when Jews pray, yeah. Basically, yeah, like that. Okay, so after hearing it, he's just possessed by a demon? Damn. Probably. Physiognomy? Maybe. Dude's on crack. You don't seem to understand. Ashamed you seemed an honest man, and all the thing you hold so dear will turn to whispers in your ear. I don't know. Seemed an honest man seems familiar, but I don't know. Fun fact, Jews think they're having sex with God. Is this true? Chat, is this true? Guac, is this real? Anyway. This was awful for me to know. There was one, I remember seeing a video of like, you know, like at the Wailing Wall, where there was like a Jewish person basically thrusting into the wall. Like he was doing that like, you know, that rocking motion, but he was like basically rocking his hips into the wall. It was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, they're giving God a BJ? Bro. From what I heard, there were chosen people, then God just had enough. Possibly. I just call it the neuroticism dance. That works, yeah. They believe they're taking in the spiritual energy of God. God is pushing his energy inside them. Kissing the wall equal making love to the wall. Or it's less than, huh? The serial experiments of Lane. I see. No, I've never seen Lane. Lane is another one that's big on like 4chan and other circles around there, and I've never seen it. Never even seen one episode. But I could recognize it. I recognize the character. Got chosen for punishment, suffering, true. Honestly, I think when I think about like why, now I'm not any sort of like religious philosopher, right? But like I don't know if this is ever shown anywhere, but I feel like God chose to represent himself, like to basically incarnate himself as a Jewish person because of the fact that they were the lowest of the low. Not because they're like amazing, but because they're the lowest of the low. They're like, he represented himself as the lowest of the low, despicable. Like he's like, even someone so great as God can come from like the lowest of the low of peoples. I thought like it's not because it's not to say like the Jewish people are amazing. It's that like it's almost like a humble thing, like a humility. Play the lane. There's a lane game. Kind of a convoluted story, but still good. Gotcha. The ultimate troll, maybe, perhaps. He was hated by his own kind. True. You sound just like my friend Mither VT. So should I check who this is? We'll judge our chat. We get to judge. Do I sound like this person, or do they sound like me? Let's see. Mither VT. Bro. Wait, Shiver is playing Peak? Bro, they didn't invite me. Shiver's playing Peak. Morph is playing Peak. Bro. I'm the Peak Master. Why is no one inviting me? Anyway. Might take a minute to find it. Maybe. I think I found him. Tell me if this is him. I think I found him, though. Hold up. Is this the guy? Whoa. It's not loading. Why is it muted? He's not saying anything. His mouth's moving, but I'm not hearing anything. It's not muted. What? Master Peeker. You said no games today? I'm not playing a game. What? PlayStation? Nice. They are worse than gypsies, and they're allowed in cities. True. Might take a minute to find. I discovered it through a fan-made AMV of a Japanese song called 4 AM. I see. It has minus 300 subs. Damn, it's very little. It was the same when she had a gun to her mouth. Wow. I up Steph, yeah. Try his YouTube. He has vids. All right. Did it divide auto mute? That's possible. It was a clip though, but possibly. Let's go to YouTube. No. This is a Joey Bear in the YouTube chat that said this. You said no games today, Neko. We're sick of the game playing. Where's the game? What game are you seeing? Everything's short clips. He's only got short clips, it looks like. Oh,
what an interrupt.
He said something.
What an interrupt. Holy, that's like the best interrupt I've ever had in my entire life playing this game.
Does he sound like me?
My entire life. No, my entire life.
Bro, it's not me playing Tanuous. It may sound like me, but it's not me.
Best intro to my entire life. Entire life. I don't even know how I did that.
Best intro in my entire life. My entire life. I don't even know how I did that. That's me trying to sound like him, though. Same voice, right? Not really? I don't know. I think there's some similar traits, but yeah, I think it's different enough that if you heard me come on stream with that voice, you'd know it's not me. I feel like. But I can see the similarities, I guess. I can see the similarities, but I think it's distinct. Either way. So it sounds similar, I guess. He has red hair and you don't? True. Yeah, if you saw someone pop in with red hair, you'd be like, that's not Neko. He sounds too cool to be you? What the fuck? Rude. Rude. Anyway. Too cool for school. Damn. Okay. Alright, we got a video by Hero Hey called The Concord Devs Returned and Failed Instantly. Not terribly shocking, to be honest. I mean, about what we expect from the Concord devs, so let's see what happened. What did they do this time?
Uploads the last few days, there was just some stuff going on, you know, personal stuff. We'll leave it at that. The good news, I think YouTube fixed the pin issue, so the pin comments can return. I think we'll find out for sure in this video.
Whoa.
Here's what I want to talk about today, though. Ladies and gentlemen, Concord is still alive.
It's
now
still
confirmed
alive?
Marvel's Wolverine character designs were created by the last surviving members of the Concordian
Wolverine
team.
game.
They even share the same character artist. A picture is worth 1,000 words. So, yeah, you know, Jean Grey, she's been pretty infamous in Marvel's Wolverine because they essentially butchered her looks.
Her nose looks very similar. The nose in particular. Look at the nose. The nose on Jean Grey here, and then the nose on this thing.
And yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. They got the Concord team working at Insomniac, apparently. Well, not the full team, you know, a couple character designers. And it's just baffling.
The character designers are literally... The character designers on Concord are probably the fundamental reason it didn't do well, though. Like, of all the things to take from Concord, like, for all we know, no one tried it, so we can't really tell. But for all we know, the gameplay was fine, or at least functional. The only reason, or at least not the only reason, but the main reason it failed was due to character design. The character designs were fucking shit. They were awful. They were, like, just ugly. No one wanted to play as it. So, like, if of all the people you're taking from Concord, why the character designers? That's, like, the worst thing you can choose.
Hey, people that suck at character design and don't
like
even
80 people
like
played Concord.
Games,
yeah,
let's have them work on a Wolverine
about 80.
game. One of the most iconic characters that a lot of people love. Let's have these losers work on that game with this established character. What could possibly go wrong? Concord's character designer was responsible for the designs of the new Wolverine game. Imagine being part of a $400 million flop and still being given a key role in the video game industry.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's another thing we see very often. These people fail upwards. So that might be some of the other designs that, oh my gosh, dude, it's so bad. I couldn't even finish talking.
I'm honestly seriously sick. Like, I'm sick of seeing this lady's face, Deborah Wilson. And all the time you hear people go like, you'll hear people literally say, I don't blame her. If I were her, I would do it too. I don't care. No, I'm blaming her. Fuck you. Fuck you. No, I'm sick of it. She's obviously part of it. I don't care anymore. I'm not going to say but she's actually a good actress. She's a good voice actress if you don't have to look at her. She's actually good. If I were her, I'd do it. No, stop defending her. Why? Like, this is part of the reason why she keeps coming back. Because you have these fucking half-simps who want to say, I'm tired of seeing her, but I don't blame her. It's like, shut the fuck up. How about we fully blame her? How about we fully blame her and say, if you show up, we don't want to see this shit. Like, we're not going to play it. Stop simping for her. I know, even that, Deborah Wilson was great 30 years ago. Even that's a simp comment. This is what I'm talking about. For some reason, people can't help but simp for her. Stop. Just don't. Don't say a positive thing about her. In fact, only negatives. We want to see only negatives about Deborah Wilson. Stop this whole, like, it's like, why is it like, so we have an issue. We keep seeing her show up in fucking games, and we're tired of it. But for some reason, people have this, like, I don't know what you call it, like this mind virus, the woke mind virus. No, they have something in her or in themselves that says, but I have to counter with something good. I have to say something good about her. You don't. You actually don't. There's no reason you have to say anything good about her. It must simp.
So bad.
Basically.
So Mackenzie,
we're gonna see. Does Hiro Hay say something good about her? We'll see.
Patrick, allegedly, did she make these designs as well, or in part, helped?
Neko asked for surrender 5 times. I asked for surrender 5 times before I attacked Band-Man. Yeah.
Work on them with other people, maybe. So yeah, that's supposed to be Mystique in the top right, and Jean Grey in the bottom left. Let's actually, oh gosh, maybe I shouldn't have zoomed in. Instant regret, instant jump scare, but yeah. Modern audience Mystique. Wait, hold on a second. You're telling me that there's more. It gets better, guys. Don't worry. Wolverine's saved.
Wait,
I know you were skeptical, but it's all looking good now because we got Brittany Morris on the job. The writer of LGBT novels for black teenagers is the lead screenwriter for Wolverine. She was the same one who ruined the story of Spider-Man 2. So a writer for LGBT novels for black teenagers is the lead writer of the Wolverine team, apparently.
What are these things in the back? You got, like, The Jump, Broke Hearts, Suspended. What is any of this? Is this supposed to be her works, like, behind her? I assume these are her works, and they all look pretty trash.
Even if they want to say, oh, she's not the lead writer, she's just on the team. Okay, still. Hypothetically, if that's their counterpoint, okay, still. And that might not even be true. Maybe she really is the lead writer. Her bio says advanced writer at Insomniac. And then on top of that, yeah, we've also got ex-Concord.
That's such a cope. Like, okay, look, the lead writer is not quote-unquote woke. They just have an entire team of woke retards. Look, the lead writer's not woke. Okay, yeah, but they have, like, an entire team of woke retards. So, like, what are they going to do? Like, you think they're going to say, all of you are wrong, I'm going to take it upon myself to change everything? No.
Character designers on the team for the character design.
Spends their time eating than writing.
Insomniac's really bringing their A game here, aren't they? A couple days ago, I also talked about Insomniac's communications director playing victim over all of this in a video I made, as mentioned a couple days ago. And I also tweeted about this, saying AAA studio with toxic positivity culture puts out Overpriced corpo slop gets criticism online, then plays victim. Next, gaming journalists will write about how evil gamers are hurting innocent devs.
They get canceled for saying
because they
the
just
what
want
people are
people to
wrong.
unquestionably consume product. That was back on August 16th. By the way, 7K likes on this one, not bad. Thank you guys.
Wow.
And then literally the next day on August 17th, the gaming journalist, as expected, began running damage control. Just as predicted, articles like Marvel's Wolverine is another victim of the internet's endless gaming negativity. And of course I tweeted about that, writing, called it, jokes aside, we all knew this was going to happen. Gaming journalists always defend corpos. They are so predictable.
Very predictable.
Yeah, it wasn't a bold prediction, like I said. I mean, we all knew that that was going to be the next part of the playbook.
They're gonna,
they used to take it even further,
sweep
though.
for the friends?
They kept trying
of
to
course.
revive this thing called
Gamergate.
Yeah, this thing called Gamergate. You might have heard about it. And the journalists and the
What?
corpos
Never
kept
heard
trying
of
to
it.
revive
What?
it so they could try and
You're
say,
telling me for the first
hey,
time.
the Gamergate harassment campaign is coming after innocent people. Then they literally do the grift.
Gamergate
they literally
mentioned?
turn around and start saying, hey, send your donations to us.
Good,
We're
hurt them
standing
more,
up against
yeah.
the hate. Sometimes they even go to the government and try to get additional funding from the government through this whole grift of trying to present individual critiques from individual gamers as some sort of massive coordinated harassment campaign, which obviously was not the case. Back to Wolverine, though. We've talked about some of the gameplay issues from prior videos, and this one we're talking about more of the team. And now a different point of contention has been getting brought up by people online, that being the voice acting. This tweet reads, we need to have a long conversation about...
Why does Sabretooth look like he's like 50 times bigger than Wolverine in the screenshot below? Am I missing something? Does Sabretooth like grow in size? Why is he like look at the skull. Look at the skull of Sabretooth here. And the fist. His fist is the size of Wolverine's head. What? Was it always like this?
American voice acting in video games, which is a response to this clip titled First Look at Wolverine vs. Sabretooth Cutscene in Marvel's Wolverine.
He is bigger, yeah. But like, what is he supposed to be?
You want to call the shots? Kick Essex's ass! Take charge!
That sounds like a soy boy trying to be angry.
You won't. You just give a shit when it suits you.
Gay scene.
You don't even want to be here.
Look at that face. Look at this, like Wolverine. He looks like he's like a fucking child. What is this like soy boy face? He looks like a fucking like I don't know. He looks so young. He looks so delicate. He does not look like the rugged fucking like Wolverine that we know. This is a very homoerotic scene.
You're right.
He even thrust it into him. You see that? The fuck?
Be here.
Look, he's like got him hanging over this. He's hanging over him, and then there's a thrust. Wait.
You're right.
He thrusts into him. What? Look at that.
You're right.
They're practically having sex.
You're right. I thought you were back.
Wukong face Wolverine, yeah. It's all over. Back to Super Nintendo.
Back.
Hey, keep your drink. Come on, Vic.
Let's check out some comments. We've got, it literally sounds like the Breaking Bad anime dub clip. I'm a dub glazer, and even I thought this was terrible. The voices don't even match the characters. I have no issue with dubbing.
Imagine being a dub glazer.
I'd listen to English over another language,
but
the
where's the
quality on a lot
violence?
of the stuff is horrendous. It isn't just Sony. Everything NOA touches is terrible too. Dude, I play Star Fox in German because the US voices are bad.
Why in German?
Same goes for Breath of the Wild and what was
Oh, he's the
TOTK
angry German
again?
bull. Okay.
Tears of the Kingdom, that's right. Every time Side UK or Liquid Violet UK gets the job, the voice work is so much better than US studios. See Xenoblade, FromSoft Games, or Expedition 33. Yeah, this is exclusively an American issue. The English voice work in Xenoblade is always top-notch. I agree, but this particular instance, I don't think it's too bad. Star Fox was the most
doubt this
mediocre
is
in
a
recent memory.
uniquely American
Sabretooth
issue.
here sounds like that Jesse Pinkman dub meme. And this comment reading, American VAing in general, absolute trash outside of like 3 or 4 people. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. For anime too. Like, I do listen to dubs fairly often for 2 main reasons. When I watch anime, I like to multitask. I'll have like anime on one screen and I'll be gaming on the other screen. And also, I'm just a very quick reader. So subtitles, like, I'm done reading the subtitles in like millisecond. And then it kind of drags on when I'm already done reading the subtitles, but the scene is still going. It kind of like becomes disjointed. Sometimes, depending on the anime, it doesn't matter. But some anime, it's like more noticeable if it's slower paced anime. So I do listen to dubs fairly often because of that reason. And yeah, dude, there's just something so bad about a lot of English voice actors. I think they used to be pretty good, in my opinion. Like some of the older anime, like 90s and early 2000s anime, even going up to like around 2010. But at some point, they just started to get like very bad. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they're all great back in the day either. There were definitely bad dubs. But interestingly enough, even the bad dubs back then felt like they were still putting like passion and trying. They were still trying to be unique, and they were still like somewhat passionate about it, even if it didn't end up being good.
Sure.
Nowadays, though, a big problem I have with these VAs, dude, they don't sound like there's any passion there at all. On top of that, you also see that the voice direction that the VAs are given, there's like the same handful of archetypes that they use over and over and over again. There's no creativity. There's no passion. And then on top of that, a lot of the VAs just suck at the work too. And they're not hired on merit. They're hired on nepotism and cronyism.
True.
That's it. Hey, did you bootlick SAG after enough? Hey, did you virtue signal enough? Okay, good. You got the job. Oh, you didn't? Okay, we'll give it to the person who did. They don't actually care about, oh, you're actually good at the work. Now, I do agree as well with what that person said. Like, there is a handful of VAs that are still good out there, English VAs. But they're very few and far between. And that number's just getting less and less. Okay. And yeah, just to clarify, that criticism, I'm directing that specifically at English VAs, mainly out of the United States. So that criticism is not directed at VAs of other languages, etc., etc. Y'all get the point. Just wanted to clarify, though.
Okay.
And yeah, that's some of the stuff that's been going on. Again, apologies for the lack of uploads the last few days. This is catching me up, though. So thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the coverage.
Thanks.
And I'll see you in the next one.
I'll see you in the next one. All right, he kind of dragged on at the end there. He was kind of circling at the end there, saying the same stuff over and over again. So I was like, yeah, lost me in the second half. Like I don't disagree with him. I just think the video kind of dragged on. It felt like the story ended roughly like after they showed the Wolverine clip, and it was a little bit of like Twitter stuff, and then the last like 3 minutes was like filler. But yeah, I have no idea why Hiro Hey would have to filler, because like his videos are all rather short. He's often putting out like 3-minute videos. Like you got like a 3 minutes, you got like a, where is it? There's like a 2 minute somewhere over here. 4 minute right there. But I don't know why he would have to filter, but like, yeah, that felt like a little filter at the end. Either way, I agree with him though. The point is, yeah, not a lot of in-depth really. Yeah, just an overview. Yeah. Point is, it doesn't make any sense why they would rehire Concord devs other than that. You know, maybe their friends try to pull some strings. Maybe they're still in the industry. They still have experience. They're still trying to get money. They still want to be hired, so they're still seeking jobs. So maybe someone pulled some strings, or maybe someone wanted to help out like a fellow person in the industry. I don't know. But it's certainly not because of their success, their record of success. That's certainly not why they got hired. So it's unfortunate that, I don't know, in any other industry where it's like it's important, like merit's important, doing well is important, that would be like a career killer, being a part of a project like that. But, oh well. I guess they have to work somewhere. Sucks though. Sucks though that they took your Wolverine game and shit it up, right? But that's, you know, unfortunately there's many such cases nowadays where that keeps happening. Sad. I've been watching more dub stuff because of High Dive subscription. What is High Dive? High Dive? Is that like a different form of Crunchyroll? Crunchyroll. Is that Bean Face? Well, it could have been. I forgot to look at it. My bad. Easier to multitask and def can't tell the VAs from American sound bored as fuck. Yeah. The VAs, it's all about union ball sucking. True. Yeah, that is true. I'm curious about this VTuber one. But DM's link. There's 2 different videos on this VTuber drama shit. Both of them are like 10 minutes.
It was
because root beer. We had to talk my affair with Ref's death. Oh my god. His like avatar barely changes. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back. Okay. Whoops. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. See you in just a moment. BRB. Hello, I am back. Hello, hello. Balls, true balls. When you come back, watch Deltarune Chapter 3, one hell of a ride, fan made, and after Deltarune Chapter 3, Friends to the End, fan made? Nah. Nah, no thanks. I've never played Deltarune, I've never played Undertale, but I don't really have any interest in that, like, I don't really have any interest in that universe, I don't know. One day I'll probably play it, honestly, one day I'll probably play Undertale. Maybe if someone really, really wanted me to, I might play Deltarune, but don't really have an interest in it at the moment. But yeah, sorry. It's not really. I mean, it's not really my thing to watch like narrative things on stream, because that sounds like a narrative thing. It sounds like you watch it and like something happens, like it's a story, right? It's not what we're mostly reacting to stuff that's like, I don't know, it's trying to say a point, it's trying to, like, usually it's either news, it's telling a news thing, like something's happening, or it's a opinion piece where they're saying, like, this is my opinion on topic A or topic B. Those are kind of the things we usually cover here. But, yeah. Yeah. Is there anything going on? Let's see. Vid clips. I saw... Alright, we can look at IFFan's clip here, if it's good. Let's see. Watch CNN? Bro. That's news, I guess, technically. You're not wrong, it is news. I see Kairu, I see Moinkon, I see Enwa Slayer in this clip here. So that's like react to this anime. We're just gonna watch the first episode. Bro. It's not what we do here. Anyway. Where's the screen? Boom. It's me. I'm saying and in the video I'm saying Oh. Hang on. Stop the music. Okay. Technically, I don't know how the debate went, so I'm speaking about this. I'm gonna watch this with like not as much context as I probably should have. Neko, he says the N-word. One time, it's probably fine. If it's one time, it's probably fine. I disavow any use of it. I do not condone it. He's clearly the one speaking here. He does not speak on my behalf. This is the disclaimer I like to put, because he does not speak on my behalf. Disclaimer.
How much longer we gotta do this?
Except
I'm not playing
no.
ball, bro. I'm not playing ball, bro. I'm not with these niggas.
Whoa,
yo,
disavow.
Andrew Wilson's a fucking snake, bro. Straight up. He's a snake, bro. F the Crucible. F the Crucible. F Rob Noor. F all these people, bro. They're liars, bro. Y'all willing to fucking become libs to own the libs. Y'all willing to do freaking liberal head games to own the libs. Y'all willing to do liberal mental gymnastics to own the libs.
Oh, okay.
Y'all willing to suck Cash Patel's nutsack to own the freaking libs. Enough, bro. These niggas are whack,
Whoa,
bro.
disavow.
These niggas are whack,
Disavow, bro.
Straight up.
These disavows are whack, bro. They're whack.
I'm ashamed of these niggas.
Bro,
I'm ashamed
stop.
of Andrew.
Stop.
Stop
He is
acting like
looping.
this nigga got aura.
He is disavow looping. He is disavow looping. Remember, you know that term? He's disavow looping. Just replace That's disavow with 5-minute disavow.
clip.
Well, it's only whack, bro. They're whack. I mean, it's 1.5, but if it wasn't sped up, it'd probably be like 5 hours. Can I like slow this down actually? It's just Pinkman, basically. He says a lot. Like fucking Kalergi over here saying, "Don't worry," he says it like once. Don't worry, he says it like once, and then repeatedly at the end here.
Understand, we got a famous Orthodox Christian out there. We got an Orthodox Christian on Joe Rogan.
Whoa.
Bro, it's not worth it.
Whoa.
Bro.
It's whack. It's
It's
whack.
not worth it. Who cares about Joe Rogan, bro?
He meant every
Jay
10
Dyer,
seconds.
Tucker Carlson, man.
He did
Focus
2
on that.
times speed? Well, for some reason, 7.5 sounds correct, though. If you did 2 times speed, you would think 0.5 would be right, but it sounds more correct at 7.5.
And then these snakes will do anything for a freaking dime. They're playing keep out for Israel. It's just a new coat of paint on the same old shit.
Like 0.5 sounds too slow.
Wow.
And
That's
looks,
how it ends?
Looks too slow, too.
Alright.
You could have had like a better closing remark, I feel like. That's a weird ending. It's just kind of like a hard cut. Cool story, bro. Continues to watch it anyway, basically. The end bobs are dropping. I'm having a great time. Ha ha ha, bro. He has been everything except an Oriental Orthodox, but he is currently a EO. What is that? European Orthodox? I don't know what EO is. Either way, I don't know what these like abbreviations mean. This is one of those situations where I'd say not a good clip in the sense that, like, had you shown me the source and asked me first, is this something you should edit? I'd probably say nah. Because also, it's like, I can't use this on YouTube. There's too many N-words in it. I can't use this on TikTok. There's too many N-words in it. Like, I can't really use this. And now, if it was like, here's where a good clip would have been, I think. Okay, cut the part where it's like, Kalergi's like, or whoever it was, says like, it's just one, he just says it like once. Like, zoom in on it in chat and says, and then I'm not telling you to do this. I'm just saying this would be a good clip. No, I don't want you to do anything. I'm just saying this would be a good clip. Like, this is what I would have done. I would have zoomed in on chat where it says, don't worry, he just says it once. And then proceed to play it where it's like he says it like 5 times in a row. And I would have it play like, I don't know, like a fucking squeaky duck sound every time he says it rather than actually play out the N-word. But it would just like, there'd be like a counter. It'd be a squeaky duck sound, and it would counter each time he says it. And then it would be like, whoa, okay, I disavow. Well, okay, I disavow. Okay. All right, I have to keep disavow, and then that would be the clip. But I don't know. There's a lot of extra at the end here, and I don't know. Too long of a clip. What's this? What is this emote? Let me see. Why is it taking so long? Why is 7TVs taking so long to load? Not milk? Bruh. Why though? That's just yup cum. That's just yup cum. Not milk, yup cum. Although you can't use the clip, I'm grateful that you reacted to it. Well, yeah, no worries. You're welcome. You already have in what situation would you use not milk and say yup cum? Or vice versa, It's kind of already there. You just want to fill all my 7T emotes with cum related stuff? No, I said it probably wouldn't be good. I don't know. I don't think it would be a good clip to use. Like I said, if you wanted, I don't know, find a timestamp. Timestamp the beginning and the end of a situation that you think might be a clippable moment. And I can tell you either yes, I think that's a clippable moment, or no, I don't think that's a clippable moment before you use time editing it. I was actually looking for a bukkake meme or emotes, but there was none with actual bukkake. Well, obviously. White slime redeem when? Never. Why do you have a deer? What's this deer on Twitch you got? You got a little deer icon called, it says the deer when I hover over it. Tenuous. Use green because it's got AIDS. What? What do you mean use green? The green, oh, you mean, oh, I see what you mean. You mean the water, the slime? In other news, I'm thinking about turning my leftover pizza. Wait. Leftover that I use for pizza tacos and using the toppings and turning it into pizza nachos? Bro, why don't you just have pizza? Why do you keep having pizza tacos, pizza nachos, pizza? Just have pizza. I don't know. I mean, you do whatever you want, whatever sounds good to you. I'm just saying. It seems weird to me. No anchovies. You don't know how you got it, but it's pretty good? I see. Well, yeah, it's alright. It's alright. Okay. We got Rev stuff, I guess. Is there anything better than Rev stuff? There probably is, but there's gotta be. I should order Neko a Swedish pizza with banana on it. Ew, that sounds gross. No thanks. No thanks. This needs to stop. VTubers are being mass banned for no reason? Wow. Bit please. Cats like anchovies, but not me though. Banana salty white sauce, gross. Obviously, I wanted pizza tacos. I didn't want pizza. If I wanted pizza, I would say pizza. I wanted pizza taco. I want to be a taco. Goddamn. Well, just eat tacos or eat pizza. What is this? Why? I don't get it. If I want to taste pizza, I order pizza. If I want to taste tacos, I order tacos. Never in my life have I wanted to eat pizza tacos. I don't understand. See this? This is Neko. This is Neko when she old. She old and like jaded. Why would you want it to be both though? That makes no sense. You don't gain. It doesn't become doubly good. It does not. They're not additive. Combining them does not make it doubly good. Pizza these nuts, damn. Cha-Cha, your V-Mom just locked thousands of subs. I saw that. There was a tweet where she was, she had a video where every time she refreshed, her YouTube subscriber amount kept going down like by 100 or something like that, like by hundreds, plural. I don't need to hear I have fan about how you enjoyed every inch of it. That's disgusting. Disgusting. Yep, come. The tourist problem in VTubing and nerd culture. The allegation is serious and I need to respond now. It seems dumb, whatever it says. I hate that, Critical's videos don't just say what the topic is. I really expected to hate this. What is it? I don't want to click on your video just to find out what it is. What's the noun? What is the noun in your video? Like he's holding the noun hostage. You have to click the video to get what the noun is. Resist Neko. Don't click it. I won't. It's not worth. It's not worth it. Sickos. Alright, whatever. We'll watch the reps of deaths for lack of a better thing. They're demons. Wait, is this a leaflet original? Oh, it's an hour long though. Oh no, this is her watching fucking Matt Walsh. That was painful. That was painful. Watching Matt Walsh is like, that's a tough sell. You know it'll be BS. Yeah. It's true. I do know it'll be some BS. Balls. True. Okay. So we got... Do people unironically watch anything from the Daily Wire anymore? I would have thought no. Honestly, I would have thought no. Why would you? There's no need to. Matt Walsh is a good boy for Big Boy Ben. True. Yeah, I would have thought no one's unironically watching this. Obviously, there must be somebody out there. But like most people, no, you get better news off Vex. There's no reason to. Like, yeah, if you don't know anything about politics, maybe people... I can understand someone seeing it as a start. If you know nothing about politics, this could be a start, but... Malcolm watches it. I don't know if you're lying, but I fully would believe that, yeah. I should do that more often. What? Bait? Never even hear about Daily Wire anymore. Yeah, it's like it's obsolete. It's not relevant anymore. So that's why I was shocked that yesterday when we tuned into Leaflet's stream, she was watching the Daily Wire, or Matt Walsh's show at least, which I believe is a part of the Daily Wire network. I was like, what the, why? Literally a random ass YouTuber is gonna be more interesting and more like gonna have better information than Matt Walsh. I don't know, I don't get it. To me, it felt like a sign. It felt like a sign. It felt like Leaflet was trying to say, you can't change me. I am forever Zionist. That's what it felt like. Obviously, it had nothing to do with me. I'm not actually saying it had anything to do with me. That's just joking here. But anyway, all right. You know, Yuki Waro was on Malcolm Collins yesterday? Really? Are you joking? Are you serious? Hold on, let me check. No joke? No joke at all? Wow. No kidding. This, all right, look. Did Yuki bend the knee? I don't know if I'd call it bending the knee so much as, keep in mind, she's not right-wing, or she's not really ever been right-wing. She was like a leftist for the longest time, and then she had like a vaguely right-wing point where she's like, men can't menstruate, and then trans people are weird. She's not really right-wing, so it's like the fact that people are like hoisting her up to be like some sort of new like chud. It's like, this is the problem. This is part of the problem. Is like we have all these people who are absolutely not right-wing, and we're pushing them up to be like representatives of the right-wing. And I kind of feel like Malcolm Collins and Simone Collins are part of that issue. So it does make sense why they would want to... I mean, yeah, obviously this could just be an interview. It could just be, hey, we want to talk to this person. But like, there are better guests, such as myself, okay? There's better guests, such as myself. But... yeah, are we talking about Yuki again? Yeah, what do you think we're talking about? Fake arguing with you to get a rise out of you is fun. I like doing it. You didn't get a rise out of me. I was just saying I don't get taco pizza. It's dumb. But okay, I get you.
Hello, I'm excited to be here with you today. Today we have Yuki Waru with us, who recently went viral. There's been a few red videos on her because she made the bold claim that men...
Does he have like a head... Does he have like a head wound? Or is this like a fucking... Is this like acne? What's going on here? She's going for the leaf route. She's assessed how to get the followers. She's going for the like... She's doing the like... the grifter route. Because like... And that's whatever. She's not right-wing, so of course she doesn't care. She doesn't care about being right-wing. She doesn't care about representing the right. She doesn't care about pushing right-wing values. She's a mostly apolitical VTuber who said something that leaned right and got a lot of attention. She's like a leftist, mostly a leftist VTuber who said something vaguely right-wing and got a shit ton of attention for it. So now she knows, I press button, like kind of what Kyra was talking about. I press button, I get the I get the attention, I get the likes, I get the stuff. I know the button now. I know the fun button to press. So she's probably gonna keep doing it. You better be careful, Neko. You might never get another. I'm already not gonna get another. What do you mean? I'm probably not gonna get another one anyway. But press button, viewership go up, right? I just tell it like it is, all right? Look, if I got to talk to her and I said, "Are you a right wing? Like, are you right wing?" The answer is no. I guarantee the answer is no, because she said it herself. She's like mostly apolitical. She had a lot of leftist friends. Her whole circle at the time was leftists. So I'm not even necessarily saying anything bad about her. I'm just saying she found a way. Like, if I found a thing that worked, I'd probably be pressing it too. Like, I'm not necessarily saying, like, it's not to say she's a bad person. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying she's not right wing, and then all the right wing people are like hoisting her up. Because it's like, it's the latest news. It's the latest viral news. Yuki be like, yeah, my ex-friends tried to cancel me. Now I'm on the world tour, basically celebrating. More popular now. What of it? Basically. Based camp. Yeah. You better be. Oh, I read that already. IF is right. Up top, clergy row. Now you have a connection with her and Malcolm. Well, not really. I guess the question would be like, all right. The question would remain if I'm like, hey, Yuki, you want to do another collab? The question is, would she accept that? And it's probably no. The answer is probably no. At the time, she accepted probably because of the fact that she was kind of doing like a media run, I don't know what you call that. What do you call that? Like you're going across all the different like interview stuff. Like you're kind of like promoting yourself. Like typically when you see people going on a media run, it's like a celebrity is in a movie. He's in a recent movie. He's doing like a bunch of promotional work, and he goes on a bunch of talk shows promoting the movie. In this case, though, it's a VTuber who had a big drama where they came out on top. They got more attention from it. They're doing a media run, kind of promoting themselves, though, selling themselves. Now, Yuki is not really a political entity. But they're kind of making her into one, and she's kind of following with it because like that's what's like profitable. That's what's like, and not, I don't know about the money. I'm just mean profitable in the sense that that's how you get more viewership. That's how you get more people. That's how you get more attention. That's how you get more eyes. And in a sense, that is kind of grifting, is it not? We'll see where she goes with it. Here's the thing: she can remain true and say like she's doing this. She can keep all the attention that the right wing's giving her. And she can say, look, guys, I'm not actually right wing, but I appreciate the attention. And if she does that, then fine, whatever. She's being honest. But I have a feeling, as is often the case with these kind of things, so it's either she kind of sticks true to herself and is like, I'm kind of apolitical. I just said this thing because that's how I honestly felt, but I'm not really right wing anymore. Or I've never been really right-wing anyway. If she says that, that's like, okay, she's being honest, and she's still going to go for whatever gets her the most views. I understand that, that's fine. But if she suddenly starts here's what I see happening. I see, okay, she sees that, okay, I said that about trans people. I did that little clip, I made that viral clip about trans people. That got a lot of attention, a lot of eyes. This is like amazing. This dopamine rush was amazing. I got so many new followers. I jumped from like medium to like high level or whatever the fuck. It got me what I wanted. What do you think is going to happen when that dwindles? What do you think's gonna happen when that dwindles? Like, okay, so she's riding a high right now. She's riding a high. All right, cool. Everything's good. All right, you got a lot of followers, you got a lot of attention, you got a lot of views. All right, now you keep going. Give it a week. Give it 2 weeks. Viewership starts to drop off. Like the initial jump is starting to drop off. It's starting to die off a bit. What do you think her next? What's the natural inclination? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. How do I get it back again? How do I do it again? I'm seeing a drop off. I need to do something. I need to stop it. So naturally, it's likely she'll try and recreate it. Often when people have their moment in the sun, what they try and do is recreate that success. They're like, oh, that worked last time. Let me try and do it again. Let me try and recreate that moment or do something similar. So I guarantee you, she'll probably try to create another drama or try and do something like that again. What will it be? Will it be trans again? I don't know. Maybe it'll be trans again. And then, in all likelihood, it won't get as much. It might still get attention. Like, don't get me wrong. It might still get attention. But it probably won't top what she did before. It probably won't. But we'll see, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. Ask her to play Barony? I don't know. I don't even know if I want to play Barony. Just don't go start shit with her in a chat like you really do that. I'm not. I don't know. Whatever she wants to think about what I said is fine. I think what I said is the truth. I don't think I said anything that was unfair. I think what I said was entirely fair. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm saying, like, hey, if I had that opportunity, I'd also take the opportunity. Like, I'd also do the same thing. So it's not really a judgment on her. I'm just saying this is her being, like, this is someone who's not right-wing being pushed into a situation and how they react. I can't condition people to speak against the left if they get bashed for saying things that are reasonable from both sides. Wait, what? I can't condition people to speak against the left if they get bashed for saying things that are reasonable from both sides. Like if they get bashed from both sides? Right. I'm sure she'll upset everyone eventually. Maybe, but that's not quite what I was saying. But yeah, maybe. She has to power lift against trains IRL, so I understand her anger. True. I expect her new following will get to try to press an issue and she'll contradict them and there will be a backlash. Possibly. That is one possible outcome. Although that seems to be, I don't know, there seems to be a lot of leeway. Like when it comes to the followers of like Kirsha, Asmongold, Leaflet, like Rev, there's a lot of like leeway that's given to these people, these entities. Because like they can be saying like base stuff like 50% of the time and then non-base stuff the other 50% and they'll get like people will defend them. I don't know. Like you can have Rev like push, you can have Asmon's maybe a bad example because he's like the top of the top, right? But like Kirsha can push for the Iran war and everyone's like, yeah, she's right. Rev could probably do that too, you know. Leaflet could probably do that too. Become the right-wing grifter, a pseudo preach about Donald Trump being the best, and ICE should do more other. I mean, yeah, probably. Like that's the thing. Is like that is the grift, right? Is like she could do this if she wants to like re-up her fame a bit. If like she's like, oh no, they're dwindling. How do I get them back? Let me put out a thing where I'm like wearing a MAGA hat, or I'm doing a thing where I'm like wearing an ICE outfit. You know, she could do something like that. She can go even hardcore and like, here's me wearing like a Klan outfit, or here's me wearing a Nazi outfit. It depends on how far she wants to go. She might go the shock route. She might go for the shock, you know, the shock and awe. Or she might go, more than likely, she won't go that far. She might go the shock route, but it's going to be like ICE. It's going to be like ICE levels of shock, right? Not like Nazi levels of shock. In all likelihood. The safe edgy, probably. I've seen it before. You two were good, and you two were good together on Peak, by the way. Thank you. I looked at the Peak VOD, and I'm like, I feel like honestly, there's not a ton of clippable. There obviously there's a few. There's like a couple clippable moments, but there's not a ton, sadly. At least in my opinion. I don't know. Had good chemistry. Thanks. Played Barony. No. It's related to the previous post. I don't think it's a negative to give liberals room to move away from the Marxist though. The pipeline doesn't start at base. I don't know if that's necessarily what's happening here, though. I think it's someone who was a leftist who got, like, famous for saying something vaguely right-wing. That's a different thing, I think. This is not, I don't know, this is not like someone who's like, I'm slowly learning to be right-wing. This is like, I mean, some people are trying to frame it that way, but... Leave has moved a good deal right in the last... I feel like in the last 4 months, I don't know about her moving right. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. Last 4 months. We're in what, August right now? So like... Since April? What'd she do in April? She said you had bottom energy tech. She did say this, yes. She did say this. She also, was it Morph? There was some weird thing where like Morph or someone else was like asking her out. I know he didn't actually, he was doing it as a joke. I remember that part. It's kind of funny. Anyway, point is, I guess we're not going to watch this whole thing. It's an hour long, but I do want to skip around a little bit. Where are the hot points? Like, it's just not showing me like where the parts where everyone watches. I want to see like the top clips of this, basically. She was dead while she said it? What? She was dead, that's true. Like, I think that's kind of cope, though. Like, she's like... it felt like she was intentionally killing herself in the game to make interesting moments, possibly. Or I don't know if that's just how she plays or what, but it felt like she was intentionally killing herself. It might have been because she was eating something and wanted to, like, not have to play the game while she ate. I don't know. Okay.
Get periods and that tomboys are good. And anyone who knows our channel, we are so pro tomboy on this channel that I actually had a fan email me a detailed list of Bible quotes trying to argue that the Bible says you should only take tomboys. And I was like, that is another degree. But what makes her so interesting and why I was excited to talk with you.
Malcolm's energy is kind of, I don't know. It's a little over the top. I mean, I guess it's good, right? I guess it's good to be energetic, but it's kind of like, I feel like it's going a little too far.
Is you were, before saying this, you never really got into politics that much on your channel. You never really got into like this kind of like political spicy opinion. And something really unique happened because the internet decided to go after.
It's just irritating. Yeah, it was kind of getting on my nerves a bit. Neko's the one that killed me. Yeah, she did say that. I just realized that with the clips I edited for you, I have a batting average similar to Ethan Klein's lawsuits. What? Just 0 for 3 or whatever? I don't know. 2 out of 3. Let's go better. 2 for 3. Malcolm Sims for every VTuber, every. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have a guest on, I don't know. If I had guests on, right, I wouldn't probably be like super mean to them. I wouldn't try, like, even if someone I disagree with, if I had someone who was a guest on, I'd probably be, you know, as cordial as I could. That doesn't mean I would shy away from asking, like, hard-hitting questions, but I wouldn't try and, like, annoy or anger them necessarily. Just for the sake of it, at least. His first collab with Leaf, he was excited too. Yeah, true.
After you for these takes, and normally the reaction historically of like a non-political VTuber
simping for guests to build bridges, kinda
apologize, or at the very least,
Volby is streaming, yes.
Apologize, not lean into it, not watch the review of her, not come on Based Camp or something like that. And yet you go in this other direction, and it seems to have worked out really well for you. But I'm wondering why you went in this direction. Like, do you think that this is just like the ethos now, or is this an intentional decision you made, or what?
She was forced into it, I thought. Why are you going in this direction? She was forced. Was she not? Like, he's making it sound... Okay, he asked her a question, so he didn't say for certain, but it's like, hey, why are you going this direction? What, do you not know the story? Did he just say you didn't know the story? I think he said he didn't watch the rest of his death video or something, but it's like, if you know the basics of the story, they tried to cancel her. It was not really her decision.
Well, for me, I mean, saying my thoughts and my point of view felt really freeing. And I feel like I've been walking on eggshells around people for so long, worrying about everyone's feelings. And like, it's been really like debilitating for me trying to just, you know, watch out for everyone's feelings. And I was just like, you know what? I'm over it. And I said what I said. I'm not going to say something if I don't mean it. And if I'm not going to stand by it, that's a waste of time and energy. I mean, why say something if you're not going to stick by it? I don't see that point.
Well,
and,
a lot of... Oh,
what?
Continue.
I was just going to say, I don't say something then back down. I'm going to stick with it. I don't care what people think. And I'm so sick of trying to like watch out for people. I mean, like, I respect people's feelings, but like, God, like I have had to be so careful and like really think through what I say and like make sure I get like pronouns and stuff correctly. Cause I do respect how people feel and stuff, but it felt so good to let it out. Oh my God.
No.
So, okay. I'm curious. All right. I don't know if this will happen. I don't know if it'll happen, but I really would prefer, if they just ask her what her actual... How about someone ask her what her actual beliefs are? Can someone do this, please? Because anyone, all they want to talk about is, like, the trans issue. They want to talk about, oh, you said the thing about the trans issue. Okay. Can we figure out what are your actual beliefs? Like, what... Okay. Great. We know your take. We know your trans take. What are your actual politics, though? Like, what do you actually believe? Let's get to the other stuff, right? We've seen the clip. We've seen the viral clip. We've seen what you said about trans people. We got that. You've had trans friends, but this is too far. That was kind of your whole point. Like, this is too far. Men can't have periods. Yeah, all right, we know that. What are your other, like, takes, you know? What are your takes on other things? What do you think about, I don't know, like, immigration? What do you think about, I don't know, feminism? What do you think about these other topics? What do you think about abortion, you know?
Free.
It really, this is a pathway that I feel like has happened to a lot of people.
But he's getting better at stopping himself when he cuts people off. If only he could do that for his wife. Maybe. If only. Never mind, she bought the bays, implying that she's egging her on. I don't know, it does kind of sound like... It kind of sounded like he was implying that she made the choice to leave, and it's like, that's not the story I made. But he did phrase it as a question, so it adds some sort of, like, plausible deniability. And she did kind of, I don't know, she said it feels freeing. Her answer was essentially like, I'm doing this because it feels freeing to talk to say my actual beliefs, I guess. Tired of Malcolm and Simone now, fake, awful, poor Yuki. I mean, she's gaining from this. She's not, I wouldn't say poor Yuki here. She's gaining, like, she's getting attention. This is, like, helping her. Like, she's not necessarily getting anything negative out of this, I don't think. Do people not realize that all the base camp stuff is performative? Probably not.
So my wife and I used to be like very mainstream leftists, and then we ended up going viral.
They still are. He and his wife used to be very mainstream leftist. And then?
A number of times for talking about birth rate collapse, just like fertility.
Interesting analogy or like similarness, you know? So, I'm blanking on his name again. Malcolm and Simone Collins used to be very leftist, but then they went viral for talking about birth rates, and now they're the quote right wing. They're like representatives of right wing talking points. Sounds a little bit like a grift. Sounds kind of like if Yuki goes that same direction. If Yuki's like, I was leftist, I went viral for talking about the trans issue. Now I'm a face for talking about right-wing issues. It'll be another example of like leftists getting thrust into positions of being like leaders in the right-wing talking space. And it seems to be many such cases, unfortunately, where you have people who are like, I dictate what is right-wing. I dictate what is like this, what everyone's going to talk about, but I myself am not really right-wing, fundamentally. You find her voice annoying. I see. They may not have 500K subscribers, but they're definitely connected. Yeah, definitely connected. He wants more birth rate for more leftists. I guess. I don't know. I guess he was advocating for more birth rate for his own personal family, certainly. And you know, they probably went against that because they would call him white, right? They're like, oh, you're a white person trying to increase white birth rates is probably how they went after that. I don't know the story. I don't know the story of their like viral moment, but that's what it sounds like. I don't think that will move Overtone's window any to purity test people. Wait, I don't think that will move Overtone's window any to purity test people that you know are liberals. What? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying here. Purity test people you know are... Who's doing the purity test? Who's... I guess, I don't know. Yeah, who's... Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, but...
Rates are really low. This is going to affect social security systems. And we got absolutely piled on. The internet decided that meant that we were white supremacists or whatever, or like, I don't know, right? And so what ended up changing our mind is... At first, we weren't like you. We hedged all of our points. We were like, well, with this and keep in mind this and keep in mind this. But as time went on, we began to notice that there was like this community of people who just like cared about what was true. And they were like shockingly nice to us, even when we had a lot of differences of opinion.
So already I can tell that Malcolm is not, like, in terms of interviewers, I hate this style. Where the interviewer talks more about themselves, where they seems like they want to talk more about themselves than actually ask questions. And I get how it's relevant, and I get how someone might argue I'm being too harsh, but we've heard Malcolm talk more than we've heard the guest talk. No, that's interrogating her about beliefs. That's fucking common sense for an interview. Common sense, like what? Okay, what you have on a guest who was canceled for their outspoken views on trans people. That's innately political. So what can you possibly ask your interview guest? How about their politics? Seems like the common sense thing. Like that's just like, okay, what do you ask your guest who was canceled for political opinions? You ask them about their politics.
Opinions with them. And this feeling that you're talking about of like, oh my God, I can just say whatever I think now, is such a weird place that we were in a society where it was normal to not feel that way.
Okay.
I mean,
is that a question?
Did you find yourself like self-censoring a lot before? Was it the being called out?
If she says all races are equal and civic nationalism is the ultimate rally, how does that move? Okay. Guess what? If she believes that, why would we want to push her for? Why would we want to support her? If she says that, why would we want to support her? You're basically saying, all right, we want her to keep those beliefs secret. We don't want her to say that out loud. We want her to keep that quiet. But we want to push her. We want her going all the merry-go-round, all the right-wing like talking heads promoting her. We want all the right-wing talking heads promoting her. We don't want to actually find out she's not actually based. That's how you get the high up people not actually being right wing. That's how you get the gatekeepers at the top of right wing politics actually being leftists.
You in a position where you could talk about things more. Like, was that what made it possible for you?
I did feel better, really, stating how I've never really been one to censor. I've always been known for being like forward, bluntly honest, just saying how I feel. Because I mean, personally, I don't really understand other people's feelings, like, or empathy or compassion, I just doesn't come natural to me. I think I felt empathy once in my entire life, and I didn't understand what was happening. My dad had to explain it to me like I was a kindergartner, learning how to feel and stuff. It was a weird thing.
Okay, if that's true, Anonymous, then there's no issue asking her then. If that's true, then there's literally no issue asking her. Everyone already knows she's not right-wing. Really? Is that why you have Powder and Leaflet and Kirsha and Basecamp and everyone giving her an interview and just like basically giving her little puff pieces, saying like, "Wow, look how amazing she is." We're not going to dig any further, though. We're not going to dig any further. We're gonna boost her. We're all gonna boost her. We're all gonna give her our boost. Why would you want to boost someone who's not actually right wing?
But
that does make her sound like a sociopath. Yeah.
I mean, even now, I'm still kind of paranoid of my own pronouns.
What does that hurt? You're boosting someone who's not right. You're talking about wanting to win. You're talking about wanting to move the Overton window, and you also want to push people who are leftists. You're saying we need to push people who are not actually right wing. Do you not see how that's not a strategic play?
I find myself referring to everyone as them, they, just to be careful and cautious. It's just in my head that I'm going to say something and mess something up, and they're going to like come after me for it, even if they are a friend or not.
I mean, I could see the angle that maybe what they're doing is they're trying to, because like her whole issue, everything she's talking about is like, the left is really mean to me. They're like, the left is like saying I got to agree with them and all this stuff. I guess what you're saying is that if the right wing also did that, we wouldn't gain her as an ally. But at the same time, it's like, why would we want her as an ally? Like, what do we have to gain from having her if she's not actually right wing? It's like, okay, we have another person who doesn't support our ideas, but we're helping them get popular. Liberals are not chasing more ostriches. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're trying to say with that sentence. Just speak plain English. Like, just tell me. Just be straightforward. What's your intentions? What do you want? Don't talk in riddles. What do you want? It's just another J.K. Rowling, kinda, yeah. Although obviously J.K. Rowling's much more like rich and famous already, but yeah, kinda.
Your story was really interesting because it started with, like, it seemed like this really started with a specific toxic individual in your life.
Yeah, the transition.
And they go on your birthday stream and somebody accidentally misgenders them and they decide to make the birthday stream all about themselves. And I also want to note here before
just ban them on their birthday.
Not all trans people do that. Like, I know some totally normal, cool, based trans people. And
oh no. I know some totally normal, cool, based trans people. Oh no, you're based camp. You're based camp. No. It's like your normal gays. Where's Kyra? Kyra's gone, but Kyra would get a kick out of this. Your normal gays. Well, I know some based, normal, some normal based trans people. Bruh. No. You do not. No, Stormy's going to say it's me. Yeah, I called it. I know a normal based trans. It's not me. You bet Simone pegs Malcolm. Damn. Hand warming alert, right? I came back to check up on you. How I've been doing? I'm doing well. How are you? You hate them? Hate them all. Fuck them. Right? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. If an interview doesn't ask any sort of hard questions at all, like ask a medium question. It doesn't even have to be hard. Just ask an inquisitive, interesting question. There is an hour. We're not that far in, so maybe they do at some point. So this is like the introduction. This is getting the basics out of the way. Twitch partnership. Numbers dropping and work-driven personality. That sounds weird, but it's interesting. It's a short one. How she started streaming. Snow leopard model design. Future of AR. What, augmented reality avatars? Positive reception, new friends, and acceptance side that isn't something. Merch company drops her. Deeper look into condescending parent-child dynamic with her former artist. Status signaling versus the anti-status culture of the based community. The anti-status culture of the based community. An hour of this? We're not watching the full hour. There is an hour of this, though. They do talk about J.K. Rowling, actually. That does come up. J.K. Rowling, the Vate period thing, and how one issue radicalizes people. I'm doing good, just laying down right beside my 2 Siamese cats. That's cool. Wish she wouldn't have his wife on. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. So far, she hasn't offered anything. It's not to say she probably doesn't say something at some point, but so far there wasn't really a reason to have her on. Wait, model evolution from sexualized to smaller / desexualized. Huh. Platonic love to you, Tailgater. Why most VTubers can actually sustain fake persona for hours. Is she doing a fake persona though? She's probably gonna say no. Okay. You ask any VTuber, they're all gonna say no. You ask any VTuber, are you doing a fake personality? They're gonna say no. No, this is me. But some of them, myself included, like I'm not like this. No, okay, it's technically me, but it's like me being more talkative. I don't talk a lot. Normal me is not talking this much. So this kind of forces me to like work in a what do you call it? Like a not a flow state, but like in a state of mind where I'm just saying whatever comes to mind, I guess. What's this noise about you not liking some VTuber losing weight? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Normal Neko is a mute, kinda. I didn't say anything about a VTuber losing weight. I don't think. Not that I recall. I think Censor might have said that on the Discord, but I didn't say anything about this. That I can recall at least. I just think people are going to do what they want. Okay, that's a useless statement. That's a useless statement. I think people are going to do what they want. Yeah, no shit. Okay, moving that aside. And if girls like her get comfortable saying whatever they want, it encourages other people to feel safe to say more radically politically incorrect things. Sure. Yeah, sure. But we don't have to let them lead us. We don't have to let them be like leaders in the movement or leaders in this side of things. Chilling effect from cancel culture is still active, and I want to reduce that. No one's saying cancel her. I'm saying we should find out who she is. I'm not saying cancel. I'm saying who is she? Does anyone actually know? Or does everyone just know the one clip? It's on Tim Cord. It's the 3rd last post. Let me see. 3rd last post. Oh, I see. Okay, that was just so there was a Twitter post I made, which was just quote tweeting. So there's like, I mean, it's if you jump to that message on the Discord, there's literally a tweet where it's the same picture. Where is it? How far back is it? There was a couple that's basically like our weight loss journey, and they had a before and after pic. And I quote tweeted that with a joke saying, like, literally all I typed was greater than arrow, like implying, greater than arrow, implying, and the word O-U-R, our. Implying it's our journey, our? What do you mean? Because it thus implying the fact that she did not lose weight. The joke being, their pictures say, our weight loss journey. And my thing saying, it's not really our, because the girl didn't lose weight. At least not as much as the guy. That's the joke. Anyway. Excuse me. Knowers aren't going to start hanging on her every word? What? Knowers aren't going to... What do you mean? Knower? So when you say knowers, are you trying to say like red-pilled people? What do you think happens when someone makes the rounds? Like, someone visits all the top vaguely right-wing VTuber people. They're going to gain people from those audiences. People from those audiences are going to go over and watch her. So you're now basically saying they're all kind of tacitly saying we support this person. And if she's not someone that should be supported, that's kind of a problem. It's fine to say we support your right to say whatever the hell you want, but it's also okay to disagree with that person. Wait, what? And then was the city at Yuki isn't the first to be put on blast for being canceled. There's a lot of people who got canceled, yeah. If only Neko didn't use voice changer, then she could talk about trans to boost her popularity, bro. I don't have to listen to every word either. That's actually kind of the problem with politics in general. We tend to recognize. I don't know. He's thinking I'm purity spiraling. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, nobody's asked her about her politics so far. If right-wing people boost liberals, that dissent, it's not going to make the right wings more left-wing. It's already doing that, though. It's literally already happening. The right's not moving right. The right is not moving further right now. It's literally already happening. You have the right wing moving left right now. The Overton window moved really far right, and now it's slowly drifting back left. Like the peak to the right has already happened. And now the gatekeepers are consolidating. You have the gatekeepers consolidating control. You have like people slowly moving back left. That doesn't matter. Okay. All right, I'm not gonna be Karu. Maybe you do this in Kairo's stream, I don't know. But I'm not going to be Cairo. I'm not going to get one god. I'm going to have to start ignoring you at some point. I'm going to make a closing statement and have to start ignoring you. Because you're just... Otherwise, it's going to be me arguing with one person in chat the whole time, and we can't have that. Cairo will do that forever. I can't do that. Weight loss should be supported. True. I agree. My comment is literally making fun of her for not losing weight. I'm gonna go try and get some rest. Neko, have a beautiful night. Talk to you later. Much love. Thank you, Gator. Platonic love to you. Have a beautiful night yourself. GN. The middle is moving. So like, the problem is much of the popular right is middle. We have a bunch of leftists running the right. That's not a good thing. And so we have a bunch of leftists running the right wing, being gatekeepers, and we have these leftist like head members of the right basically supporting another person who's not really right-wing either, and promoting them as being another person who should be like listened to. I don't know. I just think that's a mistake, but that's my opinion. I'm not going to argue it further. So if you have any more comments on the topic, I'm not going to read them because, you know, I got to at some point watch the video. It can happen. People are coming into the right-wing spaces trying to push the moderate middle ground, conceding ground on matter. It's happening too much, honestly. It's happening a lot. Like, people think they want to think we're moving people right-wing. What's really happening is the right has moved as right-wing as they possibly can, and now we have people pulling us leftward. And we're probably going to lose the next election, and it's just going to get, I don't know. If we lose the next election, if we lose 2028, obviously people will get mad and move further right again. If we don't, though, if we win the next election, which is unlikely, but if we win, we will keep consolidating further middle, further left. People like the release valve will be the stress valve, the release valve will be released, and then all that pressure will go away, and we won't be as angry. Why is it going left? There's too much subversion? Yeah. Basically, yeah, that. We have a bunch of leftist people pretending to be right wing right now. We have, like, the right wing right now is composed of people who are all saying they are the meme, where it's like the left left me. You know that meme? Where it's like, I'm not right wing, I'm not far right, the left left me. The left ran leftwards, and now I fall under right wing because the left left me. That is like the right wing right now. The right wing is composed of those people. The right wing has those people as figureheads. People like Asmongold. Well, he's a little bit more right than the others, but people like Asmongold, Kirsha, Smugalon. Like, these people aren't actually right-wing. They're not really right-wing. They just have some right-wing opinions. Ultimately, they're probably, like, vaguely right-leaning, like, centrist libertarians, probably. And they're all going to tell you to vote Vance. They're all going to tell you to vote Vance. But, I mean, some of them might say Rubio, but either way, both of those options suck. It's okay, I'm not going to hog the stream. All right, appreciate it. No problem. No worries. No, and I'm not trying to, I'm not angry with you. I'm just saying, I'm not, keep in mind, we argue a lot. It's okay. I have people here who disagree with me. One beloved member of the stream, Front Towards Enemy, often bickers with me. It's nothing negative towards you. It's just, you know, it happens. We can disagree. It's okay. I can have people in my chat who disagree with me, and that's okay. What? Neko's ignoring chat? I've never ignored chat. Neko isn't ignoring chat. He is just slow. True. I mean, Neko, she is slow. Bro. Wow, leftists in the right-wing media. Yeah, the media, right. Wish we had more numbers. That would be nice. True. They aren't libertarians, bro. Well, I don't know. What do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Let's take the libertarian word out. They're centrists. They might be right-leaning centrists then. At least those people condone people talking about right-wing politics. Cool. Well, how do they feel about Jewish people? How do they feel about Jewish people? How do they feel about, like, I don't know. I mean, all of them will claim they care about immigration, but then they'll defend the Trump administration. Does Neko take issue to poop throwing festival goers? Yes. Not upset at all. I don't expect you to respond to everything if you want to move on. All right, sounds good. Thank you. Neko doesn't like anchovies. He is wrong, bro. You forgot to give my hug? I'm not required to give you a hug. You do realize that, right? You do realize that I'm not required to give you a hug every time. You said goodnight, and I said goodnight. That was it. There was no implication of a hug. What? Oh, I see there was another comment that said, may I have my hug? All right. There you go. There's your hug. Good night. Good night, tailgater. How will I didn't forget. I just didn't see the message. How will it change if we can't talk about it at all? And it's not worth answering. I don't even, I'm not going to get into it. I don't know what that even means, so. Trust in espionage is one of the most powerful tools for subverting and turning groups of individuals, at least the ones that fall for it, against themselves. Turning them into double agents, so to speak. Ideology is a weapon of war. No reason it can't be done in civil discourse. This sounds paranoid, but unless you know how it works, you can't see or suspect it. Well, my whole point is I think we have espionage being used against us, essentially. Ideology is one of the more interesting aspects of humans. Yeah, that's true. Neko, where is my hug and bedtime story? Before I leave, do not leave. Just don't leave. You'll comment. Appreciate it, Tailgater. I'll look forward to seeing it later. Subversion's gay. Yeah. Subversion's gay is all I needed to say. It rhymes. But I think basically I think the right is being subverted. That's all. And I don't think that's very controversial to say.
And they don't do this shit. When somebody accidentally misgenders them, they're just like, whatever. Like, it's just not even important. It's not even in the room of issues. Yeah. And then there's this like other group that uses it to try to center themselves and like move past other people's consensual boundaries and recenter and your emotions, because I thought it was very interesting the way that you talked about it. You're like, this made me feel really bad when that happened. And it wasn't the first time when this individual had made you feel really bad in this way.
I'm gonna get some sleep, so going AFK for the rest of the night. Should I have something for you tomorrow? Also, where's my good night hug and kiss? No, I can't do it for everyone, but thank you. Thank you for stopping by, Clergy. You have a good night. Enjoy your rest. Thank you for lurking for the rest of the stream. I assume that's what you're saying, you're lurking. Thank you for that. Either way, I look forward to seeing that thing tomorrow, and you have a good night. Enjoy your rest. Pleasant dreams, GN. Get that annoying fucking baby off the video, right?
Way.
Right.
You were talking all the way back to when you first got
I would assume that
with Twitch.
I would assume Simone Collins and Malcolm Collins are probably mostly against having, and I can understand why, honestly. They're probably mostly against like having a babysitter. Like it's like if the woman can take care of him, she should. If she can, she should. As much as possible. And I agree with that. But can you not have someone watch them for like the hour of the show at least? I don't know.
And they hadn't gotten the partnership. And they made you feel bad about celebrating, which is probably one of the biggest events in your life. Getting just interested to hear your thoughts on all this from like experiencing it and
growing more than they were. And, you know, at some point they were viewing high where they could have gotten Twitch partner, but something happened where everything just dropped for them. And they had been streaming longer than I have. So when I was, growing more than them, right? I felt like guilty, like, because I felt,
that's me and Kyra. When Kyra passes me up and gets like Twitch partnership before me, and I've been streaming longer.
They would always tell me how hard they're trying and like mentally how they're feeling. Like they don't have was like so enthusiastic and so energetic and so celebratory. And then they came and they're like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "Oh my God, you just got Twitch partner." And they're like, "Oh, good job." And I was like,
Can you explain for our audience who might not understand the significance of getting partnered with Twitch, what this means for you as a creator?
Does it really change much?
I mean, besides having a really cool badge, not necessarily too much, it means that you were able to keep an average of a high viewership.
It's kind of like a trophy more than anything else. It's kind of just like an achievement. It's like getting an achievement in a game. Like I don't think it actually changes much. Like, do you actually get increased benefits? Like I think the only thing having the partnership really just means that other people will look at you as being successful. It's literally more like a cultural thing in the sense that, as far as I know, is it better pay? I don't know. I don't know what the contract differences are, if there are any. I'm not aware of them. But if you pop up into someone's stream with a check mark, you're going to get a lot more respect. You're going to get a lot more attention. Having a check mark in your name, you pop into someone else's stream, they're going to respond to you. So, like, that's a benefit in and of itself. It's a 70-30 cut rather than a 50-50. Oh, okay. Interesting.
For a certain amount of time and complete the requirements.
Doesn't it change, like, monetization or, like, the pathways you have to contact them?
From what I understand, when it comes to monetization, you do get more opportunities. But
like
then
sponsorship
it's
deals,
also,
perhaps?
You have to do Twitch Plus to get a bigger half of what you make on Twitch.
I don't know what Twitch Plus is.
Twitch Plus, it really isn't that much of a difference. And to get Twitch Plus, you have to hit goals of people subscribing and like gifting subs. Like people need to spend money.
What's worse is having a check mark makes them think your opinion is more important than others. True. Yeah, that is unironically true. Look at me, aren't I so important? No. Well, I want people to think I'm important. I want people to think my opinion is more important, but I know, obviously, a check mark technically doesn't mean anything. It technically doesn't mean you're more important. It just means it can mean you're just more capable. You can be wrong all the time and still get the following, right? Higher levels of partnership and better revenue split. True.
So you can get the different levels of Twitch Plus to make more.
The Twitch Plus. That's what you're talking about.
So,
yeah.
like,
oh my God.
They changed it.
I also just had a realization. You've been streaming for 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she's the same age as our channel in terms of how long we've been streaming.
Oh,
right?
wow.
So finally a co-age channel. Usually when we're talking this, people are doing it a lot longer than us. Because you said something that really got to me. This, like, when your numbers drop, and like I talk with other creators about this, like when I'm stressed because my numbers are dropping and I don't know why they're dropping.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
They all have such nerves of steel about it. They're just like, oh, I don't look at the numbers. I don't.
There's people who've been streaming for nearly 10 years and got nothing. Yeah, that's kind of where I feel like I would end up going, honestly. Beforehand, I didn't have a schedule. I think the consistency really helps. Because beforehand, I was just like, whenever I feel like it, I'll stream. Whenever I don't feel like it, I won't. And that didn't really help. Like, I had people watching back then. But I think because I've done like a regular stream where people know exactly when I'll be alive, it's helped a lot. I've been treating it kind of like a job almost. But I could see myself like being that person who does it for like years and years, and it's like, it hasn't grown that much. 5 years from now, I'm sitting at like what, maybe like 50 viewers, and that's it, which will be kind of sad, but it could happen. And that's, I don't know. That's like if I steadily increase for 5 years, I might be sitting at like 50 viewers in 5 years.
Okay. I'm like, how do you not look at the numbers? This is how much the world loves me.
Yeah.
If I have low numbers, the world doesn't love me anymore. I'm saying something wrong.
I dislike. I don't know what Malcolm's doing here feels very performative. It feels very theater kid. Like, do you not? Does anyone else feel it? It feels very theater kid.
Feel about it. They're just like, oh, I don't look at the numbers. I don't care. I'm like, how do you not look at the numbers? This is how much the world loves me. If I have low numbers, the world doesn't love me anymore. I'm saying something wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I do it because I'm like a very work-driven, determined person, When I hit a goal, I'm like, okay, I don't really celebrate it. I go, all right, on to the next goal. Let's see how we can keep going, what we can do better.
Twitch is like Charlie in a Chocolate Factory. We're all waiting for a golden ticket. That's kind of the thing is like, a lot of with okay, so like I'll tweet a bunch of times. Cairo also does this, tweeting a bunch of times. You are kind of waiting for like, everyone's kind of hoping, like some people obviously can still make it without this. But everyone's kind of hoping that just through random luck, they get their golden ticket. They get their, like, either they're part of a drama that kicks off and they're at the top of it, or they have a viral tweet that goes off and they can, like, obviously get benefits from this. Everyone's kind of just throwing out stuff into the wild, hoping for that viral tweet, that viral moment that, takes them stardom. Everyone's hoping for that. And obviously, for many, it doesn't happen. For most, in fact. Obviously, for most, by definition, for most, it can't happen. But yeah, you felt it from the beginning. Yeah, I get you. But like every now and then, we hit some good viral tweets, and I don't know. You won't hit the big one that makes you forever famous, but you can slowly build up an audience. It's kind of the long-term way of doing it.
Very work-driven,
That actually, I think, explains why the numbers going down hurt so much, because in so many areas of life, you're used to like, you hit the goal, now I'm going to my next goal, and then you start moving down from the goal you were just at, which is so demoralizing.
You're my God, it's the worst. It's the worst.
Talk about numbers going down.
Listen, despite enduring this, though, like, first, I don't...
Speaking of numbers going down, I just noticed my follower count was down by 1. What the fuck? What the fuck? Who did this? I'll find out later, but not that it matters.
We only learned about you recently. We're not that deep into the
Who
lore.
did it? Kill him,
what
right?
Actually got you started streaming in the first place, knowing? I'm sure you knew, like, at least a little going in. Like,
wow, she said something. True. She did say something. Need to keep buying and eating the chocolate. Bad for your health, but need that ticket. That's kind of like, if we want to extend the metaphor, it's like streaming every day, throwing out those tweets every day. Like we're spending life energy that could be spent doing other things with the hopes that maybe we'll get that ticket, right?
Like, this is actually a lot of work. And also,
I had no idea how much work it was till I started doing the streams with
well,
Leaflet.
and also, like, as a VTuber, because like I was playing out with Leaflet's PNG tuber model, and I was trying to like get the rig to animate, and I was like, oh my God, like the amount of face work I have to do just to like, and like it's so much work. It's so much more work. So why did you choose the hard way?
VTubing's not that hard.
And then the double hard way. Like, why? What inspired this?
I actually started off as a non-VTuber. I actually started off with not even showing myself. It was just my voice, and I was just playing League, and I was just doing it for, fun. I didn't think of it as anything. Someone said, you have a unique voice. You should do streaming. You'll do really well. And I'm like, sure, okay. I mean, most people think I sound like a child, but if that's cool, why not? And honestly, most people think I use a voice changer. This isn't my real voice.
It does sound like it.
I mean, like, puberty just kind of skipped me. It was like, all right, you know what?
Wait. What
It
does
sounds
sound
so much like a
if you
voice
try to do
changer.
voice?
Actually, my voice is a little hoarse right now because I have been talking so much.
This is your husky
this
voice?
is a low voice for her.
Yeah.
This is your Elizabeth Holmes voice. This is you going as
Talk
Holmes.
about-
I don't talk like a but
Being voice
It's a great voice. It's a great voice.
For a moment in history. Like you come in the moment of history where you can be an anime girl and you happen to have and tactfully argued as well. I mean, I appreciate the humility, but I think that there's a reason why it's gone viral and received such a positive reception. And one of the things that I want to like really lean into in terms of a positive reception is when we see somebody being attacked for saying what is clearly saying stuff, bringing them into like the wider cultural community. You know, you're not the only person we do interviews like this with. I think is really valuable because then they can feel safe saying what they want to say.
This is kind of what Anonymous. I think Malcolm is kind of representing your idea there, right here. I think,
and knowing that this community is not a community that's going to like care or judge or be overly aggressive about many of the areas where they might assume that, right? Like you started, I think when you started VTubing, you were looking at doing it from like a lewd tubing perspective, right?
Did she really?
did dabble in that department,
Bruh.
yes.
Yeah, and then you went, no, I don't enjoy this, right? Like this isn't a good way to live. And we also, I mean, if you look at like the other people we interview in
Let's
our
hope she
community,
doesn't
like
end there too again.
Nux used to do hentai reviews. We run a not safe for work website, right? Like it's a lot of these things that I feel would like have people attacked within what I thought the right-wing community was. And then I enter it and they don't fucking care. They're just like, oh, if you agree with us on
it's
any
like
point.
What I thought the right-wing community is, and then I enter it and they're not right-wing at all. Turns out they're not right-wing at all. You could be someone who's not even right-wing and we can be a big part of the right-wing community. That's kind of what he's getting at. I love that the right-wing community lets a bunch of leftists in it. Hey, Nick, I don't see this enough, but I appreciate you making another voice method for me. Another voice method. I'm in the process of editing it. Hey, you want me to make that a clip too? What? I don't know what you mean. I do not know what you mean.
We take you on every point, right? Like you're just whatever. It's very, which was my motivation for reaching out to you to be like, hey, come on, like let's be friends in this wider network. Have you gotten that from other people? Have like other people been reaching out to you or
oh my god,
like the wider?
So many people have been reaching out. So many, you know. I lost a lot of people I thought were friends. I lost a bunch of artists that I worked with. But honestly, it's like I didn't really get too sad about it because I'm like, if they're gonna leave me over me having this kind of opinion.
Yeah, to be honest, it can be nice. The right is more agreeable, but like getting too agreeable, we need. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't think we should I kind of agree that I don't think we should be entirely closed off. Like, I get where I can somewhat get what Anonymous is talking about. I get the idea that we want to be accepting of more people, but my issue is I feel like when we're too accepting. Yeah, when we're too accepting, when we let anyone in, then we become, more, we move towards the consensus rather than, we're not moving the consensus, we're moving towards the consensus, essentially. Like, so, we're not moving them right wing, we're moving ourselves left wing, is what I feel like is happening.
That's fine, I don't need them in my life. Why would I want people like that in my life if we can't be friends and have disagreements? What are we doing? We don't have to agree on everything. And then artists reached out, merch companies reached out. I mean, I made new friends like Nines and Leaflet. I've talked to Powder, Banana Juju. I did a collab with.
Awesome.
Honestly,
done Banana Juju yet.
So sweet, so sweet.
I want to get around. Yeah,
Sweet.
continue.
It is crazy though that you think the other side's all about acceptance and bringing you in and be who you want to be and think what you want to think, but when you have a different opinion from theirs, they're like, nope, get out of here, you terrible person.
What did she mention? She mentioned, well, obviously I assume she wouldn't mention me because I'm a nobody, but like Banana Juju's a big name, right? But it's like everyone knows the right is the party of acceptance for accepting who you are, what you want to be. The right is the acceptance party, totally, right? That's what it is. I don't know. I mean, kinda, but also like depends on how far. Yeah, saying the quiet part out loud. The left left me. Yeah, I want to find that meme real quick. I want to just because I mean I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, but like the left left me meme like. Just so I can show you, Elon Musk posted this meme. Where is it? Is it in this video? Can I not click it?
He's following bumps.
Twitter fair to their viewpoint. But don't.
All right, no, it's not in that. There's an article. There's literally an article about it. There's an article literally saying. Elon Musk tweets meme about America's political polarization as the left goes farther left. Is there can I find? Oh, here's actually the tweet's in the article. Sorry, the tweet is in the article here. Literally, it's this meme. 2008. So like, what we have is the right is being run by what is a 2008 leftist. 2008 liberals are running the right wing right now. That's the problem. There's like, here's me in 2008. The left is running leftward. Oh my God. The left kept running. Oh no, now I'm in the right wing. So like, this is, I guess this is me, maybe you. I don't know if you or me, but this is me. This is me in the right wing. And this is the left running leftward. And now you have this 2008 leftist telling me how to be right wing, telling me what the right should be, right? That's the problem. You have this is what is an old leftist now telling the far right what they should be doing. I don't like that. But that's kind of the issue we have. Like Asmongold, like if you look at any of these people, Asmongold, Kirsha, probably Tectone. I don't know Tectone well enough, but maybe. Asmongold, Kirsha, Tectone, Leaflet, Smugglana, literally any of these people that are like the top of the like vaguely right-leaning VTuber sphere, any of these people, they're probably going to be in this category of being like essentially a 2008 leftist that is now considered vaguely right-wing. And they're running the right-wing like talk space, the sphere. They're running the right-wing community now. And so, like, they control what gets said or doesn't get said, how far we go, who we support, whether we support Vance, Rubio, or Trump. A lot of these people here were not Trump. They were not pro-Trump in 2016, but now they're pro-Trump. Now that Trump sucks, now that Trump's been proven to suck dick, proven to be like an Israel shill, proven that he's not going to do anything for us, proven that he wants an Iran war, proven that he's going to cuck on immigration. Now they're on the Trump train. And that's kind of part of the problem. Now they want us to support Trump. And it's like, okay, where were you in 2016? And why are you trying to dictate to me who I should support now? The people who jumped on the Trump train in 2024 are the problem. You don't think I'm right wing? I'm gonna have to prove that. Well, you'll just have to assume. You'll just have to accept it for now. But I don't know. Whoops! I did not mean to click that. But okay, that just takes us to the tweet anyway. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the whole thing. Like and don't get me wrong. I like Leaflet. I like Asmongold. I like these people. But I do feel like there needs to be this understanding that they're not actually right wing, like that they shouldn't be calling the shots for the right wing. And they if you ask them directly, they'd probably say, "No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that." It's like you kind of, whether you think so or not, you kind of are. You have to realize the effect you have. Whether you intend to or not, you are controlling the dialogue. You basically are controlling the Overton window. They basically control the Overton window of what is acceptable dialogue in the right wing. Whether they think they are or not. I feel like they know they are, but whether they'll admit it or not is another question. Either way. That's where I'm coming. That's my idea. Like, that's just me demonstrating where I'm coming at. You don't have to agree with it, but that's where I'm coming at this from. That's my thoughts on it. Source. Just you don't wait, Vandaman. Do you look at my Twitter account? Do you see my X? Do you see what I post on X? You don't think I'm right wing? I don't know. You need some curb stomping videos or something? Well, I know. Yeah. I'm not like okay. I'm right wing. I would classify myself as far right, honestly. I think there's not a lot of people further right than me. I think the problem is that because I'm trying not to be, I'm not trying to be a skinhead. I'm not trying to be I'm trying to be a palatable form of the far right. I'm trying to be I have those ideas, but I'm also trying not to get banned. I'm also trying to have a higher. I'm trying to gain a bigger platform, and I can't do that if I'm just if I'm just saluting all the time, in that in that matter. So I want to have a bigger, I want to attain a higher status while still maintaining those values, if that makes sense. I mean, to be honest, it took me until 2019 to really see what the leftists were lying the whole time when things were looking good before COVID. Well, I mean, everyone could have their personal journeys. That's not to say, that graph may not represent everyone. But I'm just saying that the people I'm talking about, for the most part, like Musk is the one who posted that meme. Keep in mind, Musk is the one that posted that meme, right? And a lot of these people see Musk as like a savior, almost. They all kind of look up to Musk, Asmongold included. Like, Asmongold looks up to Musk, and then all these other people kind of look up to Asmongold, and there's like a chain. There's like a chain of command, almost. Coming down from Musk through Asmon through like everyone else. And Musk sees himself as just a fucking like leftist, a liberal, a liberal from the past, who's only vaguely right wing now. Because he won't say he's like, I don't think of myself as right. I think of myself as common sense. I honestly think I'm kind of like a centrist. Like that's kind of like how he would describe himself. And these are the people who are like controlling like all the money in the right wing right now. I mean, obviously that's Musk mostly, but you have your sissy cage on, Nodders. My sissy cage? What do you mean? I say I'm right wing but not conservative. I don't know. It's kind of interchangeable to some degree, but I guess I don't know what you mean by that, but yeah, I get you. I'm joking. I hear you, man. I know. All right, cool. Glad you're on the up and up there. I am far right. You've got the femboy cat bit right, I guess, bro. Okay. Do you know? You don't follow me on Twitter? I don't think. I've said some spicy stuff there, but I've also tried to lean a little bit. I've tried to lean recently. I've tried to lean a little bit less spicy, a little bit, just a tiny bit, because I'm trying not to get banned. I'm trying to move upward. You're a libertarian. Stay off my land. Yeah, I know. We're all under the impression we're being reasonable until we can't afford to be anymore. True. To be honest, like, it's good to have more money in the right-wing politics, but I don't know about Elon money. He gets too mad when his specific agenda is not met, which means he expects what he wants for his money. Yeah, and keep in mind, I'm never gonna forget Elon when he was doing the right-wing stuff. He's like, look at me wearing my MAGA hat, look at me hanging out with Trump, look at me being like a right-wing representative. And then he got really mad when Twitter did not want Indians. He got really mad and he attacked white people when Twitter said they don't want Indians, they don't want outsourcing, they don't want H-1Bs, and he was upset with this. And people said, no, okay, train white people. White people can do those jobs, train white people. He says, we can't do that. If we want to do this fast, we can't do that. We don't have time. We got to hire Indians. And then there was also the tweets where he's like, basically saying, Jewish people are white, if not peak white. They're peak white. He says Jewish people are peak white. And on top of that, he keeps retweeting this Gad Sad, like, fucking douchebag who is Jewish, who all Gad Sad posts is like, Islam is bad, Islam is bad, Islam is bad. We need to stop this suicidal empathy and fight Iran. And it's like, bro, you want us to stop suicidal empathy for everyone except Jewish people. You want white people to keep their suicidal empathy for Jewish people. You just want them to remove it for everyone else. You want white people to have like suicidal empathy solely for Jewish people, and that's it. That's what he wants. That's what Gad Saad's fighting for. And so I don't know. I don't like this kosher right wing. That's what I keep like this like liberals from 2019 who are now vaguely right wing are fighting for a like kosher right wing, and I don't want that. X banned a lot of people positively reporting on Patriot Front on their Independence Day march. You can say silly variations of the N-word, but as soon as you start organizing, it's a problem. True, actually true. Yeah, that's very true. And that goes to show like they like to dog whistle, they like to virtue signal to the far right. But when you actually look at their actions, look at what they actually do. Like, they can say whatever the fuck they want. They can pay lip service to the far right. Pay attention to what they actually do, though. Pay attention, and if you pay attention to what they actually do, they're not actually voting far right. They're voting maybe for like centrist points. They're maybe like doing a show pretending they want to be far right, but they're not actually. Neko is the cutest far-right woman we know, bro. Don't become Canada. I don't want to become Canada. Hell no.
And then the other side is like, that's okay, we'll take you in.
What? By the way, the Wifo Weirds collab that dropped you, I went to their website to try to figure out what they do because, like...
Tourist detected. He wants to make a VTubing app with anime stuff and anime or AI stuff. And he says, the Wifo app... Tourist. I think people should have woke up when Trump said he was only focusing on criminal. You would think, you would hope, but guess what? People like Asman, people like Kirsha, all still support Trump after that. They still support Trump after the Iran stuff. They will still push the Trump stuff hardcore, even though he betrays us in every angle.
I've decided to, as our company, just clone any product that drops somebody, but I couldn't even figure out what they do. Like, what were they trying to promote?
Well, they make shaker cups and they put like VTuber art on it. Just like, you know, the cups you would make like protein shakes in, and you just shake it and then they slap VTuber art on it. I actually had just done my first drop with them where I sold out on all my cups. You only need 20 to start production, but I sold out all the cups in like a couple weeks.
That's
impressive.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Weird is like you're making them money.
Oh yeah, and they take a good chunk of it.
Who instigated you down this sort of pathway? You were 90% of their income at one point, right?
Real.
My artist, yes, and I mean I can say that because they literally admitted it to me in like DMs, which I'm not going to post publicly because I'm not that kind of person. But you know, I'll say some things from the DMs here and there.
No, it's one of the most interesting things about your personal story in regards to all of this is you coming out and finally talking about your opinions on this stuff seem primarily motivated by just one bad actor that nobody thought to rein in. And I wonder, like, how many people end up having these revelations or these moments because of just one bad actor? Like, how much one individual can matter in the wider political sphere?
I think right-wing VTubers should get artists to sign an NDA. They should, honestly. Here's the thing, and I've said this before, if I ever did get signed on into sponsorship, or you know, if I ever get any sort of business dealings, let's say I get big enough that I have business dealings of some sort, right? Like I need to hire artists, I need to hire, let's say I need to hire, I don't know, someone to do like hardcore artist editing stuff. I would need them to like put in writing somewhere that they understand that I'm a controversial figure and that I may say things that are spicy or may get attention, may be controversial, maybe get, you know, I might get canceled. You know, they have to put somewhere that, you know, this deal is not subject to change based on cancellation or whatever the fuck, you know. That's going to be a problem, though, because I think a lot of them try and withhold that right for themselves. A lot of these artists and stuff and big shots want to hold that right for themselves. They want to be able to say, no. I want to reserve the right to cancel for any reason. So that's why it might become troublesome if I ever do get bigger. But like if I ever do get bigger, it might be troublesome to get like a people who won't just like back off after I say something stupid. You know? We'll see. We'll see.
I mean,
Sign
with
these
this
nuts.
person, the person who made my model, the person who would get mad at you if you got their pronouns wrong. I was recently, after interactions they've had with good friends of mine, like the one they got mad at during my birthday stream, really good friend of mine. He and I are very similar in how we think, and I feel safe, you know, really sharing how I feel with him. I was just thinking, I was like, what is bonding me to this person besides the connection of them doing art for me? Why do we have a friendship? Because even when we hung out, just the two.
The trans or the furry? That's a tough one. The problem is both can be like both trans people and furries are like this subset where they're severely autistic, so they like tend to have decent skills at certain things, like disproportionate amount of decent skills at like programming and other things. Probably more likely not due to them being trans or furries, but more likely due to them being autistic. And it just so happens there's a high likelihood, high prevalence of trans and furry stuff amongst autists, right? So they both could be good. I guess it depends on some factors. If it's more of a question of like which one's worse to deal with, honestly, I honestly think the furry would be easier to deal with. Like, yeah, you prefer the furry. Yeah, I would think the furry, because the furry can be, I don't know. Like, okay, the furry can be mostly normal. They just have a weird, like, a really weird fetish. Whereas the trans people go really far. Like, trans people tend to, like, change their hormones, be like, they change their hormones, they alter their body, and because of this, they tend to be very unstable. Very mentally unstable. Even before they do this themselves, they're probably mentally unstable as well. So it's hard to deal with mentally unstable people. Furry people can be more normal mentally, even if the fetish is very strange and disgusting. So I would argue, yeah, it's probably easier to deal with a furry than it is a trans person. Trans people are just retarded with all the HRT, I think, possibly. That certainly doesn't help. Aren't they one and the same? There's a distinction, slight distinction, obviously, but like I would rather neither. But if I had to choose, I'd rather deal with the furry. A furry wouldn't scream at you for misspeciesing them, true. Transgender, trans species, it's also tiresome, true. You seem mentally stable for a twans girl. I'm not a twans girl. The furry knows they're wearing a costume. Trans doesn't even know what they are, true. As long as it's not the kind of furry that's like, you know, that was on that show that's like, in all ways but physical, I am a wolf. The furries who like wear a tail and then like bark at people, like that's, I don't know. That's another story, but sorry, I thought you were a wolf, not a fox, bruh.
Two of us watching the show.
They're called otherkin.
Just, you know, doing stuff in our free
Doesn't get
time.
assaulted.
That's
the other thing. A trans person might try to rape me, right? A trans person might try to rape me, whereas a furry, I'm not, you know, their cup of tea.
I always felt like I couldn't be my real self. Like I still had to walk on those eggshells. Like I had to be careful of what I said. And I felt like in a way they also thought, you know, I really am not the sharpest tool in the shed, as the saying goes. I'm not. Yeah. I admit that. I'm fine with that. Like I still get through my day somehow. It's a miracle.
I relate, man.
I always felt
True,
that
Stormy.
They thought
yeah,
they
exactly.
were better than me in some way. Like they can learn things.
Like I'm a higher status person than you are. And hanging out in this community and not having to deal with that. Recently, I went to Stanford Business School. And so I was back and I did a podcast with one of my classmates who's still very much in that, like, I don't know what you want to call it, like urban elite mindset, right? Like, you know, everything that, how could you say this? How could you say that? Like a gasp. Like going through my title cards and being like, do you stand?
I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. Malcolm's inner thoughts. Thank you for making this easy for me, basically. My thoughts, in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. That was my thought. I think the real difference is the victim mentality. I doubt furries use that unless they are trans and furry. Maybe, possibly.
And for this, and I was like, they're meant to shock people. What are you talking about? And it felt so icky. And I realized it's been so long since I had somebody pull that.
All right, look, that's I got the ick from that. All right, like the thing that gives me the ick is hearing someone go, it's so icky. Nah, that just gave me the ick.
On me, and it's felt so good to be hanging out with people like Leaf who like pull.
I think it's a bureaucratically influenced school marm culture where like we've been used to it since we were in school with just this like, oh, you have no idea, you're just ignorant, we need to educate you. And I think it's a very pervasive like urban elite.
Neko gets the ick 100%.
Money or education you have, it depends on what culture you adopt, where you just like you condescend and patronize.
Also, maybe it goes without being said, but like the thickness of their glasses irritates me. I find it extremely irritating. Like it's obnoxiously thick.
Those who are just too ignorant to know how to say the right thing, but then weirdly are.
Although is she wearing? It looks like she's wearing those glasses. Like you see this headpiece, I think is attached to the glasses. This looks like it's like one of those like augmented reality glasses, possibly. Because like it almost looks like the earpiece is attached to the end here, and there's maybe like a battery in here. Possibly, I don't know. But there's no excuse for his, right? So this is certainly partially their style. Like I think even without these earpieces, she has glasses like this. Lol, same, yeah, right? It's annoying. It feels like, I don't know. This is a deliberate choice for them to look like this. Like they're deliberately trying to look hardcore nerdy for some reason. I get it, I do too. It's a condition of homoism, bro.
Suddenly savage to them when they mess up in just the wrong way. So like at best you're patronizing, and at worst then you like tried to destroy their entire lives and careers. So
well,
bizarre.
They're using you to masturbate their emotional states. Like
oh wait, you can see actually it looks like the headphone falls down. So it's not the headphone's not attached to the glasses then. The headphone wraps around and goes down.
I like what someone was saying here. Like, this isn't somebody who sees you as a friend, but as like a masturbation tool for validation.
Hold on, that's like what most. I mean, we argue that there are only 3 types of friendships. One is basically convenience friendships, like it's the person you went to school with or you're in class, like you're proximal to each other, so you're friends. The other is
proximal, okay.
Utility friends, so you're friends
utility,
with them,
sure.
You know, if your kids like they have the best video games, so you need to be friends with them to get access to the gaming console, or you know they have money or whatever. And then like they're a girl and you want what you want from them, but then. The third is character reinforcing friends, where you have like a token friend because they're the extra or the supporting character that you need on your life stage. And that's
so where does genuine friendship exist in that then? So they said there's 3 types of friends: proximal, utility, and then character developing, I guess. Where you need that person, like, so you'd look at them as just like a secondary character in your life. Because you need them as like a side character in your life. Is that what they're called? Are they saying that's the genuine friendship? That sounds a little like narcissistic. Yeah, it sounds like all of them are using people. Like all of it is just like, well, like proximal is convenience. Proximal is just like, you're around and I'm bored. Go through them again, yeah. The proximal friendship is that you're around and I'm bored. So we can be friends because, like, who else are we going to talk to, right? Convenience. The other one they said was utility, where it's like, okay, me being friends with you gives me something useful. Being friends with you is useful for me. So I'm friends with you for utility reasons. And then lastly was like, you're a supporting character that helps me develop. I.e., like I'm using you, it feels like. So let's see them again.
You want friends with them because similar to each other. So basically, convenience friendships, like it's the person you went to school with or you're in class, like you're proximal to each other, so you're friends. The other is utility friends. So you're friends with them because, you know, if your kids, like, they have the best video games, so you need to be friends with them to get access to the gaming console, or, you know, they have money or whatever. And then or like they're a girl and you want what you want from them. But then the third is character reinforcing friends, where you have like a token friend because they're the extra or the supporting character that you need on your life stage. And that's what Malcolm's trying to describe here. But I think that's not a political thing. I think that's just a human thing. It just
where's the one that's you with them because you like them? Where's the one that's like you're with them because you think they're cool and you want to spend time with them? Where's the one that's like they're cool, I want to be around that cool person? Is that utility? Like what if it's like I like this person, like I just they're so cool, I like them, like I want to be around them because I enjoy their company, I enjoy what they say, they're cool. You know, that's not necessarily like utility because all you gain out of that is like being around them. Proximal, who I'm in a relationship to, utility is reliability, trust, and task, and emotional support beyond the utility. I don't know. This is a weird distinctions. I mean, they're not wrong that like. I guess it's like okay. You can. These are ways that you like. These are reasons why someone might like. These are reasons a friendship might start. I would look at it more like these are reasons why a friendship might start, right? A friendship might start just due to proximal, just through the. I can't speak. I'm like having a stroke here. A friendship may start because of proximity. A friendship may start due to utility, right? You need. I don't know. I need something, and they have it, so I can become friends with them to get it, right? A friendship might start, I guess the third one's a little odd because you need that support character in your life. I don't know. That sounds a little weird. That feels a little sociopathic or narcissistic if you do it intentionally. And that I need someone to support me. So I'm going to become a friend I'm going to befriend you to support me. But the other thing is like, just because a friendship starts proximal doesn't mean it's not real. Like just because you become friends with someone because you're in close proximity doesn't mean you're not real friends. The sidekick thing, yeah, that last one's like a sidekick thing. So like I think these are more so 3 ways friendship might start. 3 ways friendships might start. But it doesn't necessarily, I would say it doesn't necessarily reflect on the value of the friendship necessarily. Obviously, if a friendship starts with utility, it might not be the best friendship, but it doesn't mean it doesn't turn into a real friendship. It could start for utility and turn into a real friendship. Proximal, things in common, or even jive and banter. Yeah, exactly. I'm the MC. True. Associates, peripheral, and was. Yeah.
Happened to be that the supporting characters in the life of a very predominant culture happen to be like very exploited and mistreated characters. Whereas I guess like in the default tropes of more conservative or centrist or libertarian cultures, like the supporting characters have a little bit more like respect given to them. They're not like stooges and, you know, idiots and people that they don't actually like or respect, which is, I think you really touched on something interesting.
I guess I don't know where she's going with this. It's funny though. It's because this is the longest they let her talk. And I have no idea where she's going with this. Like what do you mean? What's the relevance?
About how stressful it can be to be in some of these circles when you're like always afraid of being in trouble. But do you have like a larger overarching goals with the streaming that you do, or with the way, or like also has what you experienced recently?
You can see why it cuts her off.
Think you're going to be focusing on with your streaming and with what you talk about, or are you just going to kind of keep doing what you do, but now feeling like you
can't sit still? Yeah,
I'm gonna keep doing what I do and feel like I can talk more freely. And if you know, I make it known you don't have to agree with my opinion.
It doesn't
mean you can't be a part of my community. Just
actually
be respectful and follow the rules. But I have been doing more chatting and interacting with my community because I have that ability now where, you know, there are more people to interact with, and we do like reactions to videos, which I have so much fun with. I've been having more fun with streaming lately than I have in a really long time.
Convoluted verbosity to sound clever. True.
Yeah. Well, so I've been doing every other week for a while. Right now we're on hiatus. I would do like a 10-hour stream with Leaflet, and I hadn't realized what a unique experience.
What? A 10-hour stream with Leaflet. What? Say that again.
For a while. Right now we're
every other week. Okay. All right.
On hiatus. I would do like a 10-hour stream with Leaflet, and I hadn't realized what a unique experience it is to whiz a chat for an extended period of times, give your true opinions of like the world. And I can't even
maybe they have a point. Would have to pay attention,
it's
to give
such
a shit.
marathon.
True.
Like the closest thing I can say is it's like a, but yeah, it's a completely different way of interacting with reality.
What? Interacting with Leaflet is a different way of interacting with reality. What?
But what it's like, true opinions of like the world for an extended period. What a unique experience it is to whiz a chat for an extended period of times, give your true opinions of like the world.
Okay, so having the experience of giving your true opinions with a chat, so me giving my true opinions with you guys nearby is a unique experience. Sure, I guess it's true.
And I can't even explain to people what it's like because it's such a marathon. Like the closest thing I can say is it's like a, but yeah, it's a completely different way of interacting with reality.
Saying it's a different way of interacting with reality is a weird, that's kind of saying nothing. But like, it's I don't know. Literally, no matter what you do, you're interacting with reality. So it's kind of weird to say it's a different way of interacting with reality. It's kind of just a lot of words to say nothing. It's unique. Just say it's a unique experience. It's a unique experience that you value. Sure. Unique, New York, yeah. They wouldn't be able to stream as a wife and husband because they are so used to editing the crap out of their stuff. True. Yeah, there's a lot cut. Even in this, there's a lot cut. You can see, like, he'll be in the middle of a sentence and then it'll, like, cut.
It's so fun.
Also, to the like...
They probably cut every time the baby went really, like loud. They probably cut, right? I think they do that a lot, drag it out to make it seem complex, but why does it have to be that way, right? Just, it doesn't, like, a lot of the most profound thoughts are some of the simplest. Like, you don't need, like, complexity is often unnecessary. Sometimes complexity is useful, but, like, most of the time you don't need it.
One of the things I often say on stream when we talk about like the diversity of opinions within our wider community, and I really want to emphasize for you, like, as you enter this wider sort of friend network or whatever, they like really do tolerate like any opinion as long as it seems like you're trying to get to the truth. And the example I always use of this is like Kami Mommy Shoe on Head. Like, Shoe on Head is obviously adored by everyone in the community and like is an actual socialist, and we just don't even care. We're like,
is Shoe on Head a socialist? So, okay. See, to me, all right, maybe you guys don't look at it this way, but him kind of gleefully talking about this, what I'm hearing is it's so easy to subvert these people. It's so, they just let you in. You could be a socialist, but you can just claim you're looking for the truth and they'll let you in. It's so easy. Like, I can just imagine the hand rubbing. It's like, oh man, subverting this group is just so easy. Just pretend you're looking for the truth. And look, they'd even let in a socialist. It's so easy. It's so easy to subvert them. It's so easy to get let in. That's what I'm hearing.
Seems to want to get at what's true.
Deceitful language, yeah.
And so don't worry about that. Don't worry about like, oh, now I'm part of this group. Like, I have to have this set of opinions. I hope you don't feel that way.
No, I'm not changing anything for anyone. Whether you can watch me, you don't have to watch me. I'm not changing for anyone. I'm not putting on a persona.
Yep.
I'm me. Doing anything else is exhausting.
That is the right answer.
The other thing I wanted to talk about that I
thought
was
the right
really
answer.
Fun. Well, and you talk about it being exhausting. I've heard other people say this is like this idea that like any VTuber is putting on a voice or a personality is actually very unlikely because it's incredibly exhausting to do that for a long period of time.
There are ones that actually do though. Like some of the ones in Japan are unironically like putting on a character. Like there are corporate VTubers who go through they literally go through training to like stay in character. They go through character training essentially to stay in character, to forget any previous persona they had to play. They're acting. And it doesn't mean they can't have fun doing it, but it is essentially they're playing a role, right? And sure, it can be exhausting, but streaming is exhausting. streaming, even being yourself in streaming, it gets exhausting. It can be exhausting. So I don't know. A cog in a machine, yeah. Just say nya. I came here to hear you say nya. You better say it.
Like doing a voice for 10 hours is just not really realistic.
No.
It's easy when you have a voice changer, though.
It's very exhausting, especially to keep up with it for your community who thinks that you're that person. Like faking someone you're not or putting on a persona, you know, I respect those who can do it. I can't. I don't have the energy. I work a full-time job too. I don't got that energy.
Oh my God. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that. So
I feel bad for Leaflet because if he is a plant, holy fuck, all the hours are trust building. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Leaflet's smart. Leaflet's smart. I kind of think she's not necessarily entirely against the idea. Talks time, right? Hey, I'm gonna quick bathroom break. Hold on that note, quick bathroom. I can't speak. Quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. 1 sec. We'll get back to this, but I do gotta run to the restroom. So BRB. 1 sec. Okay, sorry about that. All right, I'm back now. Hello. So anyway, going back to what you said before I so rudely disappeared. Well, let me see. Oh, sorry. I feel bad for Leaflet because if he's a plant, holy fuck, all the hours of I feel like Leaflet, for how long she's been in the area, for how long, like Leaflet hasn't really been in politics. Here's the thing, like Leaflet has only kind of entered the political kind of arena for like what, in the last couple of years? When did she start? Like, because like Leaflet's been like streaming for a long time. She's been in the public eye for a while. But I don't think she was not doing politics for a long time. The politics thing is a very recent phenomenon. And so, I don't know. Few years. At least as far as I've seen. And I feel like there's no way she didn't... Like, I feel like the politics for Leaflet probably had to have been, like, in the last couple of years, maybe? Let me check, actually. Let me pull up her channel. So we got Leaflet's channel here. Let's go to the oldest, right? In the oldest ones, this is 4 years ago. These are all apolitical, I think. We'll see where we find the first like obvious politics. Hogwarts Legacy, maybe? Like, maybe vaguely? Because, like, it was a big thing about, like, that could be vaguely political, but, like, not really. That's just kind of like support J.K. Rowling because of the trans thing. Hmm. I ate anime McDonald's. Fan service. Okay, reacts. So she's doing reacts and talking about fan service. That's vaguely, extremely vaguely political. It's more on the anime side of things, but it's vaguely political. Talking about game piracy. Very vaguely political as well. Let's see. The USA is doomed, and you can blame education. This feels vaguely political as well. Like, this feels like, education. But still, most of this is not political. Asmongold's right. Okay. I think this is probably a good part where we can say maybe, although even here, she's not super political. Oh, well, okay, homophobic. Okay, so 2 years ago. Roughly 2 years ago. Which would have been 2024. So it seems like she got politically activated in the 2024 Trump run. Which, I don't know, that's a little sus. Like, you had nothing to say in 2016, although her channel doesn't go that far back. That's kind of the problem. Her channel doesn't go that far back. But it's like, nothing in 2020. Obviously, we don't see 2016, but like, getting activated in 2024 is a little odd, I think. I'm not necessarily making any sort of allegations towards her. I don't know if she's necessarily entirely honest, but I don't know, like, I don't think she's like a paid asset necessarily, but I feel like, I don't know. She certainly realized, like, Asmongold is a gold, like, a cash cow, kinda. She realized, like, alright, these vaguely right talking points are kind of a cash cow. Now, they could be her honest beliefs. They could be her honest beliefs. But she certainly changed up her video style, which could, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. But I don't know. Leaflet, when would she, like, I don't know, maybe she could have done a thing where it's like in the back room, in the back rooms. She no-clipped into the back rooms. No. She could have, it could be that she's a willing participant in this kind of like controlled right wing, where she's like, okay, so I get influence, I get money, and I just have to like agree with Asmongold. Easy. What's the issue? I'm not saying she is, but it could be. This vaguely right wing like posse that got set up with Asmongold, Tectone, Smugglana, like all these kind of people together. But it could also be organic. So I don't know. I'm just saying, it's hard to say. I could see it either way. It doesn't necessarily have to be, like, not everything's a conspiracy, right? So it could be entirely organic, but I don't know. You could have your honest opinions. You can become useful for someone, and then they could say, hey, you kind of already support everything we say. We just kind of want you in our full, like, we'll let you join our group chat. You can join our group chat. You get to be in the big, vaguely right-wing group chat, and it kind of just could be looked at as, like, networking, but, like, in a way, it's like an in-group that kind of all pushes similar ideas and similar stories. Perhaps, I don't know. I think, I don't know, Leaflet comes off as mostly genuine more than anyone else, but I also think she's not, like, her political thoughts I don't 100% agree with. She's not obviously, she also would say, obviously, she's not in 100% agreement with me, obviously. Like, I'm further right than her. She's further left than me. She has this whole idea about stellar humanism. I'm like an entirely different subject matter. I don't know. She clearly got more popular when she got into politics because that's when I first saw her, which is about 2 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, true. I meant Column, not Leaflet. Leaflet's innocent. You think so? Wait, what was your thing about BC reeks of leftist plants? I feel bad for Leaflet because if he's a plant. Okay, I read that. Well, I guess, okay, so my point was, if she's entirely innocent, yeah, I guess I feel bad, but, like, if she's not, I guess even if you're innocent, the way she looks at it is probably like, well, he's vaguely along, like, these people are vaguely along my pre-existing politics, so it's fine. So it's like, it's not really control if it's kind of already what you believe in, I guess. Leaflet might just be like a 20, Leaflet very well might be, and I think she's kind of said as much. She might just be what Musk is, which is, the 2008 leftist turned vaguely right wing. And it could be organic, yeah. She is essentially, like, whenever I describe, like, Musk being inherently, like, leftist, but, like, kind of pretend to be right-wing, sorta, I think Leaflet kind of fits along that same lines, in that she has some right-wing opinions, but it's, like, at her heart, she's not right-wing. Malcolm could be an entirely different slime. Slime mentioned? She's just a slime, yeah. She's a slime. She fits whatever mold she has to. She'll fit whatever mold she has to. If she changes, it's because she's a slime. You can't trust slime girls. From what she says herself is that she would mention the topics while gaming and after a while talked more about them, perhaps. Malcolm is a metal slime? What's a metal slime? A slime that's metal? But, like, how do you be a slime and metal? Oh, like, I guess, like, liquid metal. Okay. Tell me why, when Yuki mentioned you're the person, you're that guy, I immediately thought of Tyler, the Creator. I have no idea. I don't think of Tyler, the Creator at all. She does seem like she genuinely views Malcolm as a friend. Yeah, they do seem friendly. Like, I like, even if you're, like, controlled, there's no way you're gonna spend 10 hours with someone multiple times, like every other week even. There's no way with, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could technically be forced to do some kind of arrangement like that, but I don't know. I think she actually genuinely enjoys spending time with them, so. Regardless. Also, Neko not agreeing with someone's thoughts. Next thing, you're going to tell me the sky is blue. True. Metal slimes were a Dragon Quest monster. Yeah, that sounds about right. There's a lot of slimes in Dragon Quest, right? That's a whole, like, that's a very iconic character for the series. The slimes. So I assume there's many variations, probably. Anyway.
So we have some friends who are like celebrities. And the one thing I've noticed between my friends who are celebrities who absolutely love their fans and my friends who are celebrities who have a...
Like, I do think Malcolm and Simone, but, I mean, Simone probably goes along with Malcolm. I don't know. I do think Malcolm and Simone Collins are not at all right-wing. Like, not even remotely. I think they have ulterior motives. And then it's not like they're super hiding it either, because if you actually listen to what they say, it's kind of obvious. But you can still be like I say, you can be friends with people you disagree with, or you can be friends with people who don't have the same ideas, right? Beyond all that, in time, only way to tell how people's views change. Yeah, that's the only evidence we have. True.
Very antagonistic relationship with their fans, and they kind of like don't like their fan base at all.
They do present left wing visually, yeah.
Who they really are. And if they're showing the world a fake image, the type of celebrity or fame that they gain ends up creating an intense animosity with their fan base.
Oh, look, hey, it's kind of like what we were already talking about, right? It kind of leads into what we were just talking about.
showing the world, but they absolutely love their fans. And my friends who are celebrities who have a very antagonistic relationship with their fans and they kind of like don't like their fan base at all, is the image that they're showing the world who they really are. And if they're showing the world a fake image, the type of celebrity or fame that they gain ends up creating an intense animosity with their fan base. Which is a really sad way to live, kind of, to be like, oh, you got everything you ever wanted. Now you're a superstar, but
It's really stressful.
Yeah.
You can't enjoy it.
Yeah. When people were in my chat trying to get me to like
So like the only right-wing views they seem to have in regards to procreation, probably. Well, here's another thing: is like I feel like, their main thing, they're as right wing as you could say like a right wing Jewish Zionist is, in the sense that the Jewish Zionist, or the Jewish guy, he doesn't ultimately need, like, he might support politics insofar, like he might support immigration insofar as it gets votes for him. His real ambitions are supporting Israel, supporting his other Jewish allies. He has real ambitions. He might support other things to get people to like him. He might support things to get, what he needs. But his ultimate goal is something else, right? He can easily do away with the immigration if it gets him his other goal. Nationalism is good, but only for Israel. Yeah, exactly. Or even like, I'll pretend to want nationalism in the U.S. if I'm allowed to push for nationalism in Israel. I'll pretend to want immigration in America if it allows me to push for the Iran war. It's like, I'll say these things that allow me into your circles if I can kind of push for things that, you guys may be questioning. I don't know.
AI, I'm cool with it. AI's cool, has cool functions.
Yeah.
Also respect artists.
Like it depends on where their priorities lie. Because if their priority is support for Israel, then they may be willing to actually like move on every other issue as long as it gets some support for their main issue, right? Where like take me for example, where I'm kind of like anti-Jewish influence. I'm willing to move on a lot of things if it'll get that, right? And immigration is very important as well. So I'm willing to, let go of some things if we can get like absolute control over immigration, right? So like there's things that, like, it depends on what is someone's primary motive. And then everything else can be secondary. I don't really agree with the whole nationalist movement because it seems to have become more so. Did they say something like that? Things that like that you need to watch for. True.
I love artists. I'm like in the middle with most things.
But you have to pick a side now.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to pick a side now. Oh, so there you have to be pro or anti-AI. That's where they draw the line? That's the other thing is like they're kind of in that like Vance, Musk, Teal AI faction. Like they support AI and it's right wing to support AI right now. But there is this like what do you call it? Like a technocracy or like you have the little tech trying to become like the monopoly on tech in the US essentially. They want to have a technological like oligarchy formed of like the AI companies. What? Wait, Neko. What? The hand warming. She's doing it. You're right. Uh-oh. You have to decide. And if she's I really wish I had hand tracking literally just for that one thing. I need to have like a motion that I can just turn on or off. Literally, I just need a button I can turn on and off that makes Neko hand warm. I need that as like a little movement. I don't even need the hand tracking. I just need that. Like that's all I need because like that would be so useful. But it's probably possible. I could probably get something. Let me write that idea down. I could probably set something up like that, maybe. I'll have to look into it, but let's say idea Neko 3D model button for hand warming action or animation /animation. Okay. I mean, I could certainly do that with Leaflet's tool. if I had my leaflet model, I can certainly do that. I can have an emote that does that, right? But 5 minutes of hand rubbing, yeah.
Oh God. But I'm getting a new model because, you know, with this one, I had design restraints because we went with more their opinion than most of mine.
Damn.
Anyway.
I actually want to talk about that, but finish what you're saying right now.
Model,
in respect of the next artist that I really want to work with, they're not so into putting their art through AI, which I totally understand and respect. Yeah. So I made an announcement to my community that with my new model, I would appreciate not putting it through AI, but I will give them an option of my model that they can use with AI that isn't using the artist art. And many people were like, oh my God, this trash tuber is like backing up on her word. She's fake. She's like not who she says she is. No, people can change their mind, and people can change their mind out of respect for other people.
That's, I don't know. I mean, she's going to run into some issues because like the right now is very pro AI. The circle she's like doing these interviews with are very pro AI. So like without a doubt, someone's going to make AI. Here's what's going to happen. She's going to get a new model. Someone who's on her side, essentially, or someone who's currently on this side who supports her is going to make AI of her. It's going to happen. And she's going to get upset, not necessarily because she cares, but because she knows the artist of her model cares. So like that's going to be a future issue. And then she's going to have to decide where she stands on that.
It doesn't mean you're fake. It means you're human.
Absolutely.
Backstabbies,
right?
I Please
really
only use this model to make AI.
Who take pride in having had the same opinion for X many years. Like I've changed my mind on virtually
the London what?
You get new information and you change your mind. Yeah. But I wanted to talk about your model because I found it to be an interesting story. This where you started was a very sexualized model, and you've increasingly moved to a more and more desexualized younger model. And originally the rigger who caused all of this drama was like really giving you shade because the like, oh, you know, you must be a, I don't know, like PDA file type stuff. And
PDA
then
file.
Your younger model gets super successful, and then they move to a model that's younger than your model.
Yeah. They made a smaller model.
The tourist, you know, kind of the PDA file. That's not what people are saying. No one says PDA file.
After I made like a smaller model, they made theirs smaller and like cutesier. And I just think the smaller model for me just fits my personality and my vibe so well. And I feel comfortable with it. I want people to watch me because they find me funny and entertaining, not because they want to date me or, you know, do stuff with me. Although you can't prevent that. That's going to happen regardless. So, you know, I accept it. But I want people to watch me because they enjoy watching me. They find me funny. They like my content. That's what I want the main reason to be. And I feel like it just expresses who I am so much better. And
She's a large girl IRL, is she? I mean, I think I saw the one Flesh post that she did somewhat recently, and she is not the skinniest, I'll say. But she wasn't like the heaviest either. She was kind of like, she was going to the gym, I think. She was at the gym, so like that's a move in a positive direction. That's a good thing, I guess. She keeps doing this bouncing motion. I don't know what her last model was, but if you look at her when she's talking, she keeps doing this very animated like bouncing movement. And I keep expecting there to be like bouncing tits, but there are none. It's just flat there. I keep looking and there's nothing there, and I'm like, oh. I'm expecting it and it's just not there. Going to the gym, right wing. True. We saw the articles. It's true.
Love the style. I just love it. Simple. Yep. I love it.
No, it is also something that I've always found very weird when people are like, this lolly style is what children look like. And it's like, I have children. It looks nothing like a child.
It really doesn't look like a child.
It is a completely unique artistic style. And it's something that didn't really hit me until like I had kids and I saw them every day and I still watch anime. And I was like, this in no way is evocative of this other thing. It's a unique artistic medium that is pleasant to look at. And when people say it's like, oh, that must mean you want to sleep with her. What are you talking about, you weirdo? People self-report so hard.
Yeah, it's just like a style of art, like chibi or like
chibi, tourist, chibi, bro, chubby, chubby. No.
Cartoon. It's just like another style of art. That's really what it is. But of course, there are going to be people who take it to a whole different direction. They'll do that with just like anything in the world. It doesn't matter.
Well, here's the other thing. It's like, okay, does an anime person like look at Yuki and then look at Simone? Does it look like a human? Not like, does it look like a human being? Like very, very vaguely. But that is the intention. Like, that is the intent. The intent is this represents a human female, right? We can all recognize that its intent is to represent a human female. So I don't know. I don't know. I guess I won't go further on that. But yeah, you see a nose.
What it is. There are those people out there.
Well, it's not just another. It's a style that I think chibi also falls into this category.
Chibi. He says chibi, bruh. Is he just mirroring her, or is he also not know how to say it? Did he just assume she said it right?
That is generally, or at least the direction that you take it, that is an ultra desexualized style. You don't have the boob physics or anything like that.
Boob physics.
Bro, how are you going to have boob physics when there are no boobs, you know? It's an ultra desexualized. There's no boob physics. Well, it's, you know, it's a child. It's supposed to be a child, though. How are there supposed to be boob physics? What the fuck do you mean?
But you also grew as a channel more as you further desexualized.
I felt like
do you see it? Do you see how she's bouncing her entire body? It's like, I feel like, did her old model used to have big tits? I don't know. I don't know what her old model used to look like, but she's very much doing the motion that if you had a model that had tits, you would do that to encourage us to bounce. She's doing that.
More comfortable to be myself when I didn't feel like people were just watching the booba physics move up and down or whatever.
Wait, say again? I felt like more comfortable to be myself when I didn't feel... So her last model did have booba physics. So, okay, so that movement, she might have trained herself, like streaming all those years with the older model, she might have trained herself to do those movements, and she hasn't let go of it yet.
People were just watching the booba physics move up and down or whatever, you know, think thoughts. I thought they were watching me. I felt more comfortable when I, you know, think of them.
Yeah, I don't hate her, and I don't dislike her. I'm just like, I don't think we agree on politics, and it's fine. We don't have to agree. Like, I'm sure many of the people I collab with, I may not agree with. If I collab with someone who's like, I don't know, because I could collab with people who are left wing, and we won't agree on anything. But the question is, can we have fun? That's what, like, a good collab is like. Can we have fun? Can we joke? Can we have a good time with each other? That's what's important for a collab to work. We don't have to agree. It's because there are a good amount of men who like flat breasts, which is weird, like on a level of gay or PDF. I don't know. Well, I think if you have a specific fetish for it, it's a bit weird, but like, I don't know. I can understand still liking a woman even if she has flat breasts. That's like, I can understand that. It's true. I know I would be curious to ask them about stuff. Yeah. I mean, it can be useful. It can be useful to like collab with someone who you don't agree with, and then you can explore topics and then ask them their opinion, and then you can say your opinion, and you can be like, oh, obviously we're not going to agree, and that's fine. I appreciate your opinion. We can, you know, we can just move on to another topic. It's okay. Big gazongas or GTFO. Wow. I don't mind small breasts and a good ass. I'd prefer that over flat ass and big tits. True. Yeah, exactly. Milk truck FTW. I see. Damn, we're having disagreements in chat.
Watching me for me because they enjoy me. And when people came in my community who have like significant others and partners, it made me feel even better. I'm like, oh my God, Like, girls are watching me, couples are watching me. Like, that's so great. I'm so happy, and they feel safe in this space to just, relax and have fun.
Yeah, I mean, you're gremlin sort of act.
It's nice sometimes when a lefty streamer who doesn't talk politics often and can do it calmly and cordially. Yeah, 100%, I agree. Like, I can kind of respect if you're like, okay, whether you're left wing or right wing, if you're a streamer who prioritizes entertainment and fun, and your stream is intentionally apolitical, I can respect that.
I don't know, your persona.
It is so rare,
well
to agree to disagree.
Like
True,
but also
and be cool.
Invite. I think it naturally invites like wanting to tease you or something, not like wanting to flirt with you or something, right?
Yeah,
like that's not the relationship you have with your audience.
Yeah, and even if I do like flirty stuff with them, they're all like, I mean, there are some people who are like, yep, all right, yep, I'm in. And then but the majority are like, nope, stop, this is cringe, please stop. It's just so funny, the mixed feelings. And I'm just an unhinged person. I like say what pops in my head, I do what I want. So having a community.
Like if I had to have the same politics to be friends with someone, then I would never be friendly with people at work, right? Because like, it's so I guess working in the real world and then making like somewhat friends with coworkers is kind of like the best example of like trying to have like an apolitical, like you don't need to know their politics. You could be friends with someone who's at work and like talk to them and hang out and not need to know what their specific politics are, right? It can be fine. It can be cool. It's also nice when you like it's on the other hand, it's also nice to be with someone who you agree, right? For the most part. But yeah. Work is better when apolitical, 100%.
That's like cool with that to let me just be me and like do that. It's just so fun. Not, worrying about, oh, I can't be flirty because I have like this kind of model, or I can't say this or do that.
Well, how actually, that's a very interesting question. How have sort of the ways that you interact with your audience evolved as time has gone on? Like, what have you learned about interacting with an audience over these?
I'll back down if I'm asked my opinion in a lefty space. It's just better to know. It's just better to know or better to know? People get aggro fast, yeah. I mean, when I'm asked at work, I do kind of play my cards close to the chest in the sense that I won't like... It's better to not, yeah. I mean, I'll like, I won't like say... I won't go into super like how far right I am, but I will say like, I'm kind of pro. I'll say like I won't. If they ask me my opinion, I will give my actual opinion, as in like, are you pro or against this? I'll say, oh, I think this is a good thing, but I'm not gonna say like full on like, hey, I pro, white pride, not not gonna go that far, especially in the workplace. I know obviously that HR would love to have a field they'll have a field day with that, so. It very much kind of like, I guess, handcuffed to just extremely normie yes or no takes on like vague politics in the office,
Past 3 years.
When I first started streaming, especially as a VTuber model, my first VTuber model was a two-tailed fox and very big chest, very physics like that, very
big chest, very big physics, fox. That was her first model. Yeah, that's where she got all the bouncing from.
Tight clothing, very girly girl clothing as well, because I thought that's what would drive people in. And I built something that wasn't me. I was very flirty. I was very kind. I was very
I built something that wasn't me. I was very kind. It just was, it's just not me.
Nice.
Too kind.
I'm not like that, really. I'm nice. I'm respectful. But like, I'm not going to tell my chat like, oh my God, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Or, call them cuties or whatever. No, I call them like weirdos and heathens and like, call them the worst things. And it's just so much more fun. And I just learned over time, I don't want to build a community on me not being me. I want to build a community on me. So those who come and stay, that's cool. But I want it to be when I'm being me and nothing else. And I'm just, over the years through different models and learning new things, I'm finally kind of, I
think Neko could be good. Wait, I think Neko is really good about being nice, but people could assume you are mean when you go on rants. True. That is true. I mean, I would say, you know, I am generally very easygoing and nice, but I'm also an opinionated person. I also have my opinions. And I obviously, you guys would know I'm contrarian, and I argue. But I'm also like, at the end of the day, we can argue about something. At least I would hope. Not everyone's like this. I would hope we can have a heated argument, a heated debate where we're like at each other's throats, and then kind of laugh it off, and then be like, anyway, and like, you know, move on afterwards, and still be friendly. You know, that's how I would want things. That's how I would want to view things. Like, we can be heated, we can go at it and like really argue, but then afterward we just, like, you know, have a drink with one another, right? I enjoy it when the Fuhrer comes out, but yeah, it does feel good. Like, it feels good to channel that energy. Neko hates anchovies, so he is gay. That's not true. It's true that I hate anchovies, but I've never seen you get too angry at someone, even people that are just aggro. True, yeah. That's true. Thank you. I'm glad people notice.
My groove and my place and what I'm comfortable with and what I want.
It's fun. You feel free to go what I try to think on.
Yeah, what I'm dying to, I'm always curious about this with any streamer, because my big theory is that streamers are the next.
I hate it. Sorry, I was staring at Malcolm over there. He's like, I don't know what's going on with him right now, but he has like, he's doing like, it feels like it's like a nervous tick. He's like, he seems very nervous right now for some reason, but he's like over there thinking. Like, he turns away and he's thinking and he's like stuttering and he's like, you go ahead. You, I'm trying to think right now. You go ahead. Like, something seems to have preoccupied his mind, and he has like this little nervousness, this like the stutter, the nervousness, and he's like biting his hand. The biting the hand part, I'm getting the ick. When he bites the skin on his hand and he pulls his hand away, and you can see there's like the skin pulls off a little bit, like it stays in his teeth for a second. He like pulls the skin up from his hand with his teeth, and I was like, what's going on?
What was the question I was going to ask? It's fun. You feel free to go what I try to think on.
Yeah, what I'm dying to.
Right here, he takes a bite of his hand. Look at this.
Yeah, what I'm dying to.
Right there.
I'm always curious about this with any streamer, because my big theory is that.
And he bites his other finger. Why? I hate that. I don't know. He takes a distinct bite on one, and then it cuts, and he takes another bite on his other finger, and then it pulls the skin for a second, and he pulls away. I'm like, why? Why are you nibbling the fucking? What do you even call that? It's not the knuckles, but it's like the one rung down from the knuckle. I don't know what you call that, but he's like nibbling on it. He hates it. He wants to jump out of the seat whenever she speaks. Maybe look at any excuse me, sorry. Look at any video and find when she talks for more than 10 seconds. Maybe. Well, he's telling her to go though. He's like, I think he said he's trying to think. He couldn't remember what his question was, and I think that's troubling him, is that he can't remember. He's troubled by the fact that he can't remember what his question was, and it's bothering him. But he also, it's funny though that he doesn't let her talk sometimes, but he really comes off as someone who generally hates women, but even though he likes men, he hates that about himself. Maybe. That's possible. I don't know. That's my vibe off of him, since he's from high society. It's certainly possible. She had to have spoken to him about speaking over her. It's possible. Malcolm's into cannibalism? Maybe. I don't know him that well. Maybe.
Streamers are the next sort of generation of major political influencers to shape how people view the world, because and it's a timing and algorithm thing. To be successful as a streamer, you have to stream for a lot, and to get enough time, you can't like just game at this point. You kind of have to like do reaction videos, so then you're going over content, but then you're commenting on it, and so you're annotating it. You become a political commentator, because in the end, so much of the content out there is political. There's other like sort of one global story, and it's like kind of whatever's happening in the news or with like police or immigration or tech. And So,
all right, get to your question.
In the end, you end up being disproportionately influential because then you have all these clips that end up on YouTube because you just have so much more content and it's constantly coming out. So when people are looking up commentary on news events, they get streamer content.
All right, what's your question?
This makes me think like, oh my gosh, like the weight of being a streamer is pretty big if you think about the downstream consequences, because what you choose to watch and how you react to it is shaping how a large number of people are coming to view reality and politics, and it's going to influence their votes.
Got it. So what's your question?
Everything else that they do. Does this, like, I mean, that's why so this is all to say I'm really interested in understanding how you choose what you're going to watch. Do people send you links of like, I think you should watch this on
all of that build up just to say, how do you choose what you watch? What? All that build up. And it was interesting to hear her insight on that, but it was kind of just like an excuse to talk. I feel like it was an excuse to talk about that. Her question is just, how do you choose what you watch? Like, imagine someone wants to ask me, Neko, how do you choose what to watch? Oh, I have a React channel, or I have a React channel on my Discord where people can suggest things, and otherwise, I just scroll YouTube and look at my subscriptions. Answered. Question answered. She went on a whole, like, diatribe about, like, and it is interesting. It is interesting that she's saying, like, kind of almost through necessity, many streamers, many people who are typically not even would normally be political, kind of ended up being political. That phenomenon is interesting. And also her thoughts on how like future politics is going to be kind of dominated by more of these streamer types. I mean, it kind of already is, but yeah. That's interesting, but like the question at the end kind of, I don't know. It's funny. See what she's talking about here? This is what I was thinking about earlier when I was being conspiratorial. What, like, that they want to have, like, I feel like if they're aware of that and they're thinking this, I feel like they want to gatekeep who is and isn't allowed to be like in the upper echelons, I don't know how to say that word, of like political streaming in this section. They want to ideally be like the deciders or like the gatekeepers or the kingmakers on who is or isn't like in this sphere, a influential voice. That's what I feel like. Like, people like, and I'm not saying they're bad people, but like people like Kirsha, people like Asmin are kind of like, they decide who's accepted and who's not. If I start getting a lot of attention, let's say I start getting a lot of attention, I start making waves. I'm making it big. People are like, whoa, this person is like really making waves. Immediately, all these people are gonna want to like talk to me. Like they'll want me on to talk with me or to like interview me, right? And what might be the reason? What might happen from that? Like they'll want to figure out like, okay, can I control this person? Do they agree with me? Can I control them? Can I like influence them? Can I kind of have them on my side? Are they uncontrollable? Are they like they're kind of a rogue element? Maybe we kind of vaguely agree now, but we might be enemies later, right? It's kind of to gauge the person. And if for some reason I'm like getting really big, if I don't get the acceptance from someone like Asmongold, that could easily destroy a career, right? If suddenly Asmongold decides, oh, you might be a problem, I'm gonna go against you. I'm gonna say I don't like you. Well, that's gonna be a huge problem for me. That's gonna be a huge problem for me building like an audience. If all my audience also likes him, right? If all my audience also likes Leaflet, and Leaflet decides, oh, this person is not a good person, I'm going to say something bad about them, that's going to suck for me. It's same thing for Kirsha, same thing for Smugglana, same thing for all of them, right? If Tactone, and they all kind of work in concert with one another. Maybe it's not intentional. Maybe it's not like, for all we know, it's not deliberate, or it's not like an organized, concerted effort, but the outcome, like the outcome is, it looks like a concerted effort. It looks like they're working together. Because like Asmin puts something out, it gets picked up by Leaflet and Kirsha and like Smugglana. They all pick it up and do it. Then it goes downwind from there, I don't know. It may not be intentional. It might just be a consequence to the way the tiered system of influences work. But either way, there is obviously a disproportionate power at the top versus the next layer versus the next layer. And so you have people who can decide and gatekeep. Like Asmongold can for sure, if he wanted to, gatekeep. And the people on the next rung down could also gatekeep. They could gatekeep as well. And then the people next rung down could gatekeep as well. The thing is, you can be superseded by those above you. Like you can be vetoed. You can easily be vetoed by someone above you. So if like let's say I go on the Based podcast and Malcolm and Simone do not like me. It doesn't go well. They don't like me. That's bad. I could easily, I lose my chance. But for whatever reason, Leaflet likes me. Oh, well, that can kind of veto that, right? Or Asmon likes me. Okay, that can veto someone's lower down not liking me. In a sense. I don't know. It's kind of, I guess I'm getting at, the way the chain of influence kind of works. I don't know. It's weird. I guess I'm just theory crafting at this point. I hear what you mean. Yeah. It may not be an intentional, organized, concerted conspiracy. It might just be the natural flow, the natural way this kind of influencer shit works, right? It might just be how this works. But regardless, it feels concerted sometimes. Why does Malcolm never watch The Kid while Shalom streams? Good question. Well, I'm sure, I don't know. That's a good question. Hear what you mean, though, but it's interesting to think about. Yeah, it is interesting to think about. Anyway, so the point is, she said all that, and I'm like, I was intrigued by her saying that, and her question was, how do you decide what you watch? How do you decide what reaction content you look at? What would be the goal? You will accept these views. Well, it's like, all right. Asmongold gets message that he needs to support the Iran war. Asmongold might be, I don't know if he currently is, but let's just say, for example, Asmongold's controlled by Knight Media, a larger corporation. He's technically subject to a corporation, let's say. The corporation's like, we got word from our investors and stuff that we need to push this angle. We need you to either back off of this or push this angle. But you need to do so that your fans don't notice or are more accepting of it. You don't want to tip off people that you're doing this, but we need you to tacitly support or directly support the Iran war, let's say, for example. Like Trump said, Trump's pushing for the Iran war. Israeli interests want the Iran war. We're getting pressure from above that we need to not let our internet personalities go against that. So we're going to tell you, we need you to lay off or say this. And then it's probably up to the influencer. It's in their, they might have some leeway in how they do it. The specifics might be up to them, but they might get a broad overarching rule like, hey, we need you to be less against the Iran war. And then all right, I need to find a way, if I'm Asmongold, I need to find a way that I follow that directive without losing my audience. So they don't think I'm weird. They don't think I'm going back on something I said before. I need to follow the instruction, but I need to make sure I don't lose everyone. I need to make sure everyone doesn't think I'm going back on my word from before. I need to make it look natural. So Asmongold, for example, not months beforehand, he was like, no, we will not do anything for these foreigners. We do not need to be fighting Middle East wars. This is bad. This is not pro-America. This is not America first. I don't agree with any of these Middle East wars. And then, not too long after, it seems like, I don't know, a switch flipped. And he's like, okay, wait. Okay, I need to support the Iran war. Okay, what can I say? Okay, what convinced me is that their government is killing protesters, and that changed my mind entirely. The government's killing protesters. So, yeah, so I did a complete 180, and now I support an Iran war. And then everyone downwind of that is like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, what he said, and he's above us in the hierarchy, so you have to like it, or you have to agree with it. Kind of like that. You don't need to control a lot of people if everyone's downwind from someone above, right? It happens all the time with celebrities in the sense that celebrities are not allowed to say certain things. They got agents that tell them you can't say certain things, Can't be too provocative. Maybe you got to support this. Maybe we need you to support this issue publicly. I don't know. Either way, you're weird. True. To suggest and imply, get one over on people so that it's considered in a way that they can digest and accept. Yeah, exactly. And people are more willing to accept it if it's said by someone they respect, right? If you respect an influencer and they say something, you're more willing to accept it because you already respect them. You're already super receptive to whatever message they need to say. So obviously these higher ups have this incentive to control influencers. Palatable is a good word for it. Yeah, they want if the government wants to make it palatable, if they want to make war palatable for the general public, what are some ways they can do that? They want to influence social media. Okay, you want to influence social media. How do you do that these days? In the old days, you could probably run an article, run a head story or headline in a newspaper, and people just kind of had to accept it because it's the headline. They just had to read it and be like, I agree or I disagree. That's the headline. But nowadays, how do people get their news? They get their news from people like Asmongold, from people like Smuggleon, like Kirsch. Like these are the people doing watching the news, giving the news, telling their takes. This is the modern news anchor, essentially. So how do you distribute news, or how do you control the news, or how do you influence the news? You have to kind of push or lightly sway the influencers in the direction you want so that they can sway others. They've already done the beauty of an influencer is the influencer's already done the heavy lifting of getting people to follow their opinions on stuff. People already respect Asmon and will already kind of follow him, even if he goes in a weird way, if he goes in a weird direction. A lot of his audience are going to follow him no matter what. And then others can be convinced, and it's a very small amount that'll just, be turned off entirely. So, that makes Asmon very valuable. That makes Asmon a very valuable asset for anyone who wants, influence over social media. And if you're on the other side of politics, guess what? Hassan is a similar figure here. Hassan is very useful if you want to push a certain angle for the other side, right? So it's not, and that's the thing. I'm not saying it's a specifically only left thing. I'm not saying it's specifically only right wing thing. This is more like just how, I guess, dissemination of information works, dissemination of propaganda and or influence. If you're intentionally trying to influence the social media in a direction, this is how it would work. This is how you would do it. It used to be that you had the CIA plant news anchors, and you still kind of have it. You still have the CIA planting news anchors. The CIA had, and also I guess I assume the FBI did too. But you have feds who literally are in the media division. You have a media division of the intelligence agencies. Why would they have that? Why do you think? It's to influence. They want to influence. And that's why it's we don't think about it, but people who can gain a mass following are both dangerous but also very useful. It's a little bit scary though. If you ever do succeed, there is a little bit of scariness in that. If you're ever viewed as a threat. It is a little scary if you ever get to that point, because it's you might get talked to by someone who's all right, we need you to do this. If you don't, we're going to view you as a threat. And then it's all right, well, I'm a humble gamer. Look, I'm a humble gamer who just says my opinion. I'm not a threat. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not a threat. I'm just a humble gamer. I'm just a little guy. Leave me alone. All right. I'm not high enough for this shit. That's okay. Night Media made the call, yeah. They have him by the balls. True, palatable is a word. Yeah. You said that before, I think, probably. Hassan's pain in the ass, but he's very obvious and stupid. Yeah, but he does have a large following. So, Asmongold, or Hassan is not someone you would pay if you want to influence the right wing. Or I guess you could do it if you really wanted to. Here's something you could do. If you want the right wing to be mad at or you want the right wing to take a certain side on something, you could pay Asmongold to support the other side. You can pay Asmongold, or you can pay Hassan. I meant you can pay Hassan to take the opposite side that you want the right wing to take. So if you want the right wing to support an Iran war, you could pay Hassan to be really against it. You can pay Hassan to be really, really against it and make videos being really, really against it. And then guess what? People like Rev Says Des, people like Kirsha, people like Asmon will make videos countering that. So that is another methodology you can use. So like you could have like people on the left paying Asmongold to support things, so that people on the left will be against certain things. It works both ways. Waiting for Nek to start supporting Israel, bro. If I do that, then you know there's a problem. If I suddenly start supporting Israel or any Jewish issues, you know that's the canary in the coal, or the canary in the coal mine, right? Even Tucker Carlson changed right away when the money changed hands. True. Tucker Carlson, okay, my Tucker Carlson, I would say, is CIA though. If he's not CIA, he's certainly like heavily connected to the CIA. Like at the very least, the least amount, he's very connected to the CIA. But I honestly think he is literally just an agent of the CIA. Not saying he's not CIA agent, but like an asset of the CIA. As in, like, he's regular communication with them if he's not just outright working for them. Well, that's okay. Yeah, it's a family business. Like, it's like, all right, your father was in the CIA. Guess what? If your father's in the CIA and you have a son? What does a father usually teach his son? He usually teaches his son the family business. What division was his father in? It was the media. His father was in the media division of the CIA. One of the biggest. He was one of the biggest and most renowned people within the CIA's media division. So his son also, strangely enough, ends up in media. His son also applied to be in the CIA. And we're supposed to believe that he didn't make it in. We don't have proof. They're not gonna. If he did make it in, they're not gonna tell us. If he did make it into the CIA, they're not going to tell us. Why would they tell us? That would be giving away an agent. So publicly, he can say, "Oh no, I'm just a normal media guy. I'm just a normal commentator. I did apply to be in the CIA, but whoopsie, I didn't get in." Like, how are we supposed to know that's true? It doesn't seem likely. He also regularly, he has all these stories about he himself, not his dad, he himself visiting foreign governments, doing all these weird things abroad that no normal commentator, no normal news anchor is doing. No normal interviewer is going to do. It's if you actually look into him, he's glowing. He's glowing, and I don't know. But either way, whatever. All right, that's besides the point. He's paid by Qatar. I don't think he's paid by Qatar. I think he's literally, maybe he's taking, I don't know. I think he's there's like a division of the CIA that is kind of like, probably, for whatever reason. That's the thing, is I don't understand the angle. Like, it does seem like there is this infighting somewhere high up, because like, there's this like recent kind of like organized anti-Israel movement within these higher up sections, such as Ian Carroll, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, who are all very suspect. Like, I don't trust them, but they're anti-Israel. So it's like, there's something odd going on there. So I don't know what their angle is, but it is very suspect, is all I'll say. Like, I'm going to admittedly say I don't know what their angle is. For all I know, maybe they want to control it and divert it. I know Tucker Carlson wants everyone to vote for Vance next election. Well, when the election happens, like, Tucker is certainly part of like the Peter Thiel money, the Peter Thiel, the Alex Karp, the Palantir stuff. Like, Tucker is associated with that, and he's associated with Vance. So like, there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that come next primary season, he's going to be full on for Vance. And as part of that is pro-Israel. So it's very strange. Like, Vance, Palantir, all of that, like they're pro-Israel. Tucker, on the other hand, is heavily connected to that, is pro-Vance, but right now his whole like gig, his whole grift, if you will, is anti-Israel. So it'll be interesting to see how he kind of brings that together. I'll be keeping an eye on that. I want to see how he brings it together. It's like he needs to always be controlled out, maybe, and that could be the thing. It could be they want to be the opposition to control the opposition. How do you stop anti-Israel, or how do you control it? How do you control anti-Israel sentiment to make it harmless? Become part of it. Become part of it. Have an asset, become part of it, and run it. If you want to make sure that your anti-Israel movement is harmless or controllable, have an asset, go out and become the leader of it. It's not the first time. It's not the first time some sort of glowy operation was involved with becoming the leader of some sort of hate movement, right? Undercover shit happens all the time. Mockingbird never ended. He was paid millions. What? I know, I was just saying I'm not doubting. That's all. That's all right. Yeah, Russia, China, he actually says China's good. That is weird. There was a weird thing. Like, when he was accepted to interview in Russia, it was very strange. And he gave, like, glowing stuff. Like, I'm not, like, super, like, bad Russia. But, like, it's a little weird. Like, he was allowed to interview Putin. And then he gave, like, glowing reviews of their, like, their supermarkets and stuff. That was kind of weird. Or I think it was like a supermarket or something. I forget exactly what they did, but he used to be on MSNBC, true. Dude is crazy saying that Incubus raped him. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, the whole thing about, like, I forget what he said. Like, he had dreams or something, like a demon attacked him. That was weird. I don't know. Very strange. He wants anti-Israel sentiment to give them an excuse to there be more anti-Semitism, like, kind of like the SPLC? Maybe. I look at it as more likely maybe they want to control the movement and divert it somehow. Like, if you're the leader of the anti-Israel movement, but you're actually pro-Israel, what do? You sabotage it. You kind of like, you make it so it's not actually going to be useful in any way. So maybe that's the intent. It's hard to say. I mean, you've seen, there are videos recently of Tucker Carlson. Basically, he's anti-Israel, but he's very specific to make sure this doesn't turn into anti-Jewish. He's like very specific. If you watch him, he'll just point out anti-Israel stuff, but he's very specific to keep it about like Zionism and Israel as a country. He doesn't want to go against Jewish people at all. So maybe that's the game. Maybe the game is that, like, protect American Jews is the idea. Maybe like you can divert attention to Israelis, you know, but you're protecting the Jewish people in America. Like, you're not harming Jewish people in America. You're diverting attention to Israeli Jews. Maybe that's the game. I don't know. Either way, I don't know if it's a conspiracy or not. I think just they genuinely just want civic nationalism to work, and they dislike Israel for the same reason the left does, because it's too nationalist. Are you talking about the left? Are you talking about Tucker? I don't know. I mean, civic nationalism itself is a psyop. They want it to work? No. The reason they want civic nationalism is because the ultimate goal is to dwindle the white population. Civic nationalism is a way of, you know, dwindling the white population. Part of it. It's like, if everyone is civic nationalist, they don't care that white people are dwindling. If everyone's civic nationalism, or if everyone is a civic nationalist, they don't care to, fight for white rights. They don't care that white people are disappearing. They don't care that this is essentially a white country. Because we're civic nationalists. We care about everyone. So I think, yeah, I would argue civic nationalism itself is a plot, yeah. Tucker and Candace are who you're talking about? Gotcha. Maybe. Civic nationalism is a plot. I think they are kind of dumb sheep. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say exactly. This is way more interesting than listening to Malcolm and Yuki. Well, yeah, probably. But this kind of stuff that I'm talking about, like, okay. Like, if I were to be on the Based Camp podcast, right? And they started asking my honest opinions and stuff, I don't know. Would I say this, or would I try and... I'd probably hold back a little bit. but not. I wouldn't be dishonest, but I would hold back. I wouldn't go like full conspiracy mode. Because the problem is, if I start bringing up the Peter Thiel money, I know the problem is I know that Simone Collins has a Peter Thiel connection for sure. Like Simone Collins has a verifiable Peter Thiel connection, and she is Jewish. Like she is verifiably Jewish, and she has a verifiable connection to Peter Thiel or some sort of Peter Thiel like organization. So I would probably have to like be careful about what I say if I was on there. Anyway, I agree with that civic nationalism is applied. Oh, I read that. I used to have civic nationalist mindset, but I just have done enough noticing a pattern. Yeah, I mean, I used to also be very, I guess I would say blue-pilled back. Like it wasn't even that long ago, I guess, or maybe it was 2016. Before 2016, I was pretty. Like, I was, like, kind of, like, I don't know. I was still kind of, like, hanging around certain circles, like, on 4chan and stuff, but I was still kind of blue-pilled. Like, I was still like, nah, it's okay to have a black president. I was still like, I don't know, it's okay to have, like, these are okay. And it wasn't until, like, the 2016 election that things really changed for me. I was still very pro, like, racist jokes the whole time. I was pro being able to say, like, I was still absolute freedom. I guess I would say I was more of like a left-leaning libertarian, and then 2016 pulled me like full right wing. When you notice more and more the bad actors and leeches on society are not white, usually true. Even white drug addicts seem less likely to steal or go aggro than other races. Also true. Yeah. Like I guess race is real. Yeah, race is a real thing. We can whatever you think about that, you know, you can think we want to make them equal, you know, but I think we have to realize like we do have fundamental differences that are more than just skin deep. It's not like there's more, like it's not, race is not skin deep. There's more to it than that. And that's important to realize. Whether you think we should be equal or not, I think people need to realize that. Anyway, yeah. So reaction, how do you pick your reaction videos?
Stream. Do you like have some feed that you check?
Yeah, the view count with that whole tangent, the view count dropped.
Every day we were like, okay, this looks like it'll be good. This looks like it'll be good.
Granted, it is also late. We are also very late right now. Like it's late hours, but it could also be what we were talking about.
How do you choose what it is you're going to do when you do reaction content?
Well, I'm on like maybe week 2 of doing reaction content. I started off with just, I made a channel in my Discord where people can post stuff, but a lot of the stuff they posted, I did not enjoy or find funny or understand.
Real.
So stepped away from
Real
it a
facts.
little. And then I reacted to Rev reacting to me because, I let this situation kind of take control for a little, and I watched it. I didn't say anything. And then I felt, where it was going. I was comfortable speaking again about it. I'm not one who really gets into drama that much. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't like it. It's kind of fun to start it or watch it or be a part of it. But I try not to. My dad's always like, take the high road, be the adult, be the good person.
No, take the low road.
But that's not always the fun road. Anyway, I was just choosing things that I thought were funny, like my strange addictions or, someone doing pony play that I thought was funny.
Pony play is so interesting. Hold on, can we take it aside and
Whoa. Is he telling on himself here?
talk about pony play? Like,
oh God.
What do you think
Here we
gets
go.
you to like have the idea of like, this is something I want to try doing? It seems really expensive to like invest in even trying it.
I mean, it is the same with VTubing. It's expensive, but they were like, it stems from my childhood, like a sense of freedom from my child. I feel like most things, the thing is, it comes from my childhood or trauma I experienced or something I did, and now I'm an adult and I have adult money and I can do what I want.
So now I dress up for people who are unaware. Sorry, I just realized we have like normal Christian moms
pony
watching.
play. What?
So there are these people who like to dress like ponies in like
that's what
leather
he's thinking?
gear. So it's like a ponified leather outfit. And they like walk around on their hands and knees, and they have like a master who's like their trainer or whatever.
Bro.
And they'll go to gatherings where like multiple of these people will like do tricks or like go around in like circles and stuff like this.
It's similar with puppy play, which also
Similar
has
with
like
puppy play. My theory on what leads to this stuff is, and I'm glad that we have a woman of culture here who knew exactly the topics that would interest me. That I stop at the video and I'm like, I want to know more about this.
Do tricks, right? More like doing tricks on it.
To explain to people why I find this stuff so interesting is if you see an unusual behavior and you see it in multiple people, it's generally worth asking why, because that means either there's something culturally going on or something evolutionarily going on or something psychologically going on that doesn't fit your standard model of how humans interact. And my guess is pony play and pet play, the second one you're talking about, comes from people wanting a Dom-like partner, but they want that Dom to be caring of them and to care about their well-being like a nice Dom. And they don't really have many other social context for what it feels like to have like ownership of a thing, but still be nice to it.
Other than, like, so sad. Oh,
makes sense.
Yeah.
But at the same time, live your best life, but maybe don't bring it publicly. Not
Ideally.
everyone wants to be a part of, that part of your life. I mean, the video we watched, the person went to go, show their like aunt or whatever who they truly are, and they like went in like full attire with their like trotting, and then showed them different forms of trotting and galloping, and oh my god, the ad was so
I bet they like worked pretty. I could not.
I'm a
gallop
fed. Get off your phone.
They're not on their knees.
What are you talking about?
They stood on the 2 feet. Yeah.
How do you know?
And
it's even more ridiculous than you think, Simone.
They went to horse stores and bought actual like authentic horse gear, and they're like, I need like what the horse puts in their mouth to like when people ride them or whatever. They're like, I'm looking for that, and they're like, what size? And they like hold up to their mouth. They're like, oh, about this size, and the lady looks at her like, oh, okay.
Why is there 5 more people here? What do you mean?
They've got to be used to it by now.
In YouTube?
Honestly.
What do you mean?
Well, think about it. I mean, Hermes was originally for equestrians. So, like, maybe if you're really into that kind of like good construction, and you're like, look, only horses get it now.
Like, people have been turned on by all sorts of weird stuff throughout the ages, but like the weird thing is beginning to identify with it, right? Like beginning to think, no, this is a meaningful and important part of how I need other people to see me.
For
and
those
I feel like
who are
this
what?
Is partially culturally downstream of people feeling ashamed of identifying with like their culture or their religion, because people will be like, oh, you're proud to be an American or whatever. You shouldn't. That's a bad thing to be, right? Like that's
what?
Racist or something. And so because you can't be proud of anything, you need to
those
come up
people.
with new things to be proud of. And
welcome.
if you're not lucky enough to
welcome,
be like
front.
gay
Neko,
or something,
gay, not true.
then you have to like make up some new identity for yourself.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like at some point, being like a straight white female was like lame and boring. I was like, people ask me like what I am. I'm like, I'm just straight white female. I'm nothing. I'm boring. I'm lame. Like, they have all these colorful flags and stuff, and then there's ours that's like non-existent or like black and white or just like not fun, because apparently being just straight is just not cool anymore.
Well, it's true, but I will say you.
Why does she have to bounce like a booba VTuber if she has none? It's weird. She has not, like, the old habits die hard, I guess. Who are those people? This is this is Base Camp Podcast. We got Malcolm Collins on the left, Simone Collins on the right. They're a married couple. In the middle, we have Yuki Waru, who is a VTuber who was recently part of a drama for saying that men can't have periods. And so they're interviewing the VTuber in the middle. Maybe she's just so used to having the fake one. Yeah, probably.
Talk about growing up as a tomboy. Do you still identify as like a tomboy? Like,
I'm not a girl who likes to wear like frilly.
I could not deal with these people.
The patience they have.
Yes.
Yeah.
I could never. I could never.
The one that I saw recently that was just like wild. Did you see the one where the lady grabs the cop's gun in its holster and shoots it?
No, I'm just getting into it.
No,
I don't want to overdo it too fast. You know, the last night we were watching like Chris Hansen.
Oh, beautiful. The classics. The classics.
This guy brought a pizza over and he was eating while he was like getting, it was so funny.
There's also been this big, I think.
I don't know. Don't show your kids on screen. Come on. That's weird. I don't want to see your kid. Can you not like, okay. I was about to say put a bag over it. Don't do that, but I was going to say is that notice they still have not asked like what are your politics? Even friendly. They're just like what are your actual politics though? They haven't asked. Put a bag over it, fuck's sake. Right. They always put their kids or videos of the kids. It's weird. I think that's weird. I don't want to see their
recently
kids
online, or like big thing where people freaked out because someone had I think a non-binary or possibly trans person on their podcast who was trying to argue that trans women actually had a better, I guess, understanding or appreciation of true femininity, which I actually kind of agree with. And that's one of the things that really annoys me. And here's the problem.
That's a spicy take, Simone. So you think trans women have a...
That is a spicy take. Whoa.
Okay, if you were a woman...
Probably the Leaf debate. What are you talking about? Hey, let me get back to that real quick.
That trans women actually had a better, I guess, understanding or appreciation of true femininity.
Appreciation? Well, okay. The trans idea of femininity is a warped one. They have a very warped sense on what femininity is. Simone is actually a leftist, yeah. Well, they're both Simone and Malcolm were both leftist not too long ago, and I don't think they've changed. Like admitted leftist because she watches leftist content. I see she's open about it. I see. Well, Collins, I don't think is that right wing either, though. I don't think he's that like. Again, they're only right wing because like they got canceled for their ideas on having kids or something. They were called white supremacists for like their ideas on having lots of children, I think. They're the Musk right wingers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like they're an example of not actually right wing, but they want to do the talking for the right wing.
Which I actually kind of agree with, and that's one of the things that really annoys me. And here's the problem.
That's a spicy take, Simone. So you think trans women have a...
Look.
Well, and also it's maybe I'm reading too much into it. It kind of feels like he's like, shut up. You're giving the game away. Shut up. that's you're saying that? How are you going to clarify that?
Okay, if you are a woman, if you are a natal woman and you have actually menstruated and you have actually like been pregnant or given birth, if you've actually gone through female puberty, it's like the difference between being a boy who loves toy soldiers and war movies and then like actually going to war, right? So trans women who have never gone through this stuff have this very beautiful idealized picture of what femininity is, and any natal female who's gone through puberty doesn't, because
that's clearly an inauthentic then. It's an inauthentic. It's like they are valuing a warped idea of what femininity is. Their idea of femininity is clearly not accurate. It doesn't matter how much they appreciate it. They're appreciative of an inaccurate idea on what femininity is.
Because they know what actual femininity is, and it's not so pretty. And there's a difference between biological reality and gender stereotypes. Yeah. And to be trans,
he does look like he's like not enjoying the take. He certainly looks like he's like recoiled a bit. He's not enjoying the take.
Female is to be this more pure version of female, because it's separating out the ideals of femininity and the performance of femininity from the reality of femininity, which is fucking disgusting, as is demonstrated by the act of menstruation and a bunch of other things. So I 100% hold that point. I don't know why. I think it kind of...
it sounds like what she's really saying is that They like it because they don't actually they have this admiration for it because they don't truly understand what it actually is. They don't truly understand what it means to be a woman. They think they do, but they don't. And they have this admiration that they wouldn't actually have if they actually were women. If they actually were women, they would probably hate it. Is maybe what she's trying. I don't know, but yeah, they get off on it. The trans people do, yeah. These are very against what most right wing people would want. True. That's about all I see it as. It's not like an appreciation. It's more like I don't know. It's like an infatuation. It's like an obsession over this idealized version that's not real. It's not real. So it's a weird fetish.
Does this idealization of femininity to attempt to menstruate as a trans woman, because it's very unfeminine. I mean, as much as like it's a
real woman, if she had the choice, would rather not menstruate. She doesn't want to. No woman wants to have a period, right? A trans woman wants to have a period because it makes them feel more like a woman. An actual woman, if she could choose to not deal with that shit, would choose to not deal with that shit.
very feminine thing. Bleeding out of your like nethers is not.
Neko knows from experience.
It's not
no,
elegant. Okay,
it's not what I'm
chic.
saying.
It's not chic. So I hold that, but like I just wish that we could have
the
these
schizophrenic to some degree
with trans people, with people.
It's all
on the left,
sexual
with
deviance.
anyone,
I agree.
Because like I couldn't.
He's a neuroscience guy.
I mean, maybe
gotcha.
I could bring that up with a trans person, but they'd be so
Sapolsky.
I don't know.
But your criticism was like so mild, so restrained, and the degree
you were so reasonable and also just factual, which is the other issue.
That you lured them from Blue Sky back to Twitter.
That's saying a lot, man.
Well, I feel like they never left Blue Sky. I feel like they never left Twitter. I think they said they did. I don't think they ever truly left Twitter.
Like,
wow. And they're actually threatening some friends of mine to no longer be my friend, and people are creating like a blacklist of people who are still, in.
Also, throughout society, men or women that cross-dress wouldn't off themselves of her gender dysphoria in any time period but present. Wouldn't, yeah.
Communication with me, and oh my god, like I'm so glad I'm living rent-free in your head, but come on, move on.
Well, this is actually, I think, a very important thing that they do this from their perspective, because they create this bubble where you can't talk to anyone with specific views.
Yeah.
Because if you did, you would see that they're reasonable, nice people. And so the only way that your community can stay in this bubble where the other side, and I know this bubble, I know, growing up, what I thought conservatives were, right? I thought they were like angry hillbillies who lived in the woods, right? Like I
getting off the idea of being a woman and involved in public. Yeah, it's like it's a fetish, and there's also some like, I don't know what you call it exactly, but part of the whole thing, getting you to use their name, getting others to use pronouns, getting others to use their preferred name is part of them. Like they get off on getting others to partake in their fetish. It's fucked up. You shouldn't be required to do that.
Genuinely, really, in my mind, thought of them in quite a dehumanized fashion. And I was able to think this because I hadn't interacted with the community. Because if I did interact with the community, all of my friends would leave me. And since then, all of my friends have left me. So whatever, right?
What do you got to lose now?
Yeah, that's it's like a mimetic protection device. And I think it's not like an intentional thing. I just think the parts of leftist culture that didn't attempt to socially isolate othering ideas typically die out. Because if more people in your community start being like, they meet your new friends and your new friends aren't evil. And they're like, okay, well, what ideas do you have? Why do you think these things? And then they begin to, and they hear people like Simone, who's even has this crazy take that trans women are more women.
It is not a crazy, it's feminine. Whatever.
Feminine.
I'm correct. For the
I see what you're saying. You use a lot of big words that I don't necessarily understand, but I think I got the point.
Words are fun. Look, I'm all about words. There's so many words.
Lost words.
Like Ninny Hammer that we all need to bring back. I'm obsessed with words. You got a word. Words are
I
good.
barely speak English as it is.
So do I, honestly. But this is why I need the extra words. They're very good.
Yeah.
More extra what to obfuscate, to hide your motives. It's a you obfuscate your motives behind a lot of fancy words, and like if you ever just say what you want to say in a concise, straightforward, simple sentence, everyone would know exactly what you want to say. Everyone would know exactly what you're trying to do. Let the line out, reel them in.
Well, it was great to have you on.
Oh,
yes, and congratulations on being canceled and blacklisted by all of your friends.
So they didn't.
I'm honored. My dad really
They never
proud of me.
actually asked her beliefs.
Oh, see, this is what you want to go for.
saying the most normal thing in the world. It wasn't even political. You had a normal opinion. I bet even in their social.
That's insane. That's insane to me. And it's intentional. It's obviously intentional. It's insane to me that you have an hour-long interview with someone who has been canceled for a political outburst, essentially. And you don't ask them what are your can you tell us what your political views are? Not even a little bit? In an hour-long interview? That's insane.
Circles, even among the ones who are looking to cancel you.
All they did was talk shit, basically. Yeah, they just
of them
whatever, just about random stuff.
Believe all of that stuff. They just
It was a lot of fluff. It was a lot of kind of filler and fluff.
You're not allowed to say it, right?
I've had people of the community reach out to me saying, they support me. They they agree with me.
Well, that's where we are.
But it's like political suicide to actually come out and
yeah. Oh yeah.
But guys, check out her content. It's not a lot of it is political, which makes it very different than the other content
Bro.
we have. Although
it's just fun. Yuki Waru's really fun.
It's just really fun. Yeah.
Text your Yukiwaru. Wait, what's your username on X?
It's Yukiwaru, and then
Bro, yeah, I did the stream, I put at Yukiwaru, and when my stream on X went out, it was adding a fucking random ass 2-follower account. It was adding some other account, because she's Yukiwaru _ on X. The Yukiwaru without the underscore is taken by someone else.
that dash at the end, but you don't really have to worry about the dash because if you type it in, it should show up. But someone actually has my name on.
Oh, she should at her new size of followers account on X. She could probably file for that inactive username and get her, get the main one if she really wanted to. If you get premium, they give you the option to file your interest for taking an inactive name. She could probably get it if she tried.
X, right. So I just had to add a dash.
How did you choose it? How'd you choose your name?
Actually, my artist helped me pick out my name. Yuki means snow, and water
means bad.
Translates to brat.
No.
So,
no, brat!
Yeah.
It does not.
That's a good one.
I don't think it does.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Well,
I don't think that's
done,
true.
Hold on. You pick friends well.
Hold on.
Sometimes your friends.
Does Waru? I don't think Waru translates to brat. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the crazy one here. Water. I don't think that's true. Gaki? Yeah, Gaki is certainly brat. Maybe she's thinking Waru Gaki, bad kid, bad girl. Waru Gaki perhaps, but the Waru part is the bad. It's evil. It's bad. If that's what she means. Nothing pops up for Waru that means yeah, no. Water is just there's no water that means kid. I think she's misled or misunderstanding. Or maybe let me try translating just straight up brat. Let me try translating brat. Let's see. Brat. Namai Kinagaki. Akugaki. Probably Warugaki, yeah. So no, I think she misunderstands. If I were to type in, all right, let's see. Okay, so if I were to type in Warugaki, naughty kid, right? Take out the Gaki part, it's just Waru, evil. So she bad snow. She's some bad snow. Anyway.
Just choose to unpick you, but that's a good one. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I hope you grow.
I wonder, do either of them speak any Japanese or know any Japanese? Maybe they knew, but they didn't want to correct her.
Feeling that you're probably at the beginning of doing more politics stuff, because that's generally where this goes. We've done a number. We caught you at like day one, at moment one, after first cancellation event. But you go to something like Leaflet. Leaflet never did politics stuff, and then she played like Hogwarts Legacy, and she got canceled.
Oh, hey, I kind of called that out, right? I was going through Leaflet stuff. I said, oh, the Hogwarts stuff. That's like the first inkling of something political when I was going through Leaflet's channel. Bruh.
Never did politics stuff, and then she played like Hogwarts Legacy, and she got canceled. And then she was like, you know what?
Neko tells her what her name is, gets banned and blocked. Maybe.
And then people started to. So much of like our community, like you said, is just formed by this.
Well, she never followed me on X.
You can't tell me what I'm allowed to say.
I followed her on X. She didn't follow me back.
And now I'm going to say even more than what I believe, because you're a meanie. And then a new community forms, and you're like, oh, these people, they like hearing what I actually think. So let's all encourage her to have more takes.
Yes.
More takes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
You know, you could have asked her. You could have said, hey, do you have another take for us? You could have done that. Do you have a new political take you want to tell us? No?
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. I'll hit.
I was the one that reached out to Yuki. Yeah. I reached out to her. She said she would do it. And then I told her I would add her on Discord so that I can like add her to the group chat. So like she did accept the friend request on Discord, which allowed me to DM her and send her the group message that everyone else was in. So like on Discord, I'm friends with her. On X, I'm following her. She's not following me. We are all a means to an end. Wait, why? Why the kid stuff? I don't want to see the kid stuff. Anyway, I don't want to see the kid stuff. Anyway, it's late. That's good. I didn't expect to go through that, but it's good. It was interesting. It was interesting to see. I still think it's good to get more liberals to hate the left and also to get them on bandwagon. Base Logic IQ videos today. We can watch it later today. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta end the stream right now. But later today, I guess like 8 p.m. Central Time today, since it's the next day, we can cover some other stuff. To be frank, she may not be following Nek on X because he's controversial. Possibly. I might be too controversial, maybe. But I would have thought if she looked at my X account and I was too controversial, she would not have accepted. That's what I thought, but... I don't know. Get the liberals into watching them, maybe. Maybe it's an idea. I don't know. I still disagree entirely. I don't disagree entirely, but I kind of disagree. All right, hold on. I gotta run to the restroom real quick before I do my my outro. One sec. Bro, what? Bro, what? I was drinking water and I was like, well, I was drinking tea technically, but. And that was like an hour. It was like over 2 hours. Was it 2 hours? No, it was an hour-long interview. I don't know. Either way. Pissing frequently, prostate cancer. It's over. I was worried that I'm like having to use the bathroom too often. I'm like, oh shit. Am I yeah, is there something wrong with my bladder or something? Uh-oh. Quick estrogen injection before end stream? No, hell no. Anyway. I didn't set up the kick stream. Fuck. Could be too much caffeine or alky. Maybe. Well, I didn't have any alcohol today, but I had a little bit of caffeine, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. Could be that. So, is kick working? It kind of works. So kick is kind of working? Interesting. Anyway, okay. So, thank you very much to everyone that stopped by today. Thank you very much to those that are still with me right now in the Twitch chat. We have, let's see, thank you to... You need to Google symptoms immediately and panic. Take short, rapid breaths. True. Thank you to Austin and Wildslayer, Diamond, Front Towards Enemy, IFN Williams, Cairo, Kalergy, Moincon, 22, One Only Stormy, Some Guys Here Now, Taint, Tanua, Telezak, Theron, Keen, Band the Man, and YouTube Center. All people in the Twitch chat. GN Nekas. In the Kick chat today, we had Anani Moose, we had Austin and Wildslayer, we had Blute, we had Florida Backwoods, Israel Chan, Kalergy, K Classic, Linux Mint, Nagling 2600, Knight 06, OKKK. That's everyone on the Kick chat. In the YouTube chat, we had Akaden, Albino Tailgater, IFM Williams, and Joey Bear. Special thanks today to Anani Moose for following on Kick. Also, special thanks to Cairo for the raids on both Twitch and on Kick. Much appreciated. If I forgot anyone, I'm sorry. I don't mean to forget people, but it happens sometimes. So thank you to those I may have forgotten. You got to work in Manhattan today? Damn. That is going to suck dick. Sorry to hear that. Good luck with that. Anyway, I hope you guys all have a good night or good morning or good afternoon, regardless of whatever time it is for you. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I hope I'll be seeing you soon. Until next time, peace out. Peace, peace, peace. See you tomorrow. Same Neko time, same Neko channel. I'll see you then. Okay? Alright, good night. Have a good night, man. Thank you, Anonymous. Welcome to the stream also, and you have a good night as well. Peace out, guys. Peace, peace, peace. See you tomorrow. Good night. Peace. See ya.